Chapter 51. Faced with Duoduo's questions as if he was looking for something to say, Xianliner didn't bother to pay attention. After glancing at Duoduo, she turned around and left the office. Even if she thought about this explanation on her knees, she knew it was made up. Whoever believed it was a fool. But the truth is not important. What is important is Huo Yuhao's identity and whether he is willing to get close to Shrek. Duoduo was stunned by Xianliner. Even though they had been together day and night for so long, Xianliner's glance back still made his heart beat. A man was sitting on a chair having fun. He didn't catch up with Xianliner in a hurry until she walked out of the office. On the other side, Huo Yuhao, who had stepped out of the soul guidance system, was just about to return to the One Piece world to practice when he met Tangya and Bai Bei at the door who were about to go out. The two walked hand in hand on the path, neither their appearance nor their feelings changed at all. "Sister Tangya, Brother Bei, are you going out?" After saying hello, Tangya and Bai Bei turned to look at Huo Yuhao with some confusion. There seemed to be no memory of the strange man in front of them. But judging from his familiar greeting, he probably knew them, so he replied politely. "Hello, classmate, what's the matter with?" Bai Bei asked politely. He could vaguely see the shadow of the younger junior brother in Huo Yuhao, but because the difference was so big, he couldn't be sure for a while. "Brother Bei, it's me, Huo Yuhao." "What?" As Huo Yuhao said, Bai Bei and Tangya couldn't believe that the young man in front of them was Huo Yuhao. It's not their fault, it's because Huo Yuhao has changed so much. An 11-year-old child who was originally a thin and frail child turned into a 15 or 16-year-old boy within a month, and his appearance was outstanding. Even if their bodies will mature after hunting souls, it is not such a mature method. Even the hair changed from black to blue. You must know that after Tangya's third soul ring hunted the mandala snake, there was not much change, not to mention that Huo Yuhao told them to hunt for the second soul ring. A normal soul master's second soul ring is only at the 100-year level. "Xiao Yuhao, why have you changed so much? You can't hunt the soul of a 100,000-year-old soul beast, can you?" Tangya said jokingly, but she didn't want to make it a prophecy, and she was wrong. The target of Huo Yuhao's soul ring this time is not as simple as a mere 100,000-year soul ring, but a level of 700,000 years, and a level of 400,000 years. Yes, the Ice Emperor, who originally only had 399,999 years of cultivation, was promoted to 400,000 years after becoming Huo Yuhao's soul. Just because of a small accident during the soul fusion, Tianmeng, Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor, and even Electrolux all entered a dormant state. It has been more than half a month now and they have not fully recovered. Everyone seemed to be affected by Tianmeng, either sleeping or on the way to sleep. The result was good. Not only did Huo Yuhao have the Ice Emperor soul, but his external soul bone also had a little strange chemical reaction. How is that possible? "Sister Tangya, you think highly of me, but my gains this time are indeed quite big." As Huo Yuhao spoke, he explained to Tangya and Bai Bei what he had told Mujin and Duoduo. At the same time, he said that he had also told his master Duoduo about this matter. The two of them were obviously much easier to fool than Duoduo, especially after Huo Yuhao moved out of Duoduo. They both believed Huo Yuhao's words. Tangya couldn't put it down holding Bai, the fox from the north with 8,000 years of cultivation. Sure enough, most women cannot turn a blind eye to this furry creature, not to mention that existence like Bai is not just good looking. As a soul, it can greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of a soul master. For Tangya, who was thirsty for power, it was something she couldn't refuse. "Yuhao, can my fourth soul ring help me absorb a soul?" Tangya hugged Bai's soft body and said, rubbing her hands on Bai's soft body. If he hadn't been fed snacks like carrots from time to time, this little guy would have run away. The three of them were walking in the snack street of Shrek City. Huo Yuhao naturally agreed to Tangya's request. "Don't worry, Sister Tangya. I'll be the first to come to you after the soul experiment stabilizes. And you have to be promoted to level 40 as soon as possible. Don't forget that you are still at level 30 after I upgraded to level 40. Huo Yuhao said, holding a bunch of snacks on the side, and Bai Bei, who fed Tangya from time to time, also followed suit. "Yes, Xiao, you need to practice hard, but don't let Yuhao overtake you." Slightly. Faced with Bai Bei's support, Tangya made a face. Just as she was about to speak, she saw a familiar figure walking behind them. "Wang Dong, this way, Come here quickly. When Huo Yuhao saw Tang Ye waving behind him, he instinctively felt that the name was familiar. Then he turned his head and saw that figure. His body stiffened for a moment, then returned to normal. Today, after upgrading to level 30, I have all the opportunities I should have. It could be said that even if Tang San directly used mechanical deity, he would still have the means to deal with it, and he no longer had to be as cautious as when he had just traveled through time. Just because, after Huo Yuhao upgraded to level 30, after collecting the 4 sets of Ice Emperor, Snow Emperor, Tian Meng and Yi Lao, his luck power rose to 150,000 points, and the time he could stay in a world was increased from 1 week to 3 months. With Duo as his master, he will soon have the entire Shrek as a backer, so he doesn't have to worry too much about Tang San who can't go down to the world directly. In addition, with the support of Electrolux and the pirate world, Huo Yuhao can keep a normal mind when facing Wang Dong, and even began to think about the luck power on Wang Dong. Wang Dong had been practicing for a day and was going to come to Shrek City to eat something to relax. He heard Tang Ye's voice and looked over. Just saw Bai Bei and Huo Yuhao. She was naturally familiar with Bai Bei, Tang Ye's boyfriend, but it was the first time she saw Huo Yuhao next to her. Sister Xiaoa, you are here to date Brother Bei again. Wang Dong greeted and looked at Huo Yuhao between the two. She and Huo Yuhao had only met a few times before, and they had never spoken to each other, so naturally she would not recognize Huo Yuhao, whose image had changed drastically. Although they did not know each other, Wang Dong inexplicably felt that Huo Yuhao had a good impression of her. This is the neighbor I told you about, his name is Huo Yuhao. Chapter 52. Tang Ye asked while eating snacks while walking on the road. In the past month, she was curious about the activities of the class led by Zhou Yi, so she went to see it once. She happened to meet Wang Dong, plus the impression from the last time in the Soul Fighting Zone, as well as Wang Dong's natural affection for the Tang sect. The relationship between people is pretty good. What else can I do? It's not just like the old 3, running with weights, and healing injuries. It's just that now she doesn't dare to cause trouble for me. Wang Dong took a bite of a meatball and said. In the past 2 months, she has been competing with Zhou Yi in a battle of wits and courage. Now Zhou Yi has nothing to do with their thorns. He usually teaches some theoretical knowledge and then lets them train freely. It can be said that it is basically in a state of stalking. No, I'm talking about the bet that the old witch made with Huo Yuhao's class teacher. That's a soul bone. Are you not tempted? As Tang Ye spoke, she looked at Huo Yuhao with gossipy eyes. She had asked Huo Yuhao before about the relationship between Mu Jin, Zhou Yi and Fan Yu, but Huo Yuhao didn't say anything because he didn't know it. The main reason is that he feels that this is Hibiscus's privacy and it is not good to say it casually. Soul bone? What soul bone? Don't you know? Tang Ye looked at Wang Dong strangely. According to Wang Dong's current level 24 strength, he should be the best in the freshman class. How could he not know about this? But she saw that Wang Dong didn't look like he was faking it, so she explained it again. The reason was that teacher Mujin and the old aunt met together. The old aunt happened to be sorting out information that day. There were only about 40 students in a class, and they were ridiculed by teacher Mujin. Then the two of them started to quarrel for some reason. We made a bet, saying that the loser would give the other party a piece of soul bone. After getting to know each other, Huo Yuhao found an excuse to say goodbye to a few people. Because according to his estimated time, it should be time for lunch in the pirate world. At the same time, it was also the day for Garp to return, and he had to go back. We have to see if he returns to the Douluo world on the ship, then when he returns to the pirate world again, will he follow the ship, or will he stay where he is? If he could stop where he was, Huo Yuhao would have to ask for leave again, but this time it was not easy to ask for leave. When Huo Yuhao went to the pirate world, Shrek Academy, Poseidon Pavilion on Poseidon Island. Shrek's top management, which is rarely seen on weekdays, gathered together at this time. 11 Solao were sitting at a huge round table. Yan Shaiji, Cai Mayer, Xian Liner and Qian Duo, the 4 principals and deputy deans of the martial arts department and the soul guidance department, could only sit beside them. Inside, an old man sitting at the head was obviously the most distinguished person present. Everyone is here, let's have a meeting, Shaiji, you chair the meeting. A gentle voice sounded, it was the old man who led it. The sound is not loud, but it can be clearly heard in everyone's ears, and it also has a kind of calming power. Yes, teacher. After responding, Yan Shaiji stood up and looked at Xian Liner and Qian Duo opposite. Liner, Dean Qian, what is your purpose for convening this Poseidon Pavilion meeting? Xian Liner, who was watched by everyone, ignored Yan Shaiji and signaled with her eyes that Qian Duo could start. After getting the signal, Qian Duo took out two things from the storage soul guide. It was the blueprint that Huo Yuhao took out and the energy storage device after the motorcycle was disassembled. This was studied by one of my disciples. I have already noted the specific uses and impacts. You can take a look at it. As Qian Duo spoke, he placed a bunch of things on the round table for the elders to check. At the same time, he also introduced Huo Yuhao's identity. This disciple is called Huo Yuhao. He is only a first-year student now, but our Soul Guidance Department has specially recruited him to be the core disciple of the Soul Guidance Department. At the end of this sentence, core disciple of the Soul Guidance Department, Qian Duo specially emphasized the tone, obviously saying it specifically for certain people. The certain people mentioned by Qian Duo just smiled and did not respond. After all the elders had seen it, Yan Shaiji's voice came. Dean Qian, if it's just this project, your Soul Guidance Department can just decide on your own. There's no need to hold a Poseidon Pavilion meeting, right? She had just seen the function and possible significance of this soul guide in detail. It is undeniable that such a thing is indeed an epoch-making product, but obviously, the value of this thing does not require a meeting of the Poseidon Pavilion. Yan Shaiji glanced at Xian Liner beside Qian Duo and asked in a deep voice. Let's talk about anything else together. But let me tell you first, our martial arts department has almost spent its budget this time, so we can't dig out too much. Now he thought that Xian Liner and Qian Duo from the Soul Guidance Department just wanted to share more resources, so he didn't care too much. Duo, stop showing off. After getting Xian Liner's signal, Qian Duo took out a crystal ball. It records part of the soul ritual information provided by Huo Yuhao, the role and characteristics of the soul, and most importantly, Xiaobai's actual combat ability. In the picture, Xiaobai, whose strength has been suppressed for 4,000 years, fights side by side with Huo Yuhao and hardly defeats a 10,000-year-old ice jade scorpion. Several elders looked at Xiaobai and Huo Yuhao in the picture, and no one spoke for a long time. There were really too many factors in it. An 11-year-old three-ring soul master, with twin martial souls, the first martial soul was the soul of the ice, and the second martial soul was the ice snow girl who behaved like the ultimate ice martial soul. There was also the existence of the soul spirit Xiaobai, and the two worked together to defeat an ice scorpion with the same ultimate ice attribute. Too many factors gathered together, so many elders didn't know how to speak. Especially Yan Shaiji, looking at the ultimate ice martial soul displayed by Huo Yuhao in the picture, his eyes were red. The reason was nothing else, just because her disciple Ma Xiaotao had a rampage 2 months ago. Fortunately, they arrived in time and there were no casualties. But that time also had a great impact on Ma Xiaotao, and she urgently needed the help of an ultimate ice martial soul owner, and Huo Yuhao was the most suitable candidate. Seeing Yan Shaiji's red eyes, and the look of wanting to pull Huo Yuhao out of the picture, Qian Duo cursed inwardly. Oh no, they are coming for my disciple. As expected, Yan Shaiji's next sentence came. Dean Qian, no, old Qian, Liner, what is the name of your disciple? Where is he now? Do you know his family background? Chapter 53. On the deck of the dog-headed warship, patrolling marines watched the children fighting in the center. Huo Yuhao rode on Luffy, and under Luffy was Ace who was also tied up. The three of them stacked together looked like a hamburger. Huo Yuhao, who was on the top of the hamburger, smiled evilly at the two stubborn donkeys under him. Do you accept it? Ah, you bastard Navy, if you have the guts, let me go. Luffy, who was pressed down, shouted angrily. Because of the rubber man, his hands and feet were tied to Ace under him by Huo Yuhao several times and he couldn't move at all. When he struggled like this, Ace under him was in trouble. Luffy, you idiot, don't move. Ace, who was at the bottom, said weakly. The weight of the two people pressed on him, especially Huo Yuhao, a heavyweight, made him a little breathless. Plus Luffy was constantly moving around, his butt was twisting under his neck, making him feel sick. Nami, who was outside the dispute between the three, was sitting on a chair with a silver white bird in her arms, watching the dispute between the three. Enough, you bastards, come and eat, ha 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 ha. Just when Huo Yuhao was still bullying the two little ones, he suddenly felt a pain in his head, and the energy in his body seemed to be sealed, and he no longer had the strength to restrain the two little ones under him. "You bastard grandpa, you hit me so hard. Uncle Garp, why did you hit me too? I'm not your grandson." Luffy and Ace complained. Even though they had been taught a lesson by the Iron Fist of Love countless times, they still couldn't stand the severe pain. Huo Yuhao felt very confused. "I'm not your grandson, why did you hit me?" And this bird's fist was even more painful than the iron fist hitting the head, but there was no trace of armed color domineering on Garp's fist. "Ha ha ha, this Iron Fist of Love contains my deep love for you. As for you little guy, you're free anyway, so this is just a matter of convenience," Garp said, laughing as he walked towards the canteen in the cabin. Huo Yuhao resisted the urge to step forward due to the difference in strength, but in his heart he had already recorded Garp's beating him in the little notebook in his sea of consciousness. "On the first day of sailing, Garp bullied me because I was weak and hit me on the head. I've recorded this account." And there are many other things recorded in his notebook. For example, Luffy bumped into him on the first day they met, and when Garp, the old bitch, boarded the ship, he patted his shoulder, and the old bitch almost knocked him to the ground. After dinner, looking through the window of the cabin at the endless sea ahead, Huo Yuhao and Nami entered the state of cultivation. Points of crystal light flowed between the two of them. This was discovered by Huo Yuhao after Nami obtained the soul ring. It can accelerate the cultivation between the two, and it also has the effect of cultivating martial soul fusion skills. Unlike the effect of Wang Dong's spirit fusion skill in the original work, Nami's weather stick spirit and Huo Yuhao only have one spirit fusion skill. It is a spirit skill dominated by Huo Yuhao's spirit Ice spirit, and it also integrates the weather stick spirit and Huo Yuhao's own Ice and Snow Girl spirit. Huo Yuhao named it the Judgment of the Goddess of Destiny. It can peel off a piece of space and let the space enter the world of ice and snow. Natural disasters will occur randomly in this ice and snow world. This disaster will only affect the enemy but not himself. As Nami's soul increases in the future, the types of this disaster will also increase. Just when Huo Yuhao and Nami were practicing, 3 people gathered around a table in his sea of consciousness. 3A with a pair of 5, Tianmeng, get ready to be beaten. A little loli in green clothes said to Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. This person is the Ice Emperor who has become Huo Yuhao's soul. At this time, the Ice Emperor in human form has light green hair and wears a green princess dress. She looks like a human princess. And the Tianmeng she mentioned also turned into a human form. The hair of Tianmeng who turned into a human form was not white, but golden yellow. The clothes on her body looked like the molting of a silkworm. There was a hood behind her head, but her overall face was more delicate. She didn't look like a Shota, but more like a little loli. Facing the threat of Bingdi, Tianmeng just smiled and drew 2 cards from the cards in her hand. King Bomb, 3 with a pair. Bing bing, Swaity, you lose. Tianmeng laughed and put down all the cards in her hand. It was 3 fours with a pair of 3, and it was over. Bingdi looked at the pair of 2 in his hand and was a little crazy. Suddenly, she had an idea and said in a cold tone, Tianmeng, who said I can't afford it? Give me your 3 with a pair. Tianmeng was a little confused when she heard it. According to what Yuhao said, the King Bomb should be the biggest card in Daodazu, so why can Bingdi still afford it? Although she didn't understand, Tianmeng still obediently picked up the 3 fours with a pair of 3 and put a flag. How can you afford a pair of kings? The moment the voice fell, the card table and the playing cards condensed by spiritual power were all shattered. Bingdi also returned to her green seal at the same time. Only Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, who was disheveled in the wind, was left on the spot. Because another card player, Shuedi, had expected this, she walked away leisurely. The silver-white long skirt passed by, leaving a piece of ice crystal under her feet. After a long time, Tianmeng murmured with a twitch in the corner of his mouth, "It's worthy of you, Bing Bing." As he said that, the card game disappeared, and Tianmeng looked at the situation outside with boredom. Huo Yuhao was still practicing with Nami. He didn't find it interesting at all, and fell asleep soon. At night in the pirate world, Huo Yuhao and Nami finished their practice and went to the Douluo world. A week has passed in the Douluo world now. During this week, Huo Yuhao formed a team with Xiao Xiao and Xie Huanyu, and also fought with classmates in the class under the organization of Mu Jin. Even though most of his strength was hidden, Huo Yuhao still crushed the team formed by Ning Tian and others with an overwhelming advantage. At the same time, the cultivation of the 32nd level Soul Master also caused a great sensation in the class. Walking on the road, because today is the day of the freshman assessment, the students are much more excited than usual. Especially the fighting spirit area, which was already full of people. Obviously, they were all preparing to watch the battle. Most of them were freshmen. Just as Huo Yuhao was about to go to the gathering place, someone patted his shoulder behind him and a familiar voice came. "Hey, Huo Yuhao, why are you here just now? Song Qinghan and I have been waiting for a long time." Chapter 54. Yes, Xia Huanyu is also a classmate of Class 11. He is one of the 3 Soul Masters in the same class as Huo Yuhao in the original work. "Didn't you say we would meet at the door? Why are you here so early?" Huo Yuhao asked, and the 3 of them walked towards the soul fighting area together. "I got up a little early today and happened to meet Song Qinghan, so I came here to wait for you," Xiao Xiao said, stretching out his hand and pointing forward. "I've found out. We don't have many opponents this time. Apart from Ning Tian and the others, only one team has Soul Lord. The captain is Dai Huabin, a 30-level Soul Master. The martial soul is the white tiger with evil eyes. I don't know about his 2 teammates. I only know that they are 2 women." Xiao Xiao talked about the information he was trying to find out, but Xia Huanyu on the side showed no concern. "It's just a soul master. Besides me, we also have Huo Yuhao, a super pervert, in our team. What's there to be afraid of?" Xia Huanyu said, patting his big belly with both hands, and his whole body was as happy as a Maitreya Buddha. The fact is, as he said, with the strength of Huo Yuhao's team, there is nothing to be afraid of even facing 3 Soul Masters. As time passed, it came to afternoon. As early as the morning, the participating teams had been divided into groups, and the afternoon assessment officially began. Just like in the original work, the first day's assessment is mainly to allow students to adapt to the rhythm of fighting, so each group in today's assessment only needs to fight once. "Attention all freshmen, please enter the assessment area immediately to prepare for the freshman assessment. There are still 10 minutes left to enter. Failure to do so will result in a waiver of the assessment." A loud broadcast sounded throughout Shrek's outer courtyard, signaling that Shrek's annual freshman assessment had officially begun. "Let's go, it's time to play," Huo Yuhao said, taking the lead towards District 33. By the time they came over, all the contestants from District 33 had arrived, and even the assessment teacher had arrived. "Very good, we have a total of 6 groups of students here for assessment, and they have all arrived. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Wang Yan, and I am your assessment teacher for the next 2 days." The middle-aged male teacher, Wang Yan, said gently, with a kind smile on his face. "Hello, Teacher Wang." All the students present bowed and said hello, and Huo Yuhao was no exception. Wang Yan also comforted the students present and asked them not to be nervous, and then the assessment officially began. For the first time, Wang Dong, Li Ye and Wang Hu from the first class of freshmen played against Hu Yang Junyi, Chen Junfen, and Zhao Hokan from the third class of freshmen. After the battle members were confirmed, the other students all walked down to the assessment ring and waited. Huo Yuhao took Xiao Xiao and Xia Huanyu to the edge and looked at Wang Dong and the others in front of them. Since Huo Yuhao and Xiao Xiao did not study in the first class of freshmen as in the original work, Wang Dong's 2 teammates were replaced by 2 great soul masters who had almost no words in the original work. The opponent is still the opponent in the original work. Without the help of Huo Yuhao's mental detection, Wang Dong's own strength was much weaker than in the original work, making this battle particularly difficult. But Wang Dong still won the game with Feishan's advantage. The second assessment of the first round, Freshman Class 9 Huo Yuhao, Xiao Xiao, Xia Huanyu vs Freshman Class 7 Huang Shushan, Lan Susu, Lan Luoluo. After listening to Wang Yan talking about the contestants, Huo Yuhao noticed the twins in the crowd. If he remembered correctly, the twins seemed to have their own martial soul hair and martial soul fusion skills, right? He glanced with interest at Huang Shushan and the other 2 people who came on stage, especially Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo. "Just wait for the 2 of you to fight. I'll share it with you using mental detection." Before taking the stage, Huo Yuhao said something. With the strength of Xia Huanyu and Xiao Xiao, it was not difficult to capture them, so he was too lazy to take action. "No problem. It just so happens that Huo Yuhao has preserved his strength and will shock those people's jaws tomorrow," Xiao Xiao said with high spirits. Xia Huanyu on the side also responded with a smile, obviously not paying attention to Huang Shushan and others opposite. After a week of running in, they had already fully adapted to Huo Yuhao's mental detection fighting method. Not to mention dealing with 3 great soul masters, even a soul sect like Xie Huanyu would dare to touch him. After the 6 people came on stage, Wang Yan shouted the game begins and the 2 sides quickly entered a fighting state. All 6 of them summoned their martial souls, and Xie Huanyu and Huang Shushan rushed forward at the same time. On the way to the charge, the martial souls completed their possession. Elephant body. A huge black elephant appeared behind Xie Huanyu, and 3 soul rings of yellow, yellow, and purple appeared behind him. After being possessed by the martial spirit, Xie Huanyu's body swelled in size, and at the same time, a dark light shone on her body. Huang Shushan's martial soul also collided with Xie Huanyu after the martial soul possessed him. However, he was only at the level of a great soul master. Faced with Xie Huanyu's impact, Dou failed to resist and was directly knocked away. Come on! Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu also didn't expect that Huang Shushan would be knocked away as soon as the battle started. They were all stunned for a moment and did not react. Seeing Xie Huanyu's remaining power, they all swallowed their saliva. This was their first battle, a battle with an extremely oppressive attack-type soul master like Xie Huanyu, and they were all frightened. Power hammer! At this moment, a roar came from behind the 2, and a yellow ball of light came at the same time. The yellow ball of light collided with Xie Huanyu, which was considered to have curbed Xie Huanyu's offensive, but he was not injured at all. Compared with Huang Shushan, who was already in a state of embarrassment, the difference between the 2 sides was immediately determined. Just when Xie Huanyu was about to charge again, a huge black net enveloped from the sky. It was the hair net released by the 2 sisters Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo. Just when the hair net was about to hit the careless Xie Huanyu, a delicate shout came. Do you think I don't exist? Ding's shock, Ding's shaking. 2 soul skills were used in a row, and 3 black giant tripods smashed on the hair net, pressing and crushing the black giant net. The escaped Xie Huanyu glanced at Xiao Xiao behind him, and the first and third soul skills on his body lit up, obviously wanting to burst out and kill the opponent in seconds. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, Xie Huanyu rushed over again, and even the purple third soul ring lit up. Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu also decided to use their trump cards. As they hugged each other, a deep blue halo emanated from them, and the long hair behind their heads rose at the same time, changing from black to blue. A huge blue net enveloped Huo Yuhao and the other 2. Chapter 55. Wang Yan, who had been watching, was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the 2 girls could actually use such a rare skill. This is a soul skill that can only be used by 2 or even more people with a fusion of minds and martial souls, and it is extremely powerful. The most famous is the martial soul fusion skill between the White Tiger Duke's Mansion, the evil-eyed White Tiger and the Netherworld Spirit Cat, and the Trinity martial soul fusion skill of the Golden Iron Triangle 10,000 years ago. It seems that the more important the body martial soul is to the body, the stronger the martial soul is, right? Thinking of this, Wang Yan looked at Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu's hair martial soul with some regret, because according to this statement, as a body martial soul like hair that is dispensable to the body, the potential is definitely not enough. Otherwise, with the martial soul fusion skill of the 2, as long as the martial soul is a little stronger, the future achievement will never be low. The other classmates were also surprised by Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu's martial soul fusion skill. Most of them did not understand the meaning of this martial soul fusion skill, but just saw the power of this soul skill. In the ring, seeing the giant net coming, Huo Yuhao, who had been prepared, had his yellow and purple soul rings light up, and a pair of dark purple wings appeared on his back, carrying him into the sky. The appearance of 3 soul rings that defied common sense, coupled with the wings behind him, shocked everyone present. The second purple ring was the same as Wang Dong's, but Huo Yuhao had an extra purple third ring. Soul Bone Skill Feather Attack plus the third soul skill, Spiritual Blade. Flying into the sky, each feather on the wings behind Huo Yuhao spread out like a blade, combined with Huo Yuhao's third soul skill, the addition of the Spiritual Blade, the power on it was so strong that even the Soul King dared not bear it. The feather blade flashing with cold light collided with the blue giant net. The seemingly tough giant net seemed vulnerable under the attack of the feather blade, and was destroyed almost without a pause. Seeing that the martial soul fusion skill was broken, and Huo Yuhao and the other 2 were still in full condition, Huang Shushan and the other 2 looked at each other and could only surrender helplessly. At the same time, he cursed in his heart. It was really unlucky to meet Huo Yuhao and other BTS at the beginning of the game. On the other side, Huo Yuhao, who had finished the battle, also walked out of the ring with Xiao Xiao and Xie Huanyu. Today's game was over, and there were no classes. He planned to have a meal with Xiao Xiao and Xie Huanyu, and then go back to the One Piece world. During the days in the One Piece world, in addition to practicing soul power with Nami, he was training with Garp. Under Garp's training, the effect of pure training was only average, but Garp's fist was a bit outrageous. Obviously, there was no armed color domineering attached, and it was very painful to hit people. The most important thing is that under this so-called Iron Fist of Love, his physique improved faster and could stimulate the potential in his body. As Huo Yuhao and others left, the students present looked at each other, and they were full of vigilance. It was as if they were afraid that their opponents were also big guys like Huo Yuhao and others. It would be abstract to eliminate them at the beginning. Wang Yan looked at Huo Yuhao's departing back and ticked a box in the notebook in his hand. This meant that he was talented and could be paid attention to. This was the responsibility of each of their invigilators. All students who performed well in one round were recorded, and then the resource allocation was determined based on their performance and results in the subsequent battles. In this list, in addition to Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, the Lan sisters, Xiao Xiao and Xie Huanyu were also on the list. Yuhao, you are not being nice. Didn't you say that you would leave it to me and Xiao Xiao this time? Xie Huanyu said a little depressed as she walked on the road. In this battle, he only fought a little when he fought with Huang Shushan in the front. The subsequent battles were like he was not there, and they ended before he could exert his strength. This kind of neither good nor bad battle made him a little depressed. Xiao Xiao also echoed. Her situation was not much worse than Xie Huanyu's, but it was better. After all, she was only a second ring Great Soul Master now. Compared to Xie Huanyu, a third ring Soul Master, who was suppressed, she felt better. At least she had an excuse. For example, if the third ring Soul Master did not perform well, then it was normal for me, a second ring Great Soul Master, not to perform well, right? The first time I saw the martial soul fusion technique, I was itching to try it. This time, I will treat you and Xiao Xiao to a big meal as an apology. Huo Yuhao said, and then took Xiao Xiao and Xie Huanyu to the Shrek canteen, where they luxuriously ordered 3 sets of meals worth hundreds of gold soul coins. Among them, his set could be exempted as a core disciple of the Soul Guidance Department, and the other 2 sets cost him 50 gold soul coins. Wow, Huo Yuhao, I can't tell that you are still a rich man. By the way, which big family are you from? Xie Huanyu looked at Huo Yuhao with some envy. This casual meal cost more than 100 gold soul coins. Huo Yuhao must be a young master from a top family or sect, Xie Huanyu thought. Huo Yuhao handed the 2 meal sets in his hand to Xie Huanyu and Xiao Xiao. No, I'm just an ordinary citizen. It's just that I have some talent in soul guides, so I was accepted as a disciple by Douluo, the vice president of the Soul Guide Department. After explaining, Xiao Xiao and Xie Huanyu nodded in understanding. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao, who was walking in front, turned his head and stared at Huo Yuhao. You said you also have talent in soul guides. Xiao Xiao looked at Huo Yuhao with a twitching mouth, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Your martial spirit talent is so strong, but you told me that you were accepted as a disciple by the vice president of the Soul Guidance Department? Could your soul guidance talent be even stronger? Huo Yuhao returned to the One Piece world and began to practice. This was a normal practice, but with the help of Garp's Iron Fist, the energy that had not been fully digested in his body began to be absorbed by his body. Sailing on the sea, he did not encounter any blind people who dared to provoke him along the way, so a day of practice passed. Huo Yuhao returned to Shrek Academy again and played 4 rounds with Xiao Xiao and Xie Huanyu. Since the opponents they met were all weak, they defeated them without much effort. The next day, Huo Yuhao walked into Shrek Academy. Xiao Xiao and Xie Huanyu also got up and had breakfast in the cafeteria, and met Huo Yuhao. In order to save the waiting time, the 3 of them wanted to go to the fighting spirit area for the assessment together, and they happened to meet Mujin on the way. Teacher Mujin, good morning. Xiao Xiao saw Teacher Mujin in front of him, and his eyes lit up, and he walked over immediately. Huo Yuhao and Xie Huanyu also greeted them from behind. It was not known whether it was an illusion or not, but Huo Yuhao felt that Mujin was waiting for them to come over. In fact, he was not wrong, because Mujin was waiting for them here. Well, good morning. Seeing Huo Yuhao coming over, Mujin did not hesitate to tell them why she was waiting for Huo Yuhao and the other two here. You should remember the bet between me and the head teacher of the freshman class, right? Chapter 56. Mujin said, taking out a soul bone that shone with blue light from the storage soul guide. This is the left arm bone of the secret soul. If you fuse it directly, you can permanently increase your soul power by 5%. After you win, not only will this soul bone be yours, but Zhou Yi's soul bone will also be yours. Listening to the cake painted by Hibiscus, the three of them ate it happily. Xiao Xiao and Xie Huanya were both very excited when they saw soul bones for the first time. After all, which low-level soul master can still remain calm when seeing this kind of soul bone, which is regarded as the most precious treasure of soul masters? Huo Yuhao also wanted to get this soul bone, because the increase in soul power of this soul bone was very suitable for him. Although it can only increase by 5% now, he can use luck to upgrade. 5% now, 10% or even 100% are possible in the future. Don't worry, Teacher Mujin. As for those little Karami across the street, Huo Yuhao and I beat them up and scolded them without even recognizing them. Let me give you a good blow. Xie Huanyu said immediately. I didn't even eat the chicken drumstick in my hand. The group of people walked to the soul fighting area, where the invigilator was still Wang Yan. Okay, everyone is here. Due to Huo Yuhao's good performance in the first round of the freshman class 9, he became the seed team in this region and will be the first to compete in the order of competition. Now, in the first match of the 6th round of District 33, Huo Yuhao's team from the 9th class of freshmen competes against Wang Dong's team from the 1st class of freshmen. Both teams share the same name. As Wang Yan said, 3 people walked up across the ring. One of them was Wang Dong, whom Huo Yuhao had met before. Next to her were her teammates who had appeared in the first game the day before yesterday. They were all 20-level Great Spirit Masters, but because their spirits were only average, Huo Yuhao didn't pay attention. When Huo Yuhao and the others appeared on the stage, the faces of the 2 people opposite them were a little ugly. I didn't expect to meet Huo Yuhao in today's first game. Wang Dong looked a little high-spirited, obviously wanting to have a good fight with Huo Yuhao. My name is Huo Yuhao. Xiao Xiao. Evil Phantom Moon. After Huo Yuhao and the others exchanged names, Wang Dong and the others responded in the same way. Wang Dong. Lia. Wang Hu. The battle begins. After seeing the names of both sides finished, Wang Yan quickly announced that the battle had begun. After the battle started, the 3 people on the opposite side activated their martial spirits and rushed towards Huo Yuhao and the others. Obviously, their team has no support and is all about the main attack. Huo Yuhao and the other 3 looked at each other, and Xiao Xiao even started to mourn Wang Dong, who took the initiative to rush towards Huo Yuhao. It is right for the captain to fight against the captain, but if you choose Huo Yuhao as the captain to fight, it is really a waste of the captain. The 3 people quickly deployed their martial arts. Xie Huanyu and Xiao Xiao pulled the battlefield to both sides, leaving the center of the arena to the 2 captains. At the same time, he focused part of his attention on the center of the ring, obviously wanting to see how Wang Dong was being tortured. This is not a difficult task for them who are in a shared state of mental detection. Seeing Wang Dong rushing over, Huo Yuhao narrowed his eyes slightly, and the wings behind him appeared again, taking him to the sky to confront Wang Dong in mid-air. While they were fighting in the ring, a group of middle-aged people and a sloppy old man were sitting in the spectator seats of the fighting spirit area. Din Jian, you are not a simple disciple. You have a soul bone that seems to be around 3,000 years old. In the stands, Yan Shaiji watched Huo Yuhao's movements carefully and said without saying anything. Tisk, it's none of your business. Duo, who was very wary of Yan Shaiji in his heart, didn't mean to give him face, so he just said something. 2 deans, we are here to see student Huo's situation this time. Don't go astray. Yan Shaiji was furious immediately, and the dean of students, Du Weilun, who came with him behind him, quickly smoothed things over. This can't be done without smoothing things over. Now it's their martial soul department, the soul guidance department, which has a lot of money to ask for. If the relationship between them and that little classmate named Huo Yuhao breaks down, let alone the soul, I'm afraid they want him to treat Ma Xiao Tao will also become a luxury. Yan Shaiji naturally knew this and snorted coldly and stopped talking. The sloppy old man in the center drank the wine in the flask and looked at Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong fighting in mid-air. His somewhat drunken eyes narrowed slightly. This little guy is indeed extraordinary. His physical strength, let alone Soul Lord or Soul Sect, is probably not comparable to that of ordinary Soul Kings. Now it seems that the lifespan of the Soul Ring he told you may have been concealed. Xuanzi said, and Yan Shaiji on the side also echoed. Yes, and have you noticed that no matter which battle this little guy is in, his second soul skill is always on after activating his martial soul? If I remember correctly, his second soul skill is mimicry, right? So what is he hiding by keeping the mimicry on? As soon as Yan Shaiji finished speaking, a black gold spear stretched out, and the sharp cold light on it made Yan Shaiji's hair stand on end. Yan Shaiji, don't beat around the bush, tell me clearly in person if you have the guts. Xian Liner said, stretching out the dragon spear in her hand, as if she would start a fight on the spot if they disagreed. Calm down, Dean Immortal. Du Weilun, who was next to Yan Shaiji, said with a cold sweat on his face. The drama in the audience did not affect the intense battle in the ring. Why should intense be put in quotation marks? Because anyone with a clear eye can see that this battle is over. Xiao Xiao and Xie Huanyu had both eliminated Wang Dong's teammates, and were now looking boredly at the figure of Huo Yuhao fighting Wang Dong in mid-air. Xiao Xiao, what do you think Huo Yuhao is doing? He is deliberately humiliating Wang Dong without using any soul skills. Xie Huanyu sat down on the ground and said with some confusion. But in his impression, Huo Yuhao was not such a person. Xiao Xiao shook his head, not understanding what Huo Yuhao was doing. Because the mid-air battle was really like Huo Yuhao's one-sided humiliation of Wang Dong. It was clear that the martial soul was a spiritual eye, but Huo Yuhao had been using his externally attached soul bones to fly in the air to fight Wang Dong. He would hide when Wang Dong used his soul skills, and fight with his wings if he didn't have soul skills. Anyway, after fighting for so long, Wang Dong could hardly maintain the state of being possessed by the martial spirit. Is that all? Huo Yuhao murmured with some disappointment, but his murmur was heard by Wang Dong, and a huge slash flew towards him. This time, Huo Yuhao no longer chose to dodge, but chose to resist with a feather strike. As their wings flapped, the two collided with each other. After a moment, Wang Dong fell to the ground, and the school uniform on his back was cut open with bloodshot eyes. You bully people! Chapter 57. Everyone present was a little embarrassed when Wang Dong said this, mainly because if someone who didn't know the situation heard Wang Dong's voice, they would probably think that Wang Dong was a weak, pitiful, and helpless girl. And Huo Yuhao was a gangster, teasing Wang Dong. Especially Xiao Xiao and Xie Huanyu, who were right next to the ring, twitched their mouths. Because they were right next to them, they could clearly see Wang Dong's appearance. Huo Yuhao was also a little confused. At first, he just wanted to learn how Wang Dong fought. After all, he had an external soul bone of a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, and the soul bone provided by the Ice Emperor was also a special external soul bone, which connected his soul bone. After that, his fighting style would tend to fight in the air to a certain extent. But not long after the battle, he found that Wang Dong's fighting skills were pitifully poor. Even without the help of mental detection, he could fight Wang Dong on equal terms. So he stopped holding back later. But for some reason, in his opinion, it was just an ordinary battle, but Wang Dong acted like this, which made him feel that Wang Dong was a bit effeminate. No, Wang Dong seemed to be a woman. Fortunately, Wang Yan announced the end of the game and broke the awkward atmosphere. The three of them walked down the ring together. As soon as they got off the ring, they saw Mu Jin walking over with a sullen face. When they saw Huo Yuhao and the other two, they just smiled reluctantly. Yuhao, these are two soul bones. One is the one I showed you this morning, and the other is a 1,000-year soul bone from a tusk pig. It can improve the toughness of the body. It depends on your distribution. Mu Jin said, handing over 2 storage bags. Teacher Mu Jin, why do you look unhappy? Huo Yuhao took the storage bag and saw that Mu Jin's smile was a bit reluctant, so he asked in confusion. Normally, they won this battle, and Mu Jin also won a soul bone from Zhou Yi, which was considered a relief, so they should be happy. But why is he even a little frustrated now? Time goes back to 10 minutes ago. When she saw that the balance of the battle was leaning towards Huo Yuhao's team, Mu Jin found Zhou Yi, who was also watching the battle, in the spectator seat. At the beginning, everything was going in a good direction. Because Huo Yuhao performed well, she was very angry in front of Zhou Yi. But Fan Yu's arrival made Mu Jin's face change. Especially since the soul bone that was lost to her was given by Fan Yu, coupled with Zhou Yi's expression of giving alms as a winner, she was naturally very angry. But she certainly couldn't say that to her students. Otherwise, if her students knew that she was in love with Fan Yu, and then Zhou Yi despised her, wouldn't she lose face? It's okay, I just had bad luck when I went out and met a crazy woman. After saying this, Mu Jin left the ring area, leaving only one sentence. You must do your best in the next game. If you win the first place among freshmen, not only will the school give you rewards, but I will also give you special rewards. After hearing what Mu Jin said, Xiao Xiao and Xie Huanyu forgot what had just happened and excitedly discussed what Mu Jin meant by the last reward. And the 2 soul bones. In the afternoon, Huo Yuhao walked on the road of Shrek Academy. All 4 games of the day had been played. As expected, no freshman team posed a threat to them. The 4 games were completed easily. The only thing worth mentioning was that the team of Ning Tian, Wu Feng, and Nenman Yuner did not beat Dai Huabin. Although Ning Tian broke through to level 32 a few days ago, the 3 of them still lost to the martial soul fusion skills of Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu. If it weren't for the presence of the Invigilator in the arena, he might have been seriously injured. Walked out of the Shrek Gate. Compared to when he came in the morning, there was an extra blue soul bone in his soul guide. When discussing the distribution, Xiao Xiao took the initiative to give up the right to fight for the soul bone on the grounds that the soul bone was not suitable for her. In order not to treat Xiao Xiao unfairly, Huo Yuhao and Xie Huanyu both said that they would give priority to Xiao Xiao in future rewards. Then Huo Yuhao got the left arm bone of the secret soul, and Xie Huanyu got the right leg bone of the tusk pig. Coincidentally, both sides got the soul bones that suited them. Huo Yuhao walked on the street and walked all the way to the small courtyard he rented, and happened to see Wang Dong, who also opened the courtyard door. When he saw Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong's face darkened for a moment, and then he opened the courtyard door and walked in, which made Huo Yuhao puzzled. However, he didn't care, but entered the courtyard. Now he had more important things to do. That is to go to the pirate world to fuse this piece of the secret soul bone and see how much it would cost to upgrade it with the power of luck. In the blink of an eye, Huo Yuhao came from the Douluo world to the pirate world. The scene in front of him changed, from the courtyard to the cabin. It was only 6 o'clock in the morning outside the window. If it were normal, Huo Yuhao would have gone out to eat breakfast and then prepare to start a new day of exercise. But now, he planned to sleep in a little and fuse the left arm bone of the soul of the secret method first. After saying hello to Nami, who was sleeping next to him, Huo Yuhao took out the left arm bone. The cabin was illuminated by the blue light, and the mysterious energy flowing on it showed that this bone was not simple. As the soul power was infused, the soul bone turned into a special energy and merged with Huo Yuhao, and a huge ice blue skeleton emerged behind Huo Yuhao. The skeleton did not look like the skeleton of a single creature, but rather a fusion of multiple skeletons. First, there was the 700,000-year-old trunk bone provided by the Snow Queen. The trunk bone was completely like a human's, with ribs, spine, and other parts. Except for being a little small, it was no different from Huo Yuhao's own bones. Then behind the trunk bone, it was like a bone scorpion lying behind the trunk bone. The skeleton, double claws, tailbone, and especially the tail hook made of sapphire at the end of the tailbone were particularly shining. However, this tail hook did not have any toxins, it was more of a place to store soul power. Because its provider, the Ice Queen herself, was non-toxic. Behind the scorpion, a pair of dark purple wings fluttered. Even though Huo Yuhao had cultivated to more than 30 levels, this pair of wings had only been upgraded to the 5,000 year level, and they looked a little weak, pitiful, and helpless in front of the 2 big guys. After all, neither the torso bones of the Snow Emperor nor the external bone armor of the Ice Emperor can be touched by it. Now that a new little brother who is weaker than it has finally arrived, if Phoenix Tail Wings has consciousness, it will probably be very happy. Chapter 58. With the infusion of Huo Yuhao's luck power, the left arm bone of the soul of the arcane, which was originally only 1,000 years old, was madly improved under the infusion of luck power. 100 points of luck power, 2,000 years. 200 points of luck power, 4,000 years. 400 points of luck power, 8,000 years. The upgrade to the left arm bone of the soul of the arcane, which was upgraded to 8,000 years, has increased by 40%. This terrifying increase made Huo Yuhao's heart burn, and looking at the remaining luck power, it was just enough to upgrade it to 16,000 years. But this would consume all the luck power that Huo Yuhao could currently use, which made him hesitate. However, considering that he was now with Garp in the pirate world and had shown his face in the Shrek high level in the Douluo world, it was safe, and there was no need to keep some luck power to prevent emergencies. With the gritted teeth, the last 800 points of luck power were consumed. 800 points of luck power, 16,000 years. With the consumption of 1,500 points of luck power, the level of the left arm bone of the secret soul was directly upgraded from 1,000 years to 16,000 years. The increase in this breath made the phoenix tail wing even less noticeable. If it had reason, it would probably have started to shut itself off. Why? It was obviously me who came first, whether it became a soul bone or was absorbed, I was the first, but why is this happening? Back to the point, the soul power of the 16,000-year-old left arm bone has also increased from 5% to 56%. The previous increase was obvious, almost doubling at one level, but the progress of the increase was very slow at the level of 10,000 years. The increase of 6,000 years has only increased from 50% to 56%. But overall it's okay, Huo Yuhao can't say he is disappointed, but he is not too excited either, it can only be said to be average. After all, this time he consumed 1,500 points of luck power. With a natural recovery of 15 points per day, it would take 100 days to replenish it. It is a bit exaggerated to say that Huo Yuhao's strength has doubled this time, but he has also increased his strength by about half. The most important thing is that he has verified the idea proposed by Bingdi and Alex this time. That is the concept of Soul Bone Magic Suit. All soul bones are fused into Soul Bone Magic Suit, and all soul bone abilities are fused together. This is why all soul bones behind Huo Yuhao appeared when he absorbed soul bones. It is because the left arm bone of the secret soul is establishing a connection with other soul bones. At this time, Huo Yuhao felt that the warship shook as a whole, and he could vaguely hear the sound of many people walking on the deck in the cabin. Damn, I can't be so unlucky, right? It's just when I used up all the luck power and it happened. Huo Yuhao complained in his heart. The shaking warship, combined with his action of using up all the flowing luck power just now, easily made him think of something bad. Such as the fluctuation of the power of luck and the situation of encountering bad luck. When I walked out of the cabin, I just saw Bogart and a team of marines looking forward in full battle array. In front, a pirate ship with a cat skull pirate flag was sailing towards the distance. The Black Cat Pirates, the captain is Beiji Crow, the bounty is 16 million Baileys, and the remaining cotters have a bounty of about 10 million. Bogart stood on the warship, looking at the pirate ship in front with a gloomy face, and the justice cloak behind him fluttered in the wind. He didn't think that the other party was strong and had a black face, on the contrary, it was because the Black Cat Pirates were too weak. Such a pirate group with only 16 million Baileys dared to attack their warships? If it was normal, it would be fine. You know, there are 4 geniuses on the warship now. It would be bad if they misunderstood that the navy was not as good as the pirates. Thinking of this, Bogart was ready to take action himself, and a momentum naturally broke out. Ha 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 ha, are there any pirates who dare to attack me now? Bogart, pull the boat over, let these little bastards get rid of these pirates, let them see the power of the navy. The voice behind him made Bogart stop his action, and he looked in the direction of the voice behind him with a somewhat surprised expression. The atmosphere in the Black Cat Pirates on the other side was heavy and a little scary at the moment. Chloe looked gloomily at the gunner who had just fired a cannonball because of his hand. Yes, I'm sorry, Captain, the cannon just got out of control. The gunner who made the mistake was terrified. He was an old man in the Black Cat Pirates, and he knew the methods of his captain very well. Thinking of Chloe's methods in the past, he was naturally very scared at this moment. Facing the gunner's confession without thinking, Chloe put on a cruel smile on his face, and gently pushed his palm up. The glasses that were pushed up showed a cold light under the sunlight. The next second, Bai Ji's figure flashed, and the gunner in front of him had his head separated from his body. It's okay, just be careful in your next life. Bai Ji said, and his figure appeared at the bow, ready to command the ship to escape. The sharp claws on his hands flashed with cold light without any blood stains, which made the surrounding crew members silent. CLO commanded the ship to the opposite direction, and was already thinking about how to get out. The gunner in front of him had provoked a warship. Although the warship looked a little strange, a warship was a warship. Even the weakest warship was led by a branch officer. The most important thing was that he felt the breath of a strong man on that warship. Although it was only for a moment, CLO was still not ready to take risks. Just as CLO was thinking about how to get out reasonably, a huge cannonball hit the sea in front. Its terrifying explosive power stirred up a wave and forced the pirate ship to stop. Little guys, this time it's up to you. Let me see your strength. CLO turned his head and saw that the warship appeared behind him at some point. On the bow, a group of marines guarded 2 old men and 4 children. Stinky old man, I'm not a marine under your command. I'm the future pirate king. 2 of the children shouted CLO's incomprehensible words, and a white-haired old man seemed to be angry and punched the heads of the 2 little ghosts beside him. You bastard kid, what's so good about being a pirate? Just go be a marine. Kuro looked at the unkempt men. Although they looked bad, they still made Kuro's heart warm. Just as he was about to run away, snowflakes floated in the sky. A cold feeling came over him. Leave this guy to me. Douluo Lindong traveled through Huo Yuhao, and the God King's defense was broken. Introduction: When Wuziu Lindong traveled through Huo Yuhao, how should the God King respond? Chapter 59. As one of the 4 seas with a stable climate in the pirate world, the environment of the East China Sea should follow the laws of the natural 4 seasons, but in this sea area, there is heavy snowfall on sunny days. What's even more strange is that the heavy snow in the sky is only concentrated in the sea area between the warship and the Black Cat pirates. If you look down from a distance, you can find that this sea area is covered by a shield composed of ice and snow. Inside is a world of ice and snow, and outside is a normal world. This is the effect of Huo Yuhao using his domain soul skill, Dehantian, with full firepower now. Of course, this is the effect of superimposing the soul bone divine equipment and other soul-enhancing skills. Among them, the bonus of the secret soul bone also played an important role. Flying over the pirate ship, Huo Yuhao's soul bones were fully opened. The semi-finished soul bone armor and ice crystal armor covered his body. His heroic image seemed incompatible with the terrifying pirate ship at his feet. Kroll looked at the strange man with wings flying in the sky, the expression in his eyes changing. With his knowledge, he naturally knew the existence of devil fruit. The strength of this weirdo who could cause such an effect must not be underestimated, and he would probably not be able to match it. He wanted to run, but at this moment he couldn't think of a way to escape safely. After all, he is a desperado at sea. After feeling that there was no hope of escape, Crow made a decisive decision. Instead of retreating, he rushed straight towards Huo Yuhao, intending to test Huo Yuhao's fighting power first. If it didn't work, he would have no choice but to escape into the sea, so as to have a chance of survival. Facing Crow who rushed up, 2 blood-red soul rings appeared under Huo Yuhao. Among them, the first blood-red soul ring lit up, and a huge ice crystal sword condensed in the air, with a large amount of ice-cold breath condensing it into shape. Emperor Sword Bingji Wushuan. The first soul skill bestowed by the Snow Emperor was used, but the difference from last time was that the ice crystal sword was held in Huo Yuhao's hand. Holding the Emperor sword in hand, Huo Yuhao flapped his wings behind him and rushed towards Crow at an extremely fast speed. Crow accurately discovered Huo Yuhao's flaw, and tried to dodge away. However, at the moment when he was dodging, Huo Yuhao raised his sword with his backhand and chopped off his right arm. A large amount of blood was sprayed out, but it was frozen by the power of ice. After his arm was frozen, although Crow was in great pain and his combat effectiveness was reduced, he was still able to fight. Huo Yuhao stood in the air and looked at Crow. Originally, Crow's arm would not be immediately frozen after being chopped off. This was the effect of his increased soul power output. Otherwise, Crow wouldn't have to fight all of a sudden, which would be so boring. You know, now that his strength has improved so much, he hasn't had a real battle for a long time. Now he urgently needs a real battle to test his true strength. For example, the usual sparring sessions with Garp or the freshman assessment in Shrek Academy cannot be regarded as real battles. Because the gap between Garp and Garp is too big, it has no effect in the battle. The freshman assessment was because the opponent was too weak. He didn't even use 1/10 of his strength, so how could it be considered an actual battle? This time he finally met Crow, a little guinea pig, and he naturally wouldn't let him go. Rushing towards Crow again, the warship officially collided with the pirate ship. After setting up the board, the Marines boarded the ship, and Luffy and Ace quickly found their opponents. Ace found a pirate ship officer with a bounty of 5 million belly, who was comparable in strength to him. Luffy was speechless and went straight to the vice-captain. The man with hypnotic abilities was currently being beaten one-sidedly. Fortunately, he has now eaten the rubber fruit and become a rubber man. Zhang Jiao does not have strong attack methods, so the two of them are about the same for a while. Bogart looked at Huo Yuhao in the battlefield with unstoppable wonder in his eyes. Just because it had only been a little over a month, Huo Yuhao's strength had doubled several times, from the strength that he had struggled to defeat Aaron to the one who was now able to casually kill pirates with a 16 million bounty. The degree of increase is based on a 1-month cycle, which is almost impossible. In his opinion, although Huo Yuhao's so-called Superman Devil Fruit and Martial Soul Fruit were also involved, Huo Yuhao's own talent and hard work definitely accounted for the greater part. Bogart turned his head and looked at Garp beside him. I found that although he said he didn't care about Ace and Luffy at first, when they actually started fighting, he was still looking at the battlefield intently. That way, it's like going to the rescue whenever something goes wrong. Next to him, Nami looked excitedly at the battle between Huo Yuhao and Crow. Of course, she was not excited about the battle itself, but about the spoils that would come after winning the battle. A pirate group with a bounty worth tens of millions should have a lot of treasure, right? Huo Yuhao should be able to get a lot of treasure if he works so hard, right? Huo Yuhao's is also mine, hee. Little Nami thought to herself, her eyes turned into Pele eyes, completely unaware that the loot would be confiscated later. On the other side, after another sword cut off Crow's other arm, Huo Yuhao felt a little disappointed. Originally, he wanted to see how far his normal strength could go, but to his disappointment, Crow's strength was not enough for him to exert his full strength. He probably used all his strength to crush Crow. You are really weak. You can't even make me happy, but I'm not in the mood to play with you anymore. As Huo Yuhao spoke, the sword in his hand suddenly expanded, and a circle of ice blue magic circle appeared. A huge ice crystal sword was generated in the magic circle, crossed the sky, and hit the ship. There was a sound comparable to the explosion of a cannonball, and the bounty was 16 million belly. Beiji Crow, who was bravely retreating from the future and wanted to retire as a butler, died at the hands of a foreign traveler before the plot even started. In hand. With Crow's death, the remaining pirates no longer had the will to resist, and were either killed or captured by the sailors. Hey, you're a blue-haired guy, you're not bad at all. Are you interested in going to sea with me in the future? After the battle, while the Marines were handling the battlefield, Luffy came over. Compared to the beginning, Luffy's nose and face were bruised and swollen now. It was obvious that he was beaten by Django in the battle just now. Seeing Huo Yuhao ignore him, Luffy followed and shouted, "You damn guy, I am the future Pirate King, how dare you ignore me?" Before Huo Yuhao could say anything, Garp's iron fist came at him. "You bastard, it seems you haven't had enough of this iron fist of love." Chapter 60. Because many pirates were captured this time, Garp's warship found a nearby island with a naval branch base to dock. One is to replenish supplies, and the other is to send these pirates to prison. Most of these pirate prisoners will be executed, and only 2 devil fruit users will be sent to the headquarters and imprisoned in Impel Down City. This is to prevent these devil fruits from being obtained by other pirates after they are reborn, and to imprison them. "Nami, I won't be practicing today. I'll give you a day off. I'm going to rest first." Leaving the bonfire, Huo Yuhao said to Nami, who was still feasting. Since the battle ended, Nami has been in a bad mood since she knew that the captured Bailey would be confiscated. "When I ate this time, I ate very hard, as if I was trying to recoup my lost share of gains. It felt like I had been holding back for 3 days to eat a buffet." Seeing Huo Yuhao leaving, Nami just waved her hand, still immersed in the grief of losing her treasure. "I didn't even notice the good thing that I didn't have to practice with Huo Yuhao today." Returning to his temporary cabin, Huo Yuhao locked the door and waited for a while to make sure no one was around before returning to Shrek Academy. While walking on the road, Huo Yuhao couldn't help but yawn. Normally, he would meditate with Nami in the pirate world to replace the rest time, but today because he was a little late, he did not meditate. And he has been busy all day today, first absorbing soul bones, then fighting Crow, and then still exercising. He just went to the base to purchase and went shopping with Nami, so he was really tired. Tired to the point of feeling sleepy. "Huo Yuhao, why did you come here? We have been waiting for you for a long time." As soon as I walked to the soul fighting area, I saw Xiao Xiao and Xia Huanya waiting here early. "What's wrong? I shouldn't be late, right?" Huo Yuhao asked a little strangely. "Did you forget yesterday that you would get up early today to discuss how to deal with the sick cat's martial soul fusion technique?" Xiao Xiao said something, and seeing that Huo Yuhao was still looking leisurely, he quickly took his hand and walked to the soul fighting area. The finals are about to start, why are you still so slow? Hurry up and get on the court. Huo Yuhao yawned and was dragged away by Xiao Xiao, while Xie Huanyu hung behind alone. After all, he was a little too big. If they walked side by side, it would be difficult for Huo Yuhao and Xiao Xiao to walk side by side, and a rear-end collision would easily occur. As soon as he entered the soul fighting area, Huo Yuhao saw Ning Tian and the others, with Mu Jin also nearby. Obviously they all came to cheer for Huo Yuhao in the three-man final. Huo Yuhao, give me a good beating to kill that sick cat later. As soon as she saw Huo Yuhao, Nanman Yunar said angrily. They were all speechless yesterday. Originally, they thought it was safe when Ning Tian was promoted to level 32, and they planned to turn the finals of the freshman assessment into a civil war among Class 9 with Huo Yuhao. As a result, he was severely slapped in the face by the Netherworld White Tiger, and now he is naturally very angry. The most important thing is that Dai Huabin is very arrogant and keeps provoking them. At this moment, the invigilator in the arena suddenly waved to them, signaling both parties to enter. Seeing this, Huo Yuhao stopped talking to a few people and just nodded, indicating that Dai Huabin would be taught a lesson in the next battle, and then the three of them walked into the ring. Why do I feel that Huo Yuhao didn't sleep well yesterday? Will it affect the future battle? Mu Jin looked at Huo Yuhao's leaving figure and frowned. The three of them only reacted after hearing Mu Jin's words. Huo Yuhao's state did seem to be a bit wrong. There are certain changes in the rules for the finals you are going to play next. You can move around the venue at will. People with flying martial arts can fly to a maximum height of 10 meters. You don't have to hold back in this battle. I will come to the rescue in any situation. Anyone rescued by me from the competition venue will be judged to have withdrawn from the competition, do you understand? The invigilator looked at the 6 people walking over and said seriously. After the 6 people nodded, the battle was about to begin. Dai Huabin looked at the leader, Huo Yuhao. Although Huo Yuhao's appearance had changed a lot, his name had not changed. He still recognized Huo Yuhao as the guy who beat him up when he first entered school. Now it is enemies who are extremely jealous when they meet. If the invigilator hadn't been there, he would have pounced directly on me. Facing Dai Huabin's hostility, Huo Yuhao didn't care. In fact, if it weren't for Shrek, Dai Huabin wouldn't have survived for 3 seconds in front of him. If there is a chance, he doesn't mind getting rid of Dai Huabin, which can be regarded as revenge for himself, the original body and his mother. Of course, there is also someone in the White Tiger Duke's mansion in the God Realm, who owes him something, and no one can run away. When he was reading the original work in front of him, he was speechless about Huo Yuhao letting go of the White Tiger Duke's mansion and Dai Huabin. Now that he had a chance to make amends, he would not let it go. And today is the time to collect interest. Both parties share the same name. Following the words of the invigilator, both parties reported their names. Huo Yuhao, Martial Soul Spirit I, 33rd Level Soul Master. Huo Yuhao reported his martial soul and level in detail, and watched Dai Huabin's reaction. If he remembered correctly, the people in the White Tiger Duke's mansion should know that the martial soul awakened by the original body was the I martial soul, right? Hearing Huo Yuhao's words, Xiao Xiao and Xie Huanyu were stunned for a moment, not understanding why Huo Yuhao reported all their information. But out of trust in Huo Yuhao, they still followed Huo Yuhao's pace. Xie Huanyu, Martial Soul Pippi Elephant, 31st Level Soul Master. Xiao Xiao, Martial Soul Sansheng Zhenhunding, 23rd Level Great Soul Master. Dai Huabin did not have any special reaction when he heard Huo Yuhao's Martial Soul Spirit Eyes, only felt angry that he was provoked. Dai Huabin, Martial Soul Evil Eye White Tiger, 31st Level Soul Master. Zhu Lu, Martial Soul Netherworld Spirit Cat, 23rd Level Great Soul Master. Kui Yacha, Martial Soul Nine-Tailed Fox, 22nd Level Great Soul Master. After the two sides finished their names, the invigilator left the stage and the battle officially began. Huo Yuhao took the lead in activating his first soul skill, using spirit detection and spirit detection sharing at the same time. The phoenix tail wings behind him spread out and took him into the sky. Then he launched the feather strike and used the spirit blade, shooting thousands of blades into the ring. All this happened in a flash, and Dai Huabin and the others couldn't react. Sorry, I'm a bit rushed today, so I can't play with you. Chapter 62. His big and smart eyes are moving, and this cute appearance will capture the girly hearts of many people if someone sees it. Well, boys also have girly hearts. This little fox is the soul Xiaobai summoned by Huo Yuhao. As soon as Xiaobai came out, he knew that Huo Yuhao had called it out because of a fight. Without communicating, he used his soul skills to cover his wings with spiritual power, adding power to the attack. Thousands of crimson wings covered with spiritual power turned into sharp blades and shot towards the other side of the arena. The sound was not like what a soul master could use, but rather like a soul king or even a soul emperor. White Tiger Protective Barrier, White Tiger Fierce Light Wave, White Tiger Vajra Transformation. Dai Huabin quickly completed the possession of the martial soul and used 3 soul skills at the same time. One of them was a defensive soul skill and the other was an amplification soul skill. Combined with the effect of the White Tiger's Fierce Light Wave, it was very effective in the face of flying feathers all over the sky. Micro. Even though he and Huo Yuhao were both in the Soul Master realm, they looked as weak as Soul Masters under the attack of ruby-like flying feathers all over the sky. There were blood streaks constantly appearing on his body, and even the barrier on his body was about to break as soon as it was opened. This kind of power frightened everyone who saw it on the edge of the ring. Shocked by Huo Yuhao's attack. Because most of them could only see Huo Yuhao flying in the sky launching an attack, and could not see Xiaobai on Huo Yuhao's shoulders. Except for a few people with high cultivation level. For example, Qian Duoduo, Yan Shaiji, and Suanzi came to watch the game early. In fact, they have been paying attention to Huo Yuhao in the battles of the past few days, so they will naturally not miss Huo Yuhao in today's final. Is this the soul I saw in the crystal ball image last time? As Yan Shaiji spoke, a hint of wonder flashed in his eyes, and there was also regret in it. Without thinking too much about this special existence, they knew how much it would increase their strength if they obtained it. It was something that, like the soul guide, could change the pattern of the continent. However, they are all titled Douluo now and have no soul rings to attach to them, so this great opportunity can only be said to be missed by them. Don't you have eyes yourself? Why do you always talk such nonsense? Qian Duoduo said proudly. His apprentice's success allowed him to finally rise up against Yan Shaiji, so he naturally wanted to seize this opportunity. Yan Shaiji had no intention of quarreling with Qian Duoduo. Now he was thinking about how to persuade Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiaotao to practice. Even the proportion of this matter in his heart is not much different than that of the soul. Because Ma Xiaotao is not just a disciple in his heart. After so many years of getting along, he adopted Ma Xiaotao since she was a child. It is not an exaggeration to say that Ma Xiaotao is his daughter, so now that his daughter is sick and there is someone who can help him, how can he calm down? Seeing that Yan Shaiji had no intention of talking to him, Qian Duoduo found it boring and stopped provoking any more, and continued to watch the game. In the arena. See the scene where Huo Yuhao suppresses the entire field by himself. Although Dai Huabin's teammates were horrified that Huo Yuhao was also the soul master, they overwhelmed Dai Huabin's strength. But it also responded quickly. Zhu Lu's figure flashed, and an illusory clone appeared. Together with her body, she used the Netherworld Ghost Claw, taking a lot of pressure off Dai Huabin. Kui Yaja was not good at defense, so she focused on Huo Yuhao's teammates. After completing the possession of the martial spirit, Nine Tails swayed behind him, and his whole body exuded pink light. The shadow under his feet flashed and rushed towards Xiao Xiao at an incredible speed. But at this time, a pair of huge black hands grabbed the edge of the ring. In an instant, the black hands let go, and a ball larger than her body rushed towards her. It was Xie Huanyu who activated the soul skill. Kui Yaja hurriedly dodged, but was still knocked to the side and knocked away. According to the rules, leaving the ring means failure. Kui Yaja has now been eliminated by Xie Huanyu. At the beginning of the battle, he was single-handedly suppressed by the opponent, and one of his teammates was missing. Dai Huabin saw that the situation was becoming more and more unfavorable, and with a fierce look on his face, he hugged Zhu Lu and tried to reach the edge of the ring, planning to use his last trump card. Zhu Lu, it's too late, prepare martial soul fusion skills. When the two sides were about to hug each other, 3 large cauldrons came and forcibly separated the two. At this time, Huo Yuhao, who was flying in the sky, swooped down. A crimson feather blade was condensed in his hand at some point, and a bit of icy power appeared on it. Xie Huanyu also found a good angle and rushed towards Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu. Huo Yuhao and Xie Huanyu's attack this time, let alone Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu who were already seriously injured, it was difficult for them to resist even in their heyday. Seeing that the attack was about to reach, Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu lost the ability to stand up and resist, and a figure suddenly appeared in the center of the ring. Huo Yuhao felt a gentle energy wrap around him, and the swooping kinetic energy dissipated. In front, a middle-aged man wearing blue clothes and a white beard stood. The soul power emanating from his hands indicated that he had stopped the attack. My child, you have done a great job. With only a third-ring soul master, you have the strength to rival or even surpass the Soul King. You are worthy of being the owner of the Ice and Snow Girl's martial soul. Yan Shaiji spoke gently, and his attitude became even more kind, especially when he felt the coldness in Huo Yuhao's attack. With this look, one would never imagine that his elder was a member of the Holy Spirit cult, and his ex-girlfriend was the deputy leader of the Holy Spirit cult. And he is the Holy Son of the Holy Spirit. After praising them, Yan Shaiji raised his right hand high, pointed at Huo Yuhao and the others, and announced the result of this competition. I will announce that the final winner of the freshman assessment knockout competition is. After a pause, Yan Shaiji's voice became a little thicker. Huo Yuhao, Xia Huanyu, Xiao Xiao's team. But after Yan Shaiji announced the result of the game, Dai Huabin's voice sounded. Why, I don't accept it. Dai Huabin stood on the ring with strong support, his eyes full of unwillingness. How could he accept being defeated at the hands of Huo Yuhao twice in a row, especially this time with such a complete defeat? Before the examination started, the invigilator said that this was an actual combat with full strength. Then I still have a level 5 defensive soul tool that I have not used. It can definitely withstand the attack, allowing us to release the martial soul fusion skills. Dai Huabin said, putting up a pure white shield on his body. The way the brilliance flows on it proves that what Dai Huabin said is true. Yan Shaiji frowned, instinctively wanting to get angry, but thinking that he was now in the ring with Huo Yuhao and others behind him, he suppressed his anger. When he was about to say something, a figure flashed past behind him. As a titled Douluo, Yan Shaiji naturally sensed that this was an attack launched by Huo Yuhao. He hesitated but still did not stop Huo Yuhao's attack. A figure flashed past, and Dai Huabin, who was just barely holding on to the edge of the ring, was knocked away by the burst of air waves after the 5th level soul guide was broken. He looked so embarrassed when he fell outside the ring. On the same spot, the phoenix tail wings spread out behind Huo Yuhao, and the sword blade condensed from the crimson wings in his hand emitted a dazzling light in the sun. Under him, the 3 soul rings of yellow and purple were shining, making him the most eye-catching person in the entire arena. What happened to the 5th level soul guide? Can you block my sword? You should be lucky that you met me during a competition. If this were a real battle, you wouldn't even be qualified to see me. Huo Yuhao said, revealing the defensive soul tool he had been wearing on his chest. Soul guide? Who doesn't have one? Have you ever seen a level 7 autonomous defense soul guide? If you really use the soul guide, I will stand in the ring and beat you. If you can beat me, I will lose. On the chest, a blue crystal reflects a special luster. This was the soul guidance device that Douluo gave him for self-defense when he went to the far north. Although he never used it, he still wore it with him. Anyway, it's not big or heavy, so it doesn't take much trouble to carry it with you. It can also be used as a safeguard in case of danger. Falling on the edge of the ring, Dai Huabin's face turned blue and white as he listened to Huo Yuhao's taunts on the stage. Coupled with the size of the surrounding audience, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and then he fainted and was carried away in embarrassment by Zhu Lu. This scene seems a bit familiar. Huo Yuhao thought and took back the next sentence he had not yet spoken, lest Dai Huabin would be too stimulated and die early. Then the interest will take away all his future fun, and he won't be happy. And he is already unconscious now. Whether he is really in a coma or a fake coma, there is no point in talking about it anymore. Anyway, he will be a dead person afterwards. Seeing that the incident was over, Yan Shaiji didn't say anything more. He just talked about the final winner, then said a few polite words to Huo Yuhao and said nothing more. Leave the rest of the time to Huo Yuhao to celebrate. But for some reason, he didn't see excitement in Huo Yuhao's eyes. But shouldn't this age be the age to indulge in glory? This can be seen from the reactions of Xiao Xiao and Xia Huanyu. This made him confused, but he didn't think much about it. In fact, he didn't feel wrong. In Huo Yuhao's view, this battle was like a child playing house, let alone the battle with Aaron where he had to rely on the Snow Emperor to win. It's not as good as playing Chloro yesterday. Yuhao, we won, we are the champions. Xiao Xiao cheered. Xia Huanyu looked better than her, but not much better. Okay, let's play this small competition, and the opponent is still a sick cat. What's the point of being happy? It will only be worthwhile to be happy when you defeat the elite soul masters in the continent and win the soul master competition. Huo Yuhao's words extinguished Xiao Xiao's enthusiasm. Only then did she realize that this battle seemed to be won relatively easily. She hasn't felt any pressure since the beginning of the assessment, and she hasn't even used her second martial spirit. You must know that Xie Huanya fought after all. In the last battle, she seized the opportunity to eliminate Kui Yaja, but she had no key role other than disturbing the enemy. It can be said that the whole process is either making soy sauce or on the way to make soy sauce. Wow, Xiao Yuhao, do you know you can easily get beaten if you talk like this? While several people were talking, Tang Ye came over at some point, followed by Bai Bei who was always with her. But what people didn't expect was that there was another person following the two of them. This person is also an acquaintance of Huo Yuhao, and it is Wang Dong, his roommate in the original novel. The two met once yesterday, but at that time, Wang Dong's attitude was not friendly, and now Huo Yuhao was confused about his purpose. Sister Xiaoa? Why are you here? Huo Yuhao looked at Tang Ye and Bei Bei who came over and asked, and looked at Wang Dong beside them with some surprise. Before the three of them spoke, Ning Tian and the other two who had been watching Huo Yuhao and the other two, as well as the class teacher Mu Jin, came over. They all had smiles on their faces, especially Mu Jin. Huo Yuhao won the championship of the freshman assessment this time, which can be said to be a great fight for her. Now she walks with a light heart. A group of people surrounded the aisle of the ring. Seeing that the flow of people was a bit blocked, Mu Jin made a suggestion. Everyone, don't stay here. It's time for dinner. I'll treat everyone to dinner. This suggestion received unanimous praise as expected. It's just that Wang Dong seems a little out of place in this atmosphere. As for the others, they were either from the freshman class 9, such as Ning Tian, Wu Feng, Xiao Xiao and the others, or people who had a good relationship with Huo Yuhao, such as Tang Ye and Bei Bei. She was the only one who was not familiar with Huo Yuhao, and she was from another class. Coincidentally, her class teacher, Zhou Yi, had a feud with Mu Jin, and they basically quarreled whenever they met, which made her even more uncomfortable. She was about to leave, but Tang Ye pulled her hard. Wang Dong, who couldn't refuse, also left half-heartedly. Because she was quite curious about how Huo Yuhao became so strong. According to Tang Ye, when he first met Huo Yuhao, he was still hunting for the first soul ring, and the first soul ring was only a 10-year soul ring. As a result, in just 3 months, he jumped from level 10 to level 33. This speed of improvement was simply terrifying. Sitting in a very ordinary restaurant in Shrek City, a group of 10 people just filled a large table in a room on the second floor. As soon as she came in, Mu Jin ordered the food in a familiar manner. Judging from her attitude and the attitude of the restaurant staff, it was obviously not her first time here. Seeing Huo Yuhao and the others looking over curiously, Mu Jin also explained. This is a shop opened by a friend of mine. Although the location is not as good as those luxurious restaurants, the food is not bad. Her family also opened a farm for raising low-level soul beasts, so the price is a little cheaper than the market price. Ajin, how come you have time to bring your students to my place for dinner today? Chapter 63. The Sea God Pavilion meeting, which used to be held annually, was held twice in just half a month. And it was all because of the same person, which is almost unimaginable for others. But for Huo Yuhao, who is 11 years old, a level 33 soul master, a twin martial soul owner, an extreme ice martial soul owner, a soul creator, and a person who has become a level 2 soul mentor from a beginner in 3 months, it doesn't seem so difficult to accept. Any of these titles is worthy of the name of genius for ordinary people. Now that they are concentrated on the same person, the achievement is almost obvious. If you say that you can become a god like the 7 monsters 10,000 years ago, Moon does not have 100% confidence, but there is no problem in succeeding him as the next guardian of Shrek Academy. Especially since Huo Yuhao is still an orphan, this makes him even more excited. This kind of God-given good seedling is simply rare in 10,000 years. At this moment, in Moon's heart, Huo Yuhao's ranking was even higher than that of Zhang Lexuan, the senior sister of the inner courtyard who had been his successor. Huo Yuhao came into contact with the soul guidance system 3 months ago, and he became a second-level soul guide in just 3 months. You want him to give up the soul guidance system? Beside the conference table, Xian Liner clapped her hands on the conference table, making a clapping sound, and her tone was quite intense. If this situation had not been a meeting of the Sea God Pavilion, I'm afraid that Xian Liner's words would have had a 404 effect of self-silencing. On the other side, Yan Shaija looked at Xian Liner with some apology. Although he knew that he was not right in this matter, he still wanted to fight for it out of his expectations for Huo Yuhao's future and Ma Xiao Tao's future. Huo Yuhao has twin martial souls, and the second martial soul is the ultimate ice. Do you think your soul guide department has the ability to fully train him? Let alone various soul bones and other top resources, what can the soul guide department have for basic mimicry practice? There are also top ice resources. Xiao Tao has a cold jade bed, which is very suitable for Huo Yuhao to practice. Should I say it or not, your opponent knows you better. As the old rival of the Soul Guide Department, the Dean of the Martial Soul Department and Xian Liner's ex-boyfriend, Yan Shaijin knows better where the knife hurts more. Every point in these words is where the Martial Soul Department crushes the Soul Guide Department. It is also a point that Xian Liner cannot refute. And as expected, being confronted like this, Xian Liner also entered the red temperature state, and spoke without thinking. Haha, what nonsense are you talking about? The mimic training ground was built by the academy. When did it become exclusive to your martial soul system? Also, when Yuhao needs to hunt for a 100,000 year soul ring, I will personally take him to other areas to hunt souls. As for soul bones, I have a 90,000 year old right leg bone on me. When Yuhao is given a title, I will chop it off for him. Do you believe it? The more Xian Liner talked, the more excited she became. Later, she even said that she would chop off her leg for soul bones. When the situation was about to escalate and the Sea God Pavilion meeting room was about to turn into a vegetable market, Moon En spoke. Shaiji, Liner, calm down first and listen to me. Moon En, who was lying at the main seat of the conference table, spoke. His voice has a soothing power that makes people who hear it feel relieved. Yuhao is Duo's disciple. He is very good at soul guidance. It's right that Liner wants Huo Yuhao to practice soul guidance. The first sentence Moon En said made Xian Liner and Qian Duo happy. Yan Shaiji was anxious and wanted to speak, but was stopped by Moon's eyes. Huo Yuhao's martial soul talent is equally outstanding, or even better, and can help Xiao Tao alleviate the shortcomings of the martial soul and even evolve. Shaiji, for Huo Yuhao's future, has no problem letting him major in the martial soul system. Then, why don't we ask this child what he thinks? Young people nowadays are very ambitious. As Moon said this, no one on the scene refuted. Even if he was doing Tai Chi style non-stick pans, no one could refute. As the top leader of Shrek Academy, the 99-level extreme Douluo, Dragon God Douluo Moon, his words are the will of Shrek Academy. In the pirate world, Huo Yuhao stretched. After dinner, he returned to the small courtyard early, and then went to the pirate world to meditate and rest. He meditated until the sun was high in the sky, and then he regained his spirit. However, corresponding to the hard work, his gains were not small. Because of these battles, he also gained a lot of soul power, and he has also walked more than half of the way to level 33. He can reach level 34 with another half a month of training time. After pushing open the door, he saw Nami outside the door who was about to knock on the door. What's wrong, sneaky? Huo Yuhao stretched out his hand and rubbed Nami's head, ruffling Nami's orange hair. At this point, Nami was actually not too resistant to Huo Yuhao's head patting, but for some reason, Nami unexpectedly interrupted his head patting this time. Tisk, you probably went to that world to play again, right? You selfish liar. Nami slapped Huo Yuhao's hand down and said with some dissatisfaction. Just because Huo Yuhao said last time that he would take her to play in Douluo world. But he has never taken her there until now. Didn't I say that when you reach level 20, I would take you to play and get a second soul by the way? Huo Yuhao said, and Nami walked out of the rest area together, but Nami looked a little aggrieved, with the corners of her mouth lowered, as if she was about to cry at any time. But I'm only at level 18 now, and it will take a long time to reach level 20. In 4 months, he rose to level 8. This speed is actually not slow anymore, it can even be said to be very fast. The main reason is that her soul power is much lower than that of Huo Yuhao, and the acceleration effect of dual cultivation with Huo Yuhao is greater. Coupled with the bonus of the full version of Xian Tian Gong, it is not surprising that she has such a speed. Okay, I'm sorry. If you work hard at this rate, you can reach level 20 in about a month at most. Have you thought about your second soul? The two walked to the deck. Nami was easily attracted by the second soul, Huo Yuhao said. How could she look like she was about to cry? Nami is now enjoying the existence of her second soul. I don't know how it compares to Xiao Lan. Nami thought to herself. Xiao Lan is Nami's first soul, named Frozen Bird. After more than 300 years of cultivation, Nami has brought a soul skill called Frost Skyfall to Nami. It was specially selected by Tian Meng for Nami. It is a soul beast that is both cute and powerful. It is also very suitable for Nami's weather stick martial spirit. The purpose is not to bother her again when we meet in the future. Little guy, you can't be so lazy in your cultivation, you have to persevere. As soon as they stepped onto the deck, Garp's voice came. Huo Yuhao subconsciously felt that something was not good, and when he wanted to avoid it, it was already too late. A familiar pain came over his head, causing his body to stiffen, and a big red bump almost visible to the naked eye. There is a paradoxical feeling of comfort in the body. This is because this punch helped him relieve the accumulated energy in his body, allowing his body to absorb part of it and feel comfortable. This contradictory feeling really made Huo Yuhao both painful and happy. After that, it was another day of busy daily practice. After eating and exercising with Carp, the whole day passed like this. Well, mainly because Ace and Luffy kept clamoring to become the Pirate King, Garp went crazy. But he wouldn't just hit the two of them, he would often punch Huo Yuhao as well. The dog-headed warship continued to sail on the sea. At night, after practicing with Nami for a few hours, Nami left, and Huo Yuhao returned to the Douluo world. This time he came out at the right time. At 6:30, we had breakfast just after 7 o'clock. We gathered at Shrek Square a little early, just in time to wait for Xiao Xiao and the others. As soon as he walked out of the courtyard, he met Wang Dong, who was also going to school. After being stunned for a moment, Huo Yuhao said hello, Wang Dong also responded, and then the two of them walked towards Shrek Academy. The two of them were silent along the way. It was not until they entered Shrek Academy that Wang Dong spoke first. Huo Yuhao, can you tell me how you can practice so fast? Under the sun, Wang Dong's pink-blue hair is brighter and more pink. I don't know if it is because of the hair color, but Wang Dong's facial lines are softer at this time. Genius is made up of 9 points of hard work. Hearing Wang Dong's question, Huo Yuhao was stunned for a moment, and then said casually, but he did not expect that Wang Dong would actually take his casual words seriously. Then what's the remaining point? Wang Dong thought Huo Yuhao was really teaching her skills with these words, but she didn't expect that the next words made her blush on the spot. It's not the 1 point left, but the 91 points left is talent. He glanced at Wang Dong beside him with a half-smile, and continued walking forward without stopping. Wang Dong's mouth twitched and he stopped. Looking at Huo Yuhao's back, she had the urge to rush forward and fight with Huo Yuhao, but she still stopped her urge. Well, mainly because he couldn't beat Huo Yuhao. Otherwise, she would let Huo Yuhao see how powerful she was. When I came to the canteen, I happened to meet Ning Tian, Xiao Xiao and others who also wanted to have breakfast. In the cafeteria, after using their status as core disciples to enjoy a luxurious breakfast, a group of 5 people walked towards Shrek Square together. When they came to the square, even though they had come early, there were still people in the square who came earlier than them. At this moment, there are no less than 200 people in Shrek Square. After finding the team of Class 9, they found that Hibiscus had also arrived early. After saying hello, Huo Yuhao and Ning Tian waited for their classmates to arrive. As time passed, it was not until the sun was high in the sky that the Dean of Students, Du Weilun, came with more than a dozen teachers. After talking to the classmates, Mu Jin walked over. Zhou Yi strode towards the teacher's team with a cheerful expression on her face. Compared to the smile on her face, Zhou Yi's expression was simply ugly and terrifying. Because this time it is a bit exaggerated to say that her class is ranked last in the class. After all, Wang Dong and his team are here, but she must be in the bottom 3. At this time when she had been demoted, she had just made a mistake and her class grades were not good. He was likely to be expelled next semester. Even if she went to Fan Yu to plead for mercy, it would not work. This naturally made her look ugly. Huo Yuhao looked at the group of teachers in front of him. Among these teachers, Huo Yuhao did not recognize any of them except Du Weilun, Zhou Yi, Mu Jin, and Wang Yan. I believe everyone knows that the freshman assessment elimination round has ended and the top 3 have been decided. Now I will announce their names and the rewards of the academy later. In the teacher team, Du Weilun glanced at the students. When he saw Huo Yuhao, he paused for a moment and continued. The third place in the freshman assessment, Ning Tian team, member Ning Tian, step out. Under the leadership of Ning Tian, Wu Feng and Nenman Yuner walked in front of Du Weilun, turned around to face the students, and the students in the audience also applauded. Second place, Dai Huabin team, step out. The applause rang out again, and Dai Huabin and the other two stepped forward. However, after seeing that the person who came up was Dai Huabin, the applause obviously stopped. Obviously, this was the price Dai Huabin paid for making trouble after losing. Because of this incident, his reputation among the students was not very good. Next, please welcome the team of Huo Yuhao, who ranked first in the freshman assessment. The members are Huo Yuhao, Xia Huanyu, and Xiao Xiao. Let us invite three outstanding students to the stage. When saying this, Du Weilun's tone became obviously heavier, and the students seemed to be infected by him and burst into fierce applause. Huo Yuhao, Xia Huanyu, and Xiao Xiao walked onto the stage. When the applause gradually died down, Du Weilun continued. Next, let us invite the Dean of the Wuhan Department, Dean Yan Shaiji, to the stage to present awards to our champion and the second and third place students. Accompanied by thunderous applause, a figure slowly descended from the sky. The person was wearing a blue uniform, with a team of golden wings flapping behind him, and the whole person looked majestic. Especially the 9 soul rings flashing under his body, which made people intimidated. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. The 9 soul rings showed his identity as a titled Douluo. The last red soul ring shows that he is one of the top masters in the Douluo world cultivation system. Hello, students. I am Yan Shaiji, the Dean of the Martial Soul Department of Shrek Academy. Now I will announce the rewards for the top 3. Each of the top 3 teams will receive a unified reward from the Academy. Team members can ask the Academy for a soul ring when they need one, and the Academy will select the most suitable soul ring for you. The first place team, that is, Huo Yuhao, Xiao Xiao, and Xia Huanyu, will all receive a special reward from the Academy, Soul Bones. Chapter 64. Xiao Xiao, the left arm bone of the 5,000-year-old Earth Violent Bear can greatly improve your physical fitness. After absorbing it, your physical fitness can be greatly improved, which is conducive to absorbing a higher level third soul ring. Xia Huanyu, the 2,000-year-old Fierce Elephant, is very suitable for your Pippi Elephant's martial spirit. It can make your physical fitness stronger and improve your martial spirit. Yan Shaiji landed on the high platform, took out 2 soul guide storage bags containing soul bones, and introduced the soul bones and their uses in detail. It was as if he was proving that the Academy valued them very much. After talking about the rewards for Xiao Xiao and Xia Huanyu and distributing them, everyone present, including the teachers, burst into surprises one after another. The reward of 2 soul bones in a row made them a little unbelievable that this was just a reward for the freshman assessment. As the most precious treasure of soul masters, soul bones are already well known to soul masters on the mainland, but there are very few who own them. Now a Shrek freshman who ranks first can have soul bones? This incident gave them a new understanding of the generosity of Shrek Academy. At the same time, Xiao Xiao and Xia Huanyu's rewards are so good, so how good should the reward for the captain Huo Yuhao be? This surprised the spectators even more. Under the attention of the crowd, Yan Shaiji walked in front of Huo Yuhao, and the phoenix wings behind him did not converge, and the blazing light lingered around the two of them. Huo Yuhao did not feel hot, but warm. It was like the refreshing feeling of taking a hot spring bath in winter. Huo Yuhao, the right metacarpal bone of the 9,000-year-old Northwind Demon Wolf. The Northwind Demon Wolf is a special soul beast that lives in the far north. It has been running around the far north since birth, and its speed is as fast as the wind. Even the 1,000-year level Northwind Demon Wolf can be as fast as the 10,000-year soul beast, and the soul bones produced are the right leg bones. And the right metacarpal bone is an external soul bone that is hard to come by. It's a pity that this Northwind Demon Wolf almost reached the 10,000-year level, in which case it would have a special ability, but it is also suitable for you now. After you merge, you can get a soul skill called Chasing the Wind. Yan Shaiji talked about the advantages of this soul bone in detail, and said it with some regret. The soul bone produced by the Northwind Demon Wolf that has been promoted to the 10,000-year level is comparable to the existence of the 100,000-year soul bone, only because it will have an extremely special soul skill after being promoted to the 10,000-year level. It can be said that with this soul skill, even a soul emperor or even a soul king can escape from the hands of a titled Douluo. Of course, if this soul bone was at the 10,000-year level, it would not have waited until now. Because even if the attributes are not compatible, there will be many people who will absorb it for that special soul skill. Yan Shaoji looked at Huo Yuhao. These 3 soul bones were all selected by the Wuhan department. Xiao Xiao and Xie Huanyu's were just extras. Huo Yuhao's soul bone was the highlight. He carefully selected it to win over Huo Yuhao. Not for anything else, just so that Huo Yuhao could have a better impression of the Wuhan department in the future. Huo Yuhao was also a little shocked when he looked at the soul bone handed over by Yan Shaoji. You should know that in the original book, the reward for the freshman assessment was only 1 soul bone, which shocked Zhou Yi. Now there are 3 soul bones in a row, and his soul bone is a special soul bone of 9,000 years old. Just listening to the introduction, you know that it is extraordinary. It is conceivable that the Wuhan department really spent a lot of money to win him over this time. But the things that surprised Huo Yuhao were not limited to this. Just when the exclamations of the classmates and teachers around him gradually subsided, 2 figures flew over in the sky. The people who came were Xian Liner and Qian Duo. Since Huo Yuhao is a core disciple of the Soul Guidance Department and has performed well in the freshman assessment, our Soul Guidance Department has also given him a reward. After landing beside Huo Yuhao, Xian Liner first stated her identity and purpose, and then took out a soul bone that was shining with golden light from the Space Soul Guide. This soul bone should be the skull of a dragon creature, emitting golden light and with 2 horns in front. The momentum emanating from it is much stronger than the left arm bone of the secret soul and the right leg bone of the tusk pig that Huo Yuhao had seen a few days ago. Golden Dragon Ape Skull. Xian Liner did not elaborate much, just said that after the soul beast was produced, she handed the soul bone to Huo Yuhao. There was a hint of unspeakable meaning in her eyes. Yan Shaoji saw that Xian Liner was willing to take out even this family heirloom soul bone, and his face was faintly blackening. The golden dragon ape is a soul beast that is no less powerful than the Northwind demon wolf, and its level is as high as 90,000 years. Normal ape soul beasts are mainly based on strength, but the golden dragon ape is mainly based on mental power, and uses mental power to control the power of light. The most important thing is that although it cultivates slowly, its lifespan is extremely long, and the soul beasts living near its territory have the effect of accelerating cultivation. So it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a super youth version of the auspicious beast. But compared to the value of the soul bone, the meaning contained in it is more important to Xian Liner. Because this is what her father left after his death. Because of his previous relationship with Xian Liner, he also knew the origin of this soul bone. This soul bone of Xian Liner was left after the death of her father, Yanlong Douluo. Because the attributes were not quite compatible, and the level was not too high, Xian Liner had always regarded it as a spiritual symbol and kept it until now, but she was reluctant to fuse it. But today she actually took it out, which really made him feel unbelievable. Although the classmates and teachers around him did not know the power of this golden dragon ape, nor the significance of this soul bone, the soul bone that Xian Liner, as the dean of the Soul Guidance Department, took out was produced by a dragon soul beast, which in itself was enough to explain the value of this soul bone. Taking this soul bone from Xian Liner's hand, Huo Yuhao gradually came to his senses. Looking at the looks of Xian Liner and Yan Shaoji, and the fact that both parties were rushing to send precious soul bones, he guessed that this should be them trying to win his favor. In other words, they all wanted to win him over and bind him to the Martial Soul Department or the Soul Guidance Department. But Huo Yuhao had already made a decision on this matter. As an adult, he must want everything, which was the purpose of his joining Shrek. If he didn't want such a good resource, wouldn't he have joined Shrek in vain? Seeing Huo Yuhao holding a storage bag with soul bones in one hand, Qian Duo said in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. You should know how powerful this golden dragon ape is if you read more books. I won't say more, I will just tell you its meaning. This soul bone was left by Liner's father after his death. Liner has never been willing to absorb it. Now I give it to you, a little bastard. What does it mean? You should understand it without me saying it, right? After speaking at a very fast speed, Qian Duo loudly stated the purpose of his visit, and also ended this assessment reward. I am the Vice President of the Soul Guidance Department, Huo Yuhao is my apprentice. Yuhao can get such a good result in the freshman assessment, I am very pleased. This level 8 Autonomous Defense Soul Guide is my reward for you. Qian Duo's words seemed to be publicizing his identity, and at the same time, it also put an end to this freshman assessment with an 8-level soul guide. The 8-level Autonomous Defense Soul Guide is comparable to the Soul Douluo level. Autonomous Defense makes the value of this Soul Guide even higher. Its value is only slightly inferior to the previous 2 Soul Bones, and it can be said to be extremely precious. However, due to the impact of several consecutive Soul Bones in front, there was not much sensation this time. But this cannot be said to be of insufficient value, it can only be said that the eyes of the onlookers have been spoiled. Just like people who have eaten delicacies from mountains and seas, although steamed buns are a bit novel, they are only novel. After that, the fight between the Martial Soul Department and the Soul Guide Department faded away, and several deans also dispersed. Under the guidance of Du Weilun, the freshmen ended this freshman assessment reward that made them feast their eyes in envy and hate. Du Weilun first read out the identities of the core disciples who passed the review. The members who passed the core disciples are Huo Yuhao, Xiao Xiao, Xie Huanyu, Ning Tian, Wu Feng, Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu, Wang Dong. He read out the names of more than a dozen people in a row, all of whom performed well in the assessment. This time, because Huo Yuhao showed amazing talent, he became the object of competition between the two sides in advance, and he was not disliked by the Wuhan department as in the original book. On the contrary, it was Huo Yuhao's turn to dislike them. It is worth mentioning that even the sisters Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo, who were eliminated in the first round, were rated as core disciples. Obviously, this was because their Wuhan fusion skills added points to them. Among them, Wang Yan's suggestion should also have some credit. After all, the two sisters were really unlucky and eliminated in the first round. The core disciple status was announced to be over. Director, I am already a core disciple of the Soul Guidance Department. It won't be a problem to become a core disciple of the Wuhan Department again. Huo Yuhao asked after Du Weilun finished reading the name. Du Weilun's reply was also reasonable, with a soothing tone, and it was hard to see the confrontation between the Wuhan Department and the Soul Guidance Department. I didn't know that the Soul Guidance Department and the Wuhan Department were a good family. What's the problem? Whether they are core disciples of the Wuhan Department or the Soul Guidance Department, they are all Shrek students first, Huo Yuhao. No, Director, what I mean is, will the core disciples of the Wuhan Department be treated better than the core disciples of the Soul Guidance Department? In fact, Huo Yuhao's question was what he wanted to ask. In the original book, it has always been said that the resources of the Wuhan Department are much better than those of the Soul Guidance Department, but he didn't see it, so he asked this question. After all, whether it is the Wuhan Department or the Soul Guidance Department, they are all Shrek students. Would the public resources not be given to other students? Private resources are nothing more than teachers, and special resources such as soul bones. But the top resources can only be enjoyed by people in the inner courtyard, such as the invitation to the treasure pavilion in the original book, and the resources of the Sea God Island. For them in the outer courtyard, what is the meaning of such a division? At the same time, this sentence also aroused the curiosity of the students around. They are also curious about which identity is more popular, the Wuhan Department or the Soul Guidance Department. Du Weilun obviously didn't expect Huo Yuhao to ask this. He glanced at Huo Yuhao and didn't say it explicitly, but Huo Yuhao almost understood it after he said a little. We are all students of Shrek Academy. The resources of the academy are originally available to everyone, but the teaching staff of the Wuhan Department is stronger than that of the Soul Guidance Department. Some resources are also allocated more because the Wuhan Department has more students. For example, the simulated training grounds that are only open to the second grade can help Soul Masters to practice better. The top-level simulated grounds have a limited number of people, and the core disciples of the Martial Soul Department have priority to use them. This sentence can be said to be almost explicit. The resource allocation bias in the academy is also nakedly displayed in front of the students. This sentence also made Xian Liner and Qian Duoduo, who had not walked far, glance at Yan Shaiji beside them vaguely. A dean of teaching has so blatantly stated the unspoken rules of the academy, which shows that this has become a consensus in the academy. This naturally makes them, as the big guys of the Soul Guide Department, feel a little jealous. The hot-tempered Xian Liner almost showed her martial soul and fought with Yan Shaiji. If it weren't for the concern for the large number of freshmen, I'm afraid this place would have become a place for all martial arts. After explaining, Du Weilun officially began to divide the classes. The hundreds of students in the first grade were divided into 4 classes. Class 1 is for the Strong Attack and Control Department Combat Soul Masters, with a number of at most, Huo Yuhao, Xiao Xiao, Wu Feng, and Wang Dong are all in this class. Class 2 is for Defense and Agility Attack Spirit Masters, Xia Huanyu, Zhu Lu, and Nanman Yunar are assigned to this class. Class 3 is for Auxiliary Spirit Masters, Ning Tian is assigned to this class. Class 4 is for all Special Attribute Spirit Masters including Food and Healing. It is worth mentioning that the owner of the chicken leg spirit was assigned to this class. After the classes were divided, Du Weilun began to introduce the teachers of each class. Mu Jin and Wang Yan are responsible for teaching their class. As for Zhou Yi's name, it was not mentioned, and it is not known whether she was expelled from Shrek or assigned to other classes. Okay, everyone will return to the teaching building under the leadership of the head teachers of each class according to the latest class division. Huo Yuhao, Xiao Xiao, Xia Huanyu, Din Yan Shaiji said that the three of you are too young to absorb spirit rings now, so it is recommended that you go to the office and Din Yan Shaiji will personally assist you in absorbing. After Du Weilun finished speaking, the students around him cast their envious eyes on Huo Yuhao and the other two. When he was about to follow Du Weilun to the office, someone suddenly came up behind him. Yuhao, Dean Duo asked me to take you back to the Soul Guidance Department. It seems that it is not safe for you to absorb soul bones alone. Behind him, a burly man with a big bald head and dark skin came up. It was Fan Yu's disciple, Hikatu, one of the Shrek 7 devils in the original book. Chapter 65. Din Yan, I'll go to my master first. After absorbing the soul bone, Huo Yuhao stood up and said goodbye, without any intention of staying. The main reason was that Yan Shaiji's eyes were too creepy. How could I describe that feeling? It was as if he was some kind of delicacy, and Yan Shaiji was a beggar who had been hungry for more than 10 days and was about to eat him up. Okay, classmate Huo Yuhao, you can come and sit with me when you have time in the future. I have a lot of good things here. Yan Shaiji smiled kindly. Seeing Huo Yuhao stand up and leave, he handed over a gift box of dried fruit. This kind of dried fruit is the fruit produced by several special plant soul beasts, which is made by drying it with a secret method. Drinking it in water can slightly increase soul power and accelerate the speed of cultivation. Huo Yuhao could not refuse, so he accepted the gift. After watching Huo Yuhao walk away, Yan Shaiji suddenly said, Xiao Tao, what do you think of Huo Yuhao? After Yan Shaiji spoke, a graceful woman walked out of the secret door of the office behind him. The woman was about 17 or 18 years old, wearing only a fiery red dress, which could not hide her graceful figure. But there was a faint black air flashing in her eyes, and she looked a little gloomy. What else can I do? This guy is okay except that he is a bit sissy. He is also very handsome. And do I have any choice now? My body is getting worse and worse. Even if I have tried my best to restrain myself, the pollution of the fire phoenix is getting worse. Ma Xiao Tao said, with helplessness in her eyes. 2 months ago, she lost control once, and the last bit of rationality made her run to the sea god lake to take a bath. She didn't wake up until 2 days later. It was also fortunate that there were no students around the sea god lake during that time, otherwise she would have caused a disaster. Yan Shaiji was in a bad mood because of Ma Xiao Tao's loss of control. In addition, Zhou Yi from the outer courtyard had caused trouble at that time, which made him extremely upset. It was only with the help of Su Sanqi and Ling Luoqan that Ma Xiao Tao's situation was stabilized, otherwise he would not let Zhou Yi go so easily. Even with Fan Yu, dismissal was inevitable. Now Zhou Yi's class grades are not good, which gives him an excuse to dismiss directly. As for what Fan Yu thinks, it is none of his business. Seeing that Ma Xiao Tao was in a bad mood, Yan Shaiji also comforted her. Huo Yuhao has already upgraded to level 35 after absorbing the soul bone this time. He will also absorb the skull of the golden dragon ape later. It is not difficult to upgrade to level 37 or even level 38. By the end of this semester, he will be able to upgrade to level 40. After that, you will lead the team to the star fighting soul hunter and build a good relationship with him. Your teacher will protect you in secret. Yan Shaiji said his own arrangements, which can be said to have arranged everything. Ma Xiao Tao heard this with envy and reluctance. A 40th level soul sect at the age of 12, with 2 external soul bones, plus a top soul bone, and twin martial souls, is really blessed. Yan Shaiji also knew that Ma Xiao Tao was unwilling to suppress her own practice despite having top talent. But he had no way to deal with this, so he could only wait until his relationship with Huo Yuhao went further and ask him to practice with Ma Xiao Tao. Everything will be fine then. It's okay, don't rush. With your talent, after the hidden dangers of your martial soul are eliminated, you will all have a bright future. On the other side, Huo Yuhao walked out of the office and put the gift box into the storage soul guide. Because of the fusion of the right palm bone of the Northwind Demon Wolf, he was in a good mood. Not only did his soul power level improve, but his physical fitness also improved greatly, especially in terms of speed. In terms of speed alone, he felt that if his soul power was sufficient, he could even hit the car with his wrist. The improvement in physical fitness is also considerable. Now, when he reaches level 40, it is not impossible for him to directly add a 20,000-year-old soul to his Spirit Eye martial soul. It just needs to be the kind with compatible attributes. After the fusion of the Golden Dragon Ape Skull and the use of the power of luck to improve it, the fourth soul ring, which is also the upper limit of the third soul, will be improved. After leaving the martial soul department and coming to the soul guidance department, he walked through the experimental area, teaching area, classroom, and came to Qian Duoduo's office in the soul guidance department. In the office, Qian Duoduo and Xian Linner had been waiting for Huo Yuhao's arrival. "Hey, who is this busy man coming here? If you don't know, you would think you are already a member of the martial soul department." Qian Duoduo saw Huo Yuhao coming in and said with a sneer. People would believe that he was a resentful woman in the boudoir. "Hey, Lao Deng, why are you making vinegar in the office? It smells sour." Huo Yuhao came over and faced Qian Duoduo without any restraint. He treated this place as his own home and casually moved a stool to sit down. He just bowed when he saw Xian Linner. "Hello, master's wife." When facing Qian Duoduo, he knew Qian Duoduo's character. He would not be angry because of such words. Instead, he would feel close to her because of such intimacy. But he was not sure about Xian Linner. So it was better to be respectful when facing Xian Linner. Especially since she was his financial sponsor, this soul bone absorption activity had a lot to do with Xian Linner. Xian Linner showed no expression when facing Huo Yuhao's respect. She just picked up the golden dragon ape skull in Huo Yuhao's hand and waited for Huo Yuhao to be ready to start fusion. Qian Duoduo was in a good mood because of Huo Yuhao's voice. "Okay, you little bastard, why are you pretending to be a good baby?" As he spoke, he glanced at Xian Linner, as if to see her reaction. "Okay, you two living treasures, start fusing the soul bones as soon as you are ready. I have something else to do." Xian Linner directly modified what Qian Duoduo said just now, making Huo Yuhao laugh out loud. He raised his eyebrows at Qian Duoduo, as if to say, "Lao Deng, you two have today." The chatting time is over and the main topic begins. Huo Yuhao sat cross-legged on the blanket and absorbed the golden dragon ape skull in front of him. With his physical quality, it is not difficult to absorb such a 10,000-year-old soul bone. Even though the Northwind demonic wolf and the golden dragon ape are both special soul beasts, which are a little harder to absorb, it's not a problem. However, Xian Linner and the others were not sure, so for the sake of safety and the future of Huo Yuhao and Shrek, they still took the initiative to protect the law. After all, to be honest, their investment and expectations for Huo Yuhao are already great now, and they will be even greater in the future. In this situation where the sunk costs were too large, they were even more worried about Huo Yuhao's accident than he was. Just like the loan you owe the bank. If you owe the bank tens or hundreds of thousands, the bank is your boss and can pay you whatever you want. If you owe the bank tens or hundreds of millions, then you are the boss of the bank, the kind who always ask questions when meeting you. They are definitely more afraid of your bankruptcy than you are. This is the current situation. Fortunately, the absorption of the soul bone went smoothly, even better than when the Northwind Demon Wolf absorbed the right metacarpal bone. Not only because his soul power and physical fitness have improved, but also because this soul bone has been fused, and his own soul power is also softer. After the soul bone was absorbed, Huo Yuhao's body erupted with aura, which was a sign of a breakthrough in soul power. Then twice in a row, the soul power broke through from level 35 to level 37. But Huo Yuhao's breakthrough is still not over. The strengthening of the body triggered the power sealed in the Snow Emperor's soul bone. As the soul power surged, level 38 was achieved. Huo Yuhao opened his eyes full of joy, because when the golden dragon ape skull was absorbed, the body's energy was increased, and the level of this soul bone was raised to the 100,000 year level. But this is not important. What is important is that the soul skills brought by this soul bone are quite practical and can be used by anyone, even any life. Looking at Huo Yuhao's eyes, Qian Duoduo and Xian Linner couldn't help laughing. After all, he is still a child. No matter how great his potential is in the future, he still has the mentality of a child now. If they didn't have a crystal ball in their hands now, they would have recorded this and showed it to Huo Yuhao when he absorbed the soul bone of the 100,000-year soul ring. This is quite a dark history. You little bastard, absorbing a 90,000-year-old soul bone makes you so happy. You will have to absorb a 100,000-year-old soul ring and soul bones later, so be calm. Qian Duoduo's big hand patted Huo Yuhao's shoulder, indicating that he should calm down and absorb a 10,000-year soul bone. It was no big deal. Huo Yuhao also realized his gaffe and laughed awkwardly. In fact, it's not his fault. In fact, the soul skill of this golden dragon ape skull is really practical. Especially for a super genius like him who is slow in upgrading because of his great talent. Hehe, what the teacher taught you is that this soul skill is really good. Huo Yuhao said, closing his eyes. His eyes instantly turned into pure gold, and a golden light enveloped the scene. Soul skills, golden domain. The cultivation speed of creatures in the golden domain is increased by 10% to 30%. The higher the talent, the greater the improvement. Moreover, the creatures in the golden domain, talent, and hidden injuries in the body, it will all be repaired. After Huo Yuhao used the golden dragon ape skull soul skill, the scene fell into deathly silence. Qian Duoduo and Xian Liner's eyes were dull, as if they had heard something incredible. Instinctively they couldn't believe it, but the physical sensations made them unable to believe it. This feeling full of light, hope and life energy involuntarily reminded them of the golden tree in the Poseidon Pavilion. The energy in it is very similar to the energy in Huo Yuhao's golden realm. You mean, your field can increase your cultivation speed by 10 to 30%? Qian Duoduo asked in disbelief, glancing at Xian Liner from the corner of his eye. It seems that you are wondering, this soul bone has such an interesting function, why don't you use it earlier? Then won't we have hope for ultimate Douluo soon? But Xian Liner was still confused. You must know that her father absorbed this soul bone simply because he had no choice when he was still weak. Later, he regretted absorbing it after becoming a titled Douluo. Because this soul bone does not match his attributes. It only brought him a very useless soul skill called Golden Dragon Flame, which can increase the power of flames and has the effect of burning the soul. However, this power increase is very small and consumes a lot of money. It has not been used much since it was obtained. Now you tell me this soul bone is so strong? My father and sister told me. Huo Yuhao looked at the dull expressions of Xian Liner and Qian Duoduo with a sly look, and felt as comfortable as a mouthful of ice in the dog days of summer. If conditions did not allow him to record it with the crystal ball, he would not dare to imagine how comfortable it would be. But then, Xian Liner found the blind spot, her eyes flashed with excitement, and she grabbed Huo Yuhao's shoulders with both hands. You said that your field can heal all hidden injuries. Because of being too excited, Xian Liner's hands made Huo Yuhao's shoulders hurt. He didn't understand why Xian Liner was so excited, but he nodded. It should be possible, but the specific effect is not yet certain. As soon as Huo Yuhao said this, Xian Liner took him into the air and flew towards the direction of the Sea God Island. She was so excited that she even knocked a big hole in the wall she passed by. Qian Duoduo's office was right next to the window, with a big hole. This behavior of not going through the door and hitting the wall made Qian Duoduo feel so distressed that he couldn't breathe. The resources allocated to the Soul Guidance Department are not as good as those of the Martial Soul Department. In addition to the need to train Huo Yuhao, the so-called Extreme Individual Soldier Plan, and the energy storage device provided by Huo Yuhao last time, Fan Yu is also researching a new soul guide recently, which makes their Soul Guidance Department's funds even more urgent. Now looking at the big hole in the office, Qian Duoduo's first thought was not to repair it, but to think about how to make the big hole look more beautiful. Quickly caught up with Xian Liner and Huo Yuhao who were leaving. Only the walls that were still falling dust and the teachers and students downstairs who didn't know what happened were left. They thought that their vice president and the dean were fighting. Huo Yuhao was caught by Xian Liner and came to the Sea God Pavilion. Walking in the corridor behind Xian Liner. At this time, he also came back to his senses and thought of the reason why Xian Liner brought him here. In fact, it is also easy to guess. As we all know, as the second strongest person in Shrek, Dragon God Douluo Moon is a wounded person. The strongest is the Golden Tree, where the mother of the third young master lives. His injuries are so severe that even the existence of the Golden Tree can only keep him alive, which is not to say that they are not serious. If Huo Yuhao's Golden Domain can really cure Mu Lao, even if there is only a slight possibility, the benefits it brings to Shrek are self-evident. Not to mention completely curing him, as long as Mu Lao's dying body is relieved, Huo Yuhao's achievements are worth the current efforts. The three walked into the conference room. Because Xian Liner had already communicated with Moon En had been waiting in the conference room. Seeing Huo Yuhao come in, an old and gentle voice sounded. "Little guy, welcome to the Sea God Pavilion." Chapter 66. In the world of Douluo, an extreme Douluo can live for hundreds of years without dying. Especially for an extreme Douluo like Mu En, with extreme configuration and 3 red soul rings, he could live for 1,000 years at least. But Moon is still in his early 200s and looks like he is on the verge of death. One can imagine how serious the root cause of his illness is. But it's also strange that the last master of the Numenon sect, Poison's death-defying counterattack, and Long Dan's resentment, combined, made him feel better. This was Mu En. If it had been anyone else who was weaker, even extreme Douluo would have died long ago. "What's the matter, little guy? Is there anything interesting on my face? I keep staring at me." Seeing Huo Yuhao staring at him, Mu En said with a smile. The high-spiritedness of his youth was completely absent from his old face. "You look different from what I thought. As an ultimate Douluo, you shouldn't be so old," Huo Yuhao said. When he came, Xian Liner told him the purpose of his visit, so he said it generously. "Haha, when I was young, I was as energetic as you and had endless energy. But now, let's talk about your thoughts first. Which one do you think is more suitable for you, the martial arts system or the soul guidance system?" Mun En was unwilling to say more, changed the topic and asked Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao saw that Mu En obviously wanted to change the subject. Knowing the cause and course of the matter, he would not be stupid enough to ask questions. Instead, he followed Moon's topic. "If I choose the soul guidance system, can I no longer practice martial arts?" Huo Yuhao's answer stunned everyone present, but Mu En laughed as expected. "Haha, Liner, I just said it, the little guys nowadays are much more ambitious than us old guys." A happy smile is contagious. It was at this time that Mun felt that his mentality had become much younger when he felt Huo Yuhao's vitality and ambition. "Okay kid, since this is your decision, then the resources of the martial soul system and the soul guidance system will be given priority to you, but it depends on you how much you can gain, haha, cough 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 cough." Mu En smiled and made a promise to Huo Yuhao, but as he smiled, he coughed involuntarily. The severe pain radiating from his body made him frown. As if sensing the onset of Moon's hidden injury, clumps of golden light floated out from nowhere in the conference room, illuminating the entire conference room. Huo Yuhao on the side was also within the scope of the golden light, and the majestic life energy contained in it made him speechless. If purely based on the energy he felt, these golden lights were greater than the combined energy of Snow Emperor and Tian Meng. As if sensing this energy, a wave of turbulence rippled in the depths of Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness, and was quickly smoothed away by Yi Lao. Mu En also looked at Huo Yuhao as if he was aware of it, but did not say anything more. Instead, he stretched out his right hand and released a golden light that shone on Huo Yuhao and the other three. After a while, the golden light wrapped around Mun's body dissipated first, and the golden light in the conference room also dissipated, returning to its original state again. Due to the injection of life energy, Moon's hidden injuries were suppressed again, and his complexion returned to normal. "Yuhao, please use the golden field to see if it can be of any help to the teacher," Xian Liner on the side said quickly when she saw that Mun's condition had improved. Huo Yuhao also used the golden field in a good manner. I don't know if the golden realm was used this time because of Mun. Even Huo Yuhao's soul power, which was comparable to the Soul King, only lasted for one breath and then dissipated automatically. Huo Yuhao, who had lost a lot of soul power at once, felt as if his knees were weak and he was about to fall to the ground. A soft light energy lifted him up. "My child, you are not good enough to treat me now. You will have to wait until you reach the level of titled Douluo before you have the chance," Mu En said, constantly sending soul power to Huo Yuhao. The soft soul power entered Huo Yuhao's body and turned into pure soul power without any hindrance. Even the bottleneck of soul power showed signs of breakthrough. After recovering, Mr. Mu chatted with Huo Yuhao about some things in the school and his views on Shrek. After the chat, Xian Liner and Qian Duo took Huo Yuhao back. Looking at Huo Yuhao's leaving figure, Mr. Mu's eyes flickered. Just now, he sensed the existence of a certain soul in Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness. It was a soul essence that was not weaker than him, or even stronger. Perhaps this is the origin of souls. Moon murmured, not paying much attention. Everyone has their own secrets and opportunities, and he is no exception. Especially for geniuses in the eyes of ordinary people, their opportunities are often unimaginable by ordinary people, such as his dragon pill and his 300,000-year soul rings. If this were replaced by those mediocre people, who could imagine it? Therefore, it was enough for him to make sure that Huo Yuhao was a human being, had no ill intentions toward Shrek Academy, and was a good boy. No matter what Huo Yuhao chooses in the future, as long as he remembers Shrek, it will be worth his efforts. The older generation has to make way for the new generation after all. A long sigh spread throughout the conference room. Moon, who was already dying, did not think that Huo Yuhao could reach the state of being able to heal him before he died. Now Moon's idea was to do his best to create a better environment for the next generation of children and find a new successor for Shrek. For example, Zhang Lexuan in the past and Huo Yuhao now were both his training targets. As for Xian Ziyi, the strongest person in Shrek other than him, he did not have much hope. Not only because Xian Ziyi was unreliable, but also because Xian Zi's upper limit was already set. Because of his indulgence in lust and lack of interest in cultivation when he was young, his great talent was wasted. The fact that his dowdy divine bull only had 100,000-year soul ring attached to it also accounted for a lot of the relationship, which meant that he had 2 less 100,000-year soul rings and soul bones than the extreme configuration Douluo, such as Du Boulet and Si. The gap between 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone was comparable to all the previous soul rings. The gap between these 200,000-year soul rings and soul bones was self-evident. On the other side, Xian Liner and Qian Duoduo also took Huo Yuhao out of the Sea God Pavilion. This time, they came to help Mu En with treatment. It can't be said that it was completely useless, but it was almost useless. But this was expected. With Huo Yuhao now being a little guy with the cultivation of soul venerable, how could he possibly treat Mu En, who was an extreme Douluo, even if he was against this guy? But this time, it also brought them hope. Because Mu En said that it was indeed effective, although it was far less than the effect of the golden tree, but when Huo Yuhao reached the same level as him, there was a chance to cure Mu En. After taking Huo Yuhao out of the Sea God Island, the two said goodbye to Huo Yuhao. Little bastard, remember to practice well. When you upgrade to level 40, I will take you to hunt souls in person. Let me see your soul at that time. Qian Duoduo said, handing over a storage bag with some materials suitable for making level 1 to 3 soul guides. During this period, you can study on your own. All courses in the soul guidance department are open to you. If you don't understand something, go to Hikaitu or Fanyu. Okay, Lao Deng, I promise to broaden your horizons. You bastard! After explaining, Qian Duoduo was about to leave when he heard Huo Yuhao's disrespectful words and pretended to fight, but Huo Yuhao had already run away. His idea was dashed. You and Huo Yuhao have a good relationship. Xian Liner couldn't help laughing when she saw Huo Yuhao and Qian Duoduo playing. Qian Duoduo chuckled twice. In fact, when he saw Huo Yuhao, he would think that if he and Xian Liner were a normal couple, then the child should be as old as Huo Yuhao, right? Qian Duoduo thought, looking at Xian Liner with a little helplessness in his eyes. After decades of waiting, the relationship still failed to go further. How could it not make people feel frustrated? However, this was the path he chose, and he had no complaints or regrets. Walking in Shrek Square, Huo Yuhao did not go to class because it was almost time to go home. There was no point in going there now to attend those few minutes of class. So, Huo Yuhao simply had a meal in the cafeteria and prepared to go to the One Piece world. It just so happened that he went there earlier today and practiced for a while, striving to break through to level 40 as soon as possible and obtain souls. He arrived at the One Piece world without any problems. Huo Yuhao returned to the familiar cabin again. The wire on the door handle was still there, proving that no one had been to his room during this period. He looked at the outside world through the window. Because he came early today, the outside world was still pitch black. Obviously, it was only about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning in the One Piece world. Huo Yuhao saw that there was nothing to do, so he could just use the golden domain to practice. See how much his training speed can be improved with his talent. Thinking of this, the golden light slowly spread from his body until it shone in the entire room. Huo Yuhao also entered the state of practice at the same time. A few hours later, the sky gradually brightened. Huo Yuhao opened his eyes, and he was a little surprised that even with his talent, he only exerted a little more than 2/3 of the effect of the golden domain, which is more than 20% of the cultivation speed. This made him a little confused. With his talent, it was only more than 20%, so how strong would the full talent be? Seeing the sky gradually brighten, Huo Yuhao walked out of the room and came to the deck. A fish belly white rose in the sky, and Huo Yuhao stood on the deck of the warship. A faint purple air entered his eyes from the sky. This is him practicing the purple extreme demon pupil. After a while, Huo Yuhao's closed eyes slowly opened, and the deep purple pupils slowly turned into the original black pupils. Now, he has completed several exercises under the effect of the power of luck, and has cultivated to the pinnacle. After that, he only plans to use the power of luck to upgrade the Xian Tiangong and the purple extreme demon pupil. One of these two is to increase the speed of cultivation, and the other is to increase mental strength. Both are good things to improve the foundation and are worth practicing. As for other skills, to be honest, they are not as good as soul skills. Especially since he has twin martial souls, plus various soul bones, he has too many soul skills to use. These skills are just for transition in the early stage, but Xian Tiangong and Ziji Demon Eye are different. As for the skills that increase the speed of cultivation, I will never dislike the high-level ones. After practicing the purple demon eye, Huo Yuhao went to the cafeteria on the warship to have breakfast. At this time, in a room, Garp was woken up by his Den Den Mushi. An old man with a goatee glared with anger, as if he was going to get out of the Den Den Mushi and eat Garp. Facing the roar of the old man with a goatee, Garp acted indifferent. He picked up the open senbei with one hand and chewed it in big mouthfuls. He was in a state of trance and ignored the roar of the Den Den Mushi. After the sound of the Den Den Mushi stabilized, Garp pretended to look at the Den Den Mushi blankly. Ah! Hello, why is the signal a little bit bad? Zhangguo, if you have something to talk about, let's talk next time. I will be back to the headquarters in 10 days or half a month. After saying that, a big hand covered the Den Den Mushi, and after clicking to hang up, the Den Den Mushi entered a dormant state again. Walking out of the room, Garp shouted to the helmsman on the ship, "New mission, turn around now and prepare to go to the New World from the Twin Straits, ha 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 ha." He had just finished commanding here, and Bogart came out of the room next to him speechlessly. "Vice Admiral Garp, didn't you receive the order from Marshal Sengoku?" Bogart roared. Just because Garp's Den Den Mushi was hung up, Marshal Sengoku's call was called to his Den Den Mushi, which seriously disturbed his sleep. "Ha ha ha ha, Bogart, it's okay, just treat it as a holiday extension, ha 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 ha." Garp laughed and did not react at all to Bogart's roar. The helmsman was obviously used to Garp's unreliability, but in order to have more holidays, he chose to follow Garp's change of course and prepared to take a detour to the Twin Straits to the New World. After all, which worker can refuse this good thing of paid vacation? It takes half a month longer to go through the Twin Straits than to cross the doldrums. As a result, a 1-month vacation has become 1.5 months. Isn't this a good thing? Bogart lost his temper with Garp, who was so reckless, but he was also happy to see it. Because he didn't want to go on this mission of Sengoku, just because he was going to protect a certain noble. But he still had to pretend, otherwise this voyage would be meaningless. After completing his mission, Bogart returned to his room and planned to give himself a little vacation today and take a nap. But what he didn't notice just now was that Garp just said that crossing the Twin Straits meant going to the upside-down mountain to cross the countercurrent and go to the New World. Garp, who walked out of the captain's room, happened to see the 4 little ones who woke up early and exercised consciously, and his smile became even brighter. "Little ones, get ready to practice. I'll show you a big scene tomorrow, ha 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 ha." Chapter 68. I don't know what the old bastard did yesterday. He took them to practice crazily. If you are not serious or tired, Garp will really use his fist to greet you. It's speechless. And Luffy and Ace, the 2 perverts, don't look like carbon-based life. You know, even with his physique, he will have backache under this kind of devilish training. But these 2 guys don't seem to know how to get tired. No matter how they train, no matter how tired they are, they will recover as long as they eat, and then they will shout at Garp to become the Pirate King. As expected, Garp in a rage really doesn't recognize his relatives, and he hits everyone with his iron fist. In the end, he got used to it, and even Nami was hit by a punch. When they practiced together at night, they were still doubting their lives, and the big bump on their heads didn't go away for a long time. Recalling what happened yesterday, Huo Yuhao's mouth twitched. He forced himself to cheer up and went to the cafeteria to have a hearty breakfast for free. He finally recovered his energy. He walked all the way to the newly assigned class. The classmates who came earlier than him sat together in groups of 3 or 4 to chat. Huo Yuhao was about to find a place to sit down when he heard someone calling him from a window seat next to him. He turned around and saw that it was Xiao Xiao. Yuhao, Yuhao, here. Seeing Xiao Xiao waving her hand to signal him to come over, Huo Yuhao didn't think much and walked over directly. There are hundreds of students in the new class, and it is always a good thing to have a desk mate who knows each other well. Not to mention that this desk mate is a beautiful female desk mate, so he has no reason to refuse. Good morning, Xiao Xiao, what did you teach on the first day of class yesterday? Huo Yuhao sat down next to Xiao Xiao and asked after greeting her. Yesterday, Xiao Xiao and her friends fused their soul bones before Huo Yuhao, and came to class right after the fusion, so he asked this question. Nothing, just teachers Wang Yan and Mu Jin introduced themselves, and then asked us to introduce ourselves, just like when school started. Xiao Xiao also told him about the situation in the class. For example, Dai Huabin and Wang Dong had a conflict yesterday, and the two went to the fighting spirit area to fight. Wang Dong, who was only in his 20s, was naturally no match for Dai Huabin and was beaten up, but what Xiao Xiao didn't expect was that Wang Dong also had twin martial spirits. The second martial spirit was a hammer, and with the help of the hammer's power, Wang Dong fought Dai Huabin on equal terms. Although Wang Dong was defeated in the end, Dai Huabin didn't feel well either. He was hit on the chest by a hammer, and it was said that he couldn't even stand steadily. Now I don't know if he is healed or not. Normally, it should be healed. After all, the healing spirit masters in Shrek Academy are not just for show, and ordinary injuries can be healed at the time. When Huo Yuhao and Xiao Xiao were chatting, the first thing they did was to mention the devil. The center of their discussion, Wang Dong and Dai Huabin, walked to the door of the classroom from both sides. It was like enemies meeting and being extremely jealous. When they saw each other, they were looking for an excuse to fight again. What made Huo Yuhao strange was that Xiao Xiao clearly said that Dai Huabin was hit in the chest, but Dai Huabin now had a bandage on his right arm. You, a defeated general, dare to come here. Dai Huabin said as soon as he saw Wang Dong. It was just because of the amplitude of the movement just now, the twitching pain in his right arm made his face a little distorted. Haha, do you, sick cat, still want to fight? Wang Dong did not show any weakness, or rather, Wang Dong's character was that the harder the opponent was, the harder she would be. Let her give in? That would be harder than killing her. Seeing that the two were about to fight like yesterday, the students around them had moved their benches and were ready to go to the fighting area to watch the fight. Wang Yan and Mu Jin came over. What are you doing? Fighting on the first day of class, everyone was injured, so what? Are we going to fight now during class? Wang Yan and Mu Jin walked into the office with dark faces. Even their good tempers were a little angry at this moment. You two go down first, prepare for class, and come to my office after class. Mu Jin said, and the second class after the freshmen were divided into classes, which was also Huo Yuhao's first class, officially began. Yesterday we already talked about the differences between the 4 classes of Soul Masters, the Strong Attack Department, the Control Department, the Quick Attack Department, the Defense Department, the Auxiliary Department, the Healing Department and other departments. I will not go into details today. Huo Yuhao, come to my office after class and I will give you a private lesson. I will not repeat the time of other students this time. Now that everyone is here, the election of the class monitor and deputy class monitor will begin. In order to save time, all students who want to run for class monitor and deputy class monitor should go on stage. After Wang Yan finished speaking, everyone below was a little eager to move. In the end, only Wang Dong, Wu Feng and Dai Huabin went up. Mu Jin glanced at Huo Yuhao, who was indifferent. At this moment, Huo Yuhao was looking out the window, as if there was something outside Haikang that attracted him, and he couldn't take his eyes off. Mu Jin frowned, and half of the chalk quietly left her fingers and bounced on Huo Yuhao's head. Huo Yuhao was bored and looked out the window. Suddenly, he felt as if his head was hit by something. He looked around and happened to meet Mu Jin's murderous eyes. Suddenly I was startled. He sighed slightly. If possible, he really didn't want to be this shitty squad leader. There was no benefit, just a title for nothing, and it was a thankless job that wasted time. But Mu Jin had made it clear directly that if he didn't go up, he would probably have to face Mu Jin's anger. So, Huo Yuhao still went up. What happened afterwards was not unexpected. The votes for his election as squad leader were almost overwhelming, and he had no pressure to be elected as squad leader. As for the deputy squad leader, there was some suspense. Because Wu Feng and Wang Dong tied for the vote, Dai Huabin's eyes were filled with anger. It was okay that he didn't get elected as the squad leader, but he only got 2 votes for the deputy squad leader, which made him lose face, but he still endured it. In the subsequent vote, Wang Dong got 1 vote higher than Wu Feng and became the deputy squad leader. Wu Feng was not unwilling to accept it, because she came up just for fun, and it made almost no difference whether she was elected or not. Okay, now the monitor of class 1 is Huo Yuhao, and the deputy monitor is Wang Dong. Now everyone get ready. Just as Mu Jin announced the result, Dai Huabin stood up. Zhu Lu beside him couldn't stop him no matter how hard he tried. I don't accept it. Why can Wang Dong be the deputy monitor? Dai Huabin stood up. If Wu Feng was the deputy monitor, he would accept it. Now Wang Dong is the deputy monitor. Isn't that a slap in his face? But as soon as he finished speaking, Huo Yuhao stood in front of him, with a green light in his eyes. Teacher Mu Jin has already said the result. Are you questioning the teacher? Because of the fusion of multiple soul bones and the increase in soul power, although Huo Yuhao is a few years younger than Dai Huabin, he is already taller than Dai Huabin. Standing in front of Dai Huabin at this time, he felt full of oppression. Coupled with his suppression power in the freshman assessment finals, no one could ignore his existence. Dai Huabin looked at Huo Yuhao, who was staring at him with a fierce look, and his face turned green and yellow. Finally, he snorted coldly and walked out of the class. Zhu Lu, his desk mate, hesitated for a moment, but finally followed Dai Huabin. Since she was detected to have the martial soul fusion skill with Dai Huabin and was sent to the White Tiger Duke's mansion to be Dai Huabin's child bride, she has been deeply bound to Dai Huabin. If he prospers, she may not prosper, but if he suffers, he will definitely suffer. Therefore, no matter how stupid Dai Huabin's operation is, as long as he doesn't die immediately, she has to follow him. Otherwise, she will be no different from death. Teacher, this kind of student who doesn't abide by classroom discipline, likes to skip classes, and has no respect for teachers, my suggestion is to report it to the college and see what the college thinks. Huo Yuhao said this sentence louder than usual, obviously for Dai Huabin who had not walked far yet. Dai Huabin's walking speed increased a few points. After experiencing this farce, the class fell silent, and finally Wang Yan told the course that he and Mu Jin had prepared long ago. Now, everyone go out and line up. Teacher Mu Jin has applied to the college for the qualification to practice in the mimicry area in advance. Everyone can experience the benefits of mimicry practice in advance. After a series of arrangements were made, Mu Jin and Wang Yan organized the students to line up outside. Because there are many former classmates of the freshman class 9 here, under their explanation and demonstration, all the students lined up outside and walked down the stairs under the leadership of Mu Jin and Wang Yan. Teacher Mu Jin, did you often do this before? Wang Yan looked at the orderly team organized by the former freshman class 9 students behind him, with a strange look on his face. Well, when I was in charge of class 9, I often organized students to visit the Soul Guidance Department and also went to the Colosseum for actual combat. Mu Jin replied casually. Because this is not a big deal, it doesn't matter to the college. After all, the college has so many resources, as long as you have reasonable needs, they will be met. The only difference is whether the class teacher is willing to fight for it. In fact, there are still few teachers like Mu Jin who don't mind the trouble and communicate with other regional leaders. Most of the freshman class teachers, including Shrek Academy itself, have an indifferent attitude towards the first-year freshmen. Except for some geniuses, there is almost no resource tilt, and they even make money from them. Only when you are promoted to the second grade will you be recognized as a student by Shrek Academy, and then the resources of the academy will tilt towards you. Only when you enter the inner courtyard, you can be considered a member of Shrek. This applies to core disciples. A large group of people walked in Shrek Academy, and the scene was quite spectacular, but because it was class time, there were not many people in the square. In the team, Wang Dong looked at Huo Yuhao in front of him, hesitated, and took the initiative to say Huo Yuhao, thank you. Ah! Huo Yuhao, who was thinking about something, suddenly heard someone calling him from behind. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw Wang Dong. Just because Wang Dong didn't say anything later, he thought he had heard it wrong. Just when he was about to pretend that nothing happened, another thank you came. He heard it clearly now, but he didn't care, because he didn't go to help Wang Dong. He just wanted to help teacher Mujin and discussed Daihuabin. In that case, even if it was Wang Hong or Wang Chu instead of Wang Dong, he wouldn't sit idly by. It's okay, it's just a small matter. After saying something, there was silence again. The group of people turned left and right, and finally came to a building that looked like a palace. This is the mimicry training area built by Shrek. There are common mimicry areas, including plant mimicry areas, mountain mimicry areas, beast mimicry areas, and other basic mimicry areas. However, due to limited conditions, only 2 mimic areas are open now. Next, the class will be divided into 2 teams, led by teacher Mujin and me respectively. Before Wang Yan came to the palace, he stopped and read out the list he had prepared long ago. Among them, students with obvious attribute tendencies like Wang Dong and Wu Feng walked up to Mujin. They will go to a mimicry area full of energy to practice. Huo Yuhao, who has a spiritual attribute, and Xiao Xiao, who has a weapon soul with no attribute tendency, will follow Wang Yan and later go to a place called the Life Mimicry Zone to practice. According to Wang Yan, the main body of this mimic area is made of blue-silver grass and various friendly soul beasts with rich life energy using secret methods. It can generally increase the soul master's training speed by 10%. There are also more advanced and clearly divided mimicry areas in Shrek Academy, but they are not qualified to go there. Wang Yan and Mujin do not have the energy to bring suitable mimicry areas to so many students, so they picked these 2. Well, this does not qualify to exclude Huo Yuhao. Walking in the corridor filled with signboards, Wang Yan, who was walking in front, suddenly slowed down and asked Huo Yuhao a question. Huo Yuhao, how much do you know about the original martial soul? The body's martial spirit is the original martial spirit. Wang Yan's question really confused Huo Yuhao. He really didn't know much about the original martial spirit in the original work. He only knew that under certain circumstances, the original martial soul could evolve, but he didn't have much specific impression. At the same time, he didn't understand the reason why Wang Yan asked. Generally speaking, the more important a martial spirit is to the body, the more powerful it is. For example, Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu's hair martial arts are obviously not as strong as your spiritual eye martial arts. Moreover, your spiritual eye martial arts the soul may be more than just eyes, it should be eyes plus a brain. Wang Yan said and pushed up the glasses on the tip of his nose. In fact, he has been studying the original martial soul. It's just because there are too few targets for the original martial soul, and the original sect is hidden from the world, so his research on the original martial spirit is not profound. Even Huo Yuhao's martial soul is not just his eyes, but his eyes and brain. Sunzi told him. Therefore, he was naturally more curious about Huo Yuhao. With such a good talent, no matter how good his martial soul is, he still has twin martial souls. The research value is simply not great. Chapter 69. Because this was mentioned in the original book, as the owner of the martial soul, he naturally felt it. Therefore, compared to this, Huo Yuhao was more interested in what Wang Yan said about the second awakening of the main body martial soul, because this was closely related to his strength. The second awakening of the main body martial soul can not only greatly improve the soul power, but also improve the talent. Whether it is improving the strength or improving the talent, it can allow him to unlock more power of the Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor, and Tianmeng, which can improve the strength. It is equivalent to a virtuous circle. However, this point was not explained in detail in the original book. It was just roughly said that the limit can be broken between life and death, and extreme training can also help the second awakening of the main body martial soul. Now Wang Yan told him about the second awakening, which immediately made Huo Yuhao excited. But just when Huo Yuhao was expecting Wang Yan's next words, there was no follow-up. Because Wang Yan said that he didn't know much about it, and Shrek had not studied the collection of books about this period, so he wanted to find Huo Yuhao to study the original martial soul together. Huo Yuhao. I thought Wang Yan would say something harsh to him, but he didn't expect to give him a big one. What's wrong, classmate Huo Yuhao? Wang Yan asked in confusion when he saw Huo Yuhao's speechless expression. Nothing, teacher Wang Yan, I mean I support you. Huo Yuhao only expressed his support for Wang Yan's idea, but it was limited to daily learning data, or participating in research when he was not busy. Because Huo Yuhao has a clear understanding of his future. For Huo Yuhao now, the most lacking thing is time, and the least lacking thing is also time. He lacks time to realize the potential of the twin martial souls. Lack of time to transform the energy of Tianmeng, Suidi and Bingdi into his own strength. Lack of time to learn soul guides, study souls, learn three-color domineering, learn the 6 styles of the navy, upgrade the skills, and collect luck. At the same time, what he lacks the most is time, because he is only 11 years old now, and he has the ability to travel through the pirate world and the Douluo world, which doubles his time. Therefore, in order to grow up as quickly as possible, Huo Yuhao has arranged his daily life very full. Come to Shrek Academy from the pirate world at 7 in the morning. Study the martial soul courses in the morning, and learn soul guides in the afternoon. Go back to the One Piece world to eat before eating, and then start a day of training and practice with Nami. As for the second awakening of the main body martial soul, he was put in a relatively late position. Because the training method in the pirate world is more suitable for the stimulation of the main body martial soul, the two have something in common. This schedule is more compact than Huo Guo's arrangement in the original book, because his 1 day is equivalent to 2 days for outsiders. After chatting with Wang Yan for a while, the group came to the so-called life stance mimicry area. Just standing here, there is a feeling of physical and mental comfort. But when practicing inside, Huo Yuhao was a little disappointed. Because the speed of this mimicry area increased to 2.2 based on Huo Yuhao's 2.0 training speed after various enhancements. If there is no ability to go to the pirate world, this environment is indeed good, but it is obviously not as good as training in the pirate world. It can only be said that it is tasteless and a pity to abandon it. If there is a similar mimicry area for him to practice in the pirate world, it will be useful. However, since he came here, Huo Yuhao still entered the training state. At the same time, after discussing with Wang Yan, he expanded the scope of the Golden Field to the scope of several hundred people in their team, so that everyone can enjoy the effect of accelerated training. But there are also differences in closeness and distance. Like Xiao Xiao, he enjoyed the full effect. According to her talent, she can increase the bonus by 13%, and she can enjoy it in full. And like other students, in order to reduce consumption, they only enjoy half of the bonus effect. For example, the student whose martial soul is in the form of a book, his cultivation speed is 1.4, and after the increase of the life stance mimicry area, it is 1.54. The bonus of the golden domain according to his talent is 8%, but this bonus is only half, that is, 4%. But even so, Huo Yuhao has become a hot figure in the team. After all, this mimicry practice area cannot be practiced all the time, but Huo Yuhao is someone they can contact and there is no time limit. Of course, Huo Yuhao is not a practice machine that they can call at any time, but this premise has been ignored by them. For a while, Huo Yuhao's reputation among these classmates in the class rose steadily. Of course, Huo Yuhao didn't care about these. He just wanted to establish an image of a good student who helps each other in front of the college and increase his impression points. In addition, he also needs to use the golden domain to practice, just to expand the range. It is not troublesome, so he just does it. The morning class is over. Huo Yuhao walked out of the classroom. Yes, classroom. They actually only practiced in the mimicry area for an hour. Because according to the school, the first ring can only stay in the mimicry area for a maximum of 1 hour a day, the second ring for 2 hours, and so on. If you stay in the mimicry area for more than that, it will affect your body. Therefore, considering that many students in class 1 only have 1 ring, the training ended early. The subsequent course became a normal theoretical course. Just as he was about to leave the classroom, Xiao Xiao followed him. Yuhao, you are in such a hurry to eat. Yes, together. Yes, okay. In this way, Huo Yuhao and Xiao Xiao went to the Shrek cafeteria together. But this time, both of them were core disciples, so they successfully got Shrek's luxurious lunch for free. After a beautiful meal, Huo Yuhao went to the Soul Guidance Department. Xiao Xiao, who had no classes, hesitated for a while and chose to follow. She had no classes in the afternoon, and she didn't like practicing all day, so she planned to go to the Soul Guidance Department today. On the other hand, Huo Yuhao, who entered the Soul Guidance Department, also entered a learning state. As a second-level Soul Guide, Huo Yuhao now has a preliminary understanding of Soul Guides. He was no longer as curious about everything as when he first came into contact with it, but when he created something from scratch with his own hands, Huo Yuhao still felt a sense of satisfaction. It was also relying on this sense of satisfaction, plus a little bit of external blessing, that Huo Yuhao became a second-level soul engineer in just 3 months. In this way, the whole afternoon was immersed in the process of learning to make soul guides, and time passed quickly. When Huo Yuhao left the soul guide department, it was already time for dinner. But Huo Yuhao did not go to the Shrek cafeteria to eat, but walked out of Shrek and returned to his own courtyard. A few days ago, Adjutant Bogart killed a sea king with a body length of hundreds of meters in the sea, but only left the essence of it as food reserves. And the blood and flesh energy contained in a sea king, in Huo Yuhao's opinion, exceeded the food in the Shrek cafeteria, so he had to hurry back to get this meal. Well, he would never admit that the food in the pirate world was more delicious and made him so anxious. Absolutely not. When Huo Yuhao returned to the One Piece world, it was just time for breakfast. Luffy and Ace were waiting in the restaurant early, chewing a piece of meat that looked like a giant chicken leg. God knows why a fish-shaped sea king would have such a piece of meat, but Huo Yuhao didn't know anyway. But it didn't affect the deliciousness and energy of this meat. So, Huo Yuhao quickly joined the army of meat eaters and competed with Luffy and Ace. Relying on his strength, Huo Yuhao ate his fill first while Ace and Luffy looked angry, and left a portion for Nami. After Nami woke up and had breakfast, the 4 of them came to the deck. But strangely, Garp, who had been waiting on the deck for them to train, was nowhere to be seen. Normally, Garp would finish breakfast earlier than them, and would usually wait for them on the deck to supervise their training. It was strange that the milkman was not there. But Huo Yuhao didn't care. He just thought that the old man was going to sleep in, so he prepared to start exercising on his own. At this time, a familiar laugh came. Ha ha ha, little guys, let me broaden your horizons this time. Come and see one of the greatest ocean currents in the world, the reverse ocean current of the upside-down mountain. Garp's laughter and the turbulent ocean currents around him echoed in his ears. Huo Yuhao and his companions looked forward in the direction of the warship. Ahead, a mountain range that pierced through the clouds appeared vaguely in front of them. Upside-down mountain of the Red Earth continent. There is an ocean current where the 4 seas and the New World meet, which is known as the first hurdle for the 4 seas pirates to go to sea. Here, countless pirates will set sail. Similarly, as the first hurdle for pirates to officially set sail, countless pirates' ships have been buried here, and they don't know which ocean they will sink into along the ocean current. Perhaps sensing the sign of fate, Ace and Luffy, who had been shouting about becoming the Pirate King, were visibly excited. Especially Luffy. Having eaten the rubber fruit, his body uncontrollably turned into a rubber man, and he was like a balloon, absorbing the violent airflow around him caused by the acceleration of the warship. Ha 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 ha, this is so cool! 2 exclamations came in a row. The turbulent current hit the warship. The warship just stepped into the front of the upside-down mountain and showed signs of instability. But it was a standard warship of the Vice Admiral of the Navy after all, and the Navy's black technology used on it made the warship quickly return to stability after shaking for a while. But because of the ocean current of upside-down mountain, the speed of the warship sailing upwards became faster and faster. Due to the rapid ascent, the gradually cold air held, and the speed of the warship increased with the increase in altitude, which violated the laws of physics. The speed was increasing all the time. In just a few seconds, the highest cloud layer had surrounded everyone on the warship. This experience, which was more exciting than riding a roller coaster, stimulated Huo Yuhao's spirit. The Spirit Eye's martial soul unconsciously appeared. Compared with the normal opening of the martial soul, the naturally revealed Spirit Eye's martial soul had a deeper green color. Due to gravity, the warship, which was almost hanging upside down, had no place to stand, and everything standing on it sank with gravity. But at this time, the items on the warship had already been put away by the prepared Marines. In addition, these Marines were elite Marines in the Navy, and they were all squad leader level in the branch, so they could stabilize their bodies. The only person who needed attention was Nami, who was also held in Huo Yuhao's arms, and there was no safety problem. The weight of 2 people was heavy under the influence of the accelerating gravity. But at some point, a piece of ice fixed Huo Yuhao's body under his feet, and no matter how much the warship shook, it could not cause any impact on him. Luffy turned into a rubber man and hugged the mast, and there was no danger. It is worth mentioning Ace. Ace's whole body was in the abdomen of the rubber man, and it seemed that he was about to become a ball. Not long after, the warship that rose to the highest point was level with the top of the mountain, and the drifting white mist shrouded the front of the warship. Huo Yuhao only felt like a pirate ship. Every time it rose to the highest point, the pirate ship had a momentary pause, followed by a rapid fall. This time was no exception. After a momentary pause, the dog-headed warship fell down at a speed faster than going up the mountain, and its speed was still accelerating. Ah! This time, apart from Luffy and Ace's shouting, Nami, who had been enduring hard, could no longer bear it. She opened her mouth and shouted loudly. But as soon as she opened her mouth, she was fed a mouthful of sea water by the oncoming strong wind. She was so scared that she quickly closed her mouth and hugged Huo Yuhao's body tightly to feel a little safe. The other two guys seemed to be completely unaffected by the strong wind. They opened their mouths and screamed. They are really natives of the pirate world. Everyone can rub physics and biology on the ground. Even if they fell vertically from an altitude of 10,000 meters, the strong wind could not affect their mouths. The shouts that sounded like monkeys, if someone who didn't know at the foot of the mountain heard it, they would think that monkeys had evolved from upside-down mountain. As it got closer and closer to the sea, the warship, which was originally in an accelerating state, seemed to have lost power and its speed gradually slowed down. As the dog-headed warship flew to the foot of the upside-down mountain, this huge monster smashed into the sea. The raging waves rose, and the warship that had just experienced a destruction seemed to have been washed and was not damaged. On the contrary, the surface of the warship was clean as new, like a warship that had just appeared, reflecting a dazzling light in the sun. Under the sun, a dog-headed warship sailed steadily on the sea, and this wonderful journey came to an end. In the warship, the green light in Huo Yuhao's eyes slowly faded. Obviously, this stimulation was not enough to awaken his body martial spirit for the second time. The stimulation is not big enough, and my accumulation is not enough. I need a stronger physique and greater stimulation. Chapter 70. Huo Yuhao felt a faint realization in his heart. The stimulation just now only excited his spirit. Under the excitement, the spiritual martial soul appeared on its own. At the same time, because of the stimulation, his physical martial soul had a tendency to evolve. But the stimulation is not big enough, nor is it lasting enough, and his current body is not enough to allow the second awakening of his true martial soul to be a natural process. This resulted in the martial soul manifesting and disappearing after his mind stabilized. But this time it cannot be said that there is no gain at all. At least, Huo Yuhao has determined the feasibility of this direction. Next, you just need to train your body step by step, strengthen your spirit, and then fight in extreme environments, or practice cultivation, and the second awakening will come naturally. Just when Huo Yuhao was thinking about it, Nami, who was holding him in his arms, suddenly spoke, interrupting his thoughts. Huo Yuhao, what excitement are you talking about? Huo Yuhao came back to his senses and was about to speak when a shadow appeared behind him and a familiar feeling of pain emerged. Ah, you disgusting old bastard! 4 angry curses sounded out in succession. Huo Yuhao, one of the people who made the sound, was stunned for a moment. The corner of his mouth twitched and he glanced at Luffy, Ace and Nami who also made the same noise. Ma Dan, these two guys can really infect people. Huo Yuhao thought to himself. It had only been so long before he and Nami were infected by these two people. It was so terrifying. You bastards, start training now. When you report to the naval training camp in half a month, don't embarrass me. Garp's figure did not know when he appeared in front of the 3 of them. The dog-headed warship continued to sail on the sea. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed by. In the half-month after experiencing this wonderful journey to the upside-down mountain, Huo Yuhao has been traveling back and forth between the pirate world and the Douluo world to practice. When I was in the pirate world, I simply exercised under Garp's supervision and practiced with Nami at night. From time to time, you can also eat nutritious meals made from the meat of sea king beasts, which are delicious and nutritious. But in Douluo world, the time schedule is much tighter. During the day, I studied theories under Zhou Yi and Wang Yan, basically some basic knowledge about soul masters, the types of soul beasts and how to distinguish them. Occasionally, I would take a practical class or go to the mimic area to practice. In the afternoon, I studied the basic knowledge of soul guidance tools in the soul guidance department. During these time arrangements, Huo Yuhao focused more on improving his physical fitness and learning soul tools. Because even if he breaks through to level 40, he is not suitable to hunt souls right away. That would delay his learning progress too much. Therefore, he focused his training on his body and soul guide, and tried his best to compress the quality of his soul power and strengthen the results of his soul power cultivation during this period. But even so, Huo Yuhao's soul power level reached level 39 in the past half-month. The reason why the soul power increased by 1 level in half a month was mainly because the energy brought by the 2 soul bones last time had not been fully digested. Now that I have digested it, it will be a matter of course for me to break through to level 39. Of course, there are also various effects of amplification. In the following training time, only the new barracks after joining the navy is worth mentioning. But in fact there is not much difference. As the first batch of students, Huo Yuhao and the others only trained under an unknown instructor because they were relatively young. They had never even seen Zifa as the chief instructor. Because they are still in the foundation stage. The training intensity in the recruit camp is actually only a little stronger than that on the warship. Even those with good talents will choose to actively increase the difficulty. Such as Huo Yuhao, such as Luffy and the Ace brothers, such as Zifa's last 2 disciples, An and Bin's in the original One Piece. During this period, Huo Yuhao also broke through from level 39 to level 40, but because he hadn't had a holiday yet, he didn't go hunting for souls for the time being. Huo Yuhao, get up quickly. Training is about to start. Get up quickly. Outside Huo Yuhao's door, Nami shouted excitedly. On her shoulder, Xiaobai, who had always been inseparable, was combing his feathers. Even though as a soul, its body has long since become dirty, it still retains this habit. Preventing its feathers from getting stained with dirt is not only a reflection of its love for beauty, but also prevents it from being affected by its subsequent flying and hunting. In the room, Huo Yuhao opened his eyes. The golden light surrounding him gradually dissipated, and the room that lost its light returned to darkness. Huo Yuhao glanced out the window. At this time, it was still dark outside. Obviously, it was only 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning. Normally, he would be sleeping at this point, and the training time for the Navy recruit camp is after 7 o'clock in the morning. There are still a few hours before that time. Nami came to him at this time, which made Huo Yuhao feel quite strange. After all, Nami was not a person who could get up early. She even practiced 3 days fishing and 2 days drying nets. She needed Huo Yuhao's encouragement to gain motivation. Stop knocking and come out. The training had been interrupted, and Huo Yuhao had no intention of continuing the training. Instead, he ended the training and planned to see what Nami could do. As soon as she walked out of the door, Nami came over and looked at Huo Yuhao with a smile. The way his eyes narrowed, he looked like a smiling fox. Have you broken through level 20? When Huo Yuhao saw Nami looking like this, he didn't even need to think about what was going on with her. But you came to see him at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. Isn't it a bit inappropriate? Speechlessly, he slapped Nami's face aside, making a gesture of disgust. Okay, you can go get the soul ring with me in a few days. Huo Yuhao said, the disgust in his expression obvious. Normally, Nami would break through this level in just over a month, but she just said she was tired from training and didn't want to practice. After going back and forth, it's not until now that I have broken through to level 20, which is indeed a bit unreasonable. But it's okay, I just happened to go soul hunting with him. After the soul hunting, he will not allow Nami to be so lazy anymore. Because before coming here, Belmir had given him the privilege of disciplining Nami. As long as Nami dares to disobey, he really dares to beat her. As for the past few days, just give Nami some time to adapt. At the same time, he also made an appointment with Duo. When the holiday comes in a few days, Duo will personally take Huo Yuhao to hunt for souls. When the time comes, he can just find an opportunity to help Nami catch a soul beast that suits her. With Nami's physique, the second level is only 1,000 years old. And with Huo Yuhao's strength, not to mention 1,000-year soul beasts, even 10,000-year soul beasts, as long as they are not super soul beasts such as the Titan Giant Ape and the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear, he can easily defeat them. The super soul beast can only be solved with a lot of effort. Nami, who was rejected by Huo Yuhao, curled her lips, especially after seeing Huo Yuhao's somewhat disgusted expression. She curled her lips and was about to cry. Stop playing tricks. Now that you're up, go have breakfast and exercise early after breakfast. Huo Yuhao, who was already used to it, immediately interrupted Nami's spell casting and led her to the canteen of the Navy recruit camp in front of her. In order to stimulate competition among recruits, the cafeteria of the naval recruit camp is also divided into 2 levels. One level is Neptune-like beast meat that all recruits can eat. It's just that the meat of this Neptune type is made from the meat of the less elite parts of the Neptune type, plus some medicinal materials. Converted to Douluo world, it is food made from the meat of 1,000-year-old soul beasts in Shrek's cafeteria, which is worth a dozen gold soul coins. The other level is only available to the elite recruits in each academy in the recruit camp. Among them, the ingredients are the essence of each Neptune species, plus the characteristics of medicinal materials. This kind of food is already considered a meal. The effect of a single portion is comparable to the food secretly prepared by 10,000-year-old soul beasts in the Douluo world, and is worth hundreds of gold soul coins. This wide span from the previous level also makes the competition in each new recruit camp very fierce. Only the 3 strongest recruits in the same period can be named elites. With Huo Yuhao's strength, he was naturally ranked first in the first recruit camp without any pressure. Nami and Ace, Luffy, and the new recruits An and Bins are also contenders for the second tier. Among them, Nami and Ace swap the second and third places in the rankings every week. The strength of Luffy and the other 2 people is somewhat inferior. Even Ace, who has not eaten the yakuso fruit, is still stronger than Luffy and Einbins who ate the rubber. Nami, on the other hand, was able to use the freezing bird to take advantage of the situation, and could occasionally defeat Ace, but she always lost more than she won. After having breakfast, the 2 practiced as usual. Compared with the pressure given by Garp on the warship, the training in the recruit camp was mostly weight-bearing exercises and actual combat training. The intensity cannot be said to be high, so Huo Yuhao and others will consciously increase the weight they bear. After the day's exercise, Huo Yuhao and Nami practiced twin martial arts as usual. Now they can easily use martial soul fusion skills, and their training speed has also been greatly improved. It wasn't until 10 o'clock in the evening that Nami left Huo Yuhao's room and returned to her own room. Huo Yuhao also returned to Douluo world at the same time. A night of meditation made Huo Yuhao very energetic. Walking on the road, not only did he not look tired at all, but the fatigue from a day of high-intensity exercise was also completely resolved. He had been doing this for more than half a year, and he had already fully adapted to the days of meditating instead of sleeping. At the same time, this can also more effectively restore the spirit and relieve physical fatigue. The only drawback is that it can easily lead to stress. When I walked to the class, Wang Yan, Mu Jin, and all the classmates had arrived early. In other words, Huo Yuhao was actually the last one to come to school this time. With wandering eyes, he walked to his seat and sat down. As the head teacher of Class 1, Wang Yan naturally took the lead in speaking. Students, I believe you all know that starting tomorrow, the school will be on vacation for 1 month. I don't have much to teach you on this last day, so after discussing with Teacher Mujin, we decided to put the last day of this semester into 1 day to yourself. As soon as Wang Yan finished speaking, the entire classroom burst into loud cheers. The cheers almost shook the entire teaching building, and other classes that had not yet started class were wondering what was going on. They were completely unaware that when they were still daydreaming and preparing for the last class, some classes were already preparing to go on holiday early. Huo Yuhao was stunned when he heard Wang Yan say that they would have a holiday tomorrow. Why would they have a holiday tomorrow? But after careful calculation, it seemed to be almost the same. This made him a little dazed. Time flies so fast. A semester has passed in the blink of an eye. Just as Huo Yuhao was sighing, the cheers of the classmates gradually quieted down. Wang Yan on the stage continued to speak with a smile on his face, not affected by the cheers just now, or in other words, he was also very pleased and excited. You are all very good children, and you are also the most improved children in the class I have seen. You are all excellent, so I also hope to see you again next semester. When Wang Yan finished the last sentence, Mu Jin also took over the conversation. 1 month later, when you return from vacation, there will be an assessment for all students. Only by passing this assessment can you be promoted to the 2nd grade. Therefore, even if it is a 1-month vacation, don't relax and arrange your time reasonably. Did you hear that? Mu Jin's words, which mentioned the assessment that the students would face later, slightly dispersed the thoughts of some students who were ready to let go of themselves completely. The students also responded immediately, but they didn't seem to take the assessment after returning to school to heart. Because in the past 3 months, under the guidance of Mu Jin and Wang Yan, plus the bonus of Huo Yuhao's golden domain and the mimicry training area, their progress is really great. It is not an exaggeration to say that this is the class with the greatest progress in a semester in the past few years. I heard it, teacher. After hearing the students' response, Wang Yan and Mu Jin looked at each other. In the past few months, the two had a good impression of each other. Both of them were relatively gentle, and they were not suitable to manage these naughty students together. But Mujin took the initiative to change this, and with the number 1 thug, Huo Yuhao, the two of them managed the class quite smoothly. The cooperation over the past few months has also created a lot of tacit understanding. So, after looking at each other, the two turned their heads and looked at the students in the audience, saying the last words of the two teachers to the students this semester. From today, the next month belongs to you. I hope you all have fun during the holiday, and at the same time, don't neglect your cultivation. Now, it's vacation. It's vacation. Chapter 71. After Mujin and Wang Yan announced the early holiday, Mujin told Huo Yuhao and then left. Huo Yuhao was a little confused. He didn't know what Yan Shaiji wanted to see him for at this time, but he didn't care and prepared to go directly. Huo Yuhao, we'll wait for you outside. Just as Huo Yuhao walked out of the classroom door, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao said. In the past few months, with Wang Dong's intentional approach, their relationship has been pretty good. Especially between Xiao Xiao and Wang Dong. Xiao Xiao is really a face control. Even when she knew that Wang Dong was a girl, she didn't feel uncomfortable at all, but quickly got along with Wang Dong. To be precise, Xiao Xiao was more excited after learning that Wang Dong was a girl. At the same time, Huo Yuhao was not afraid of the threat of a certain law enforcer in the God realm, so he could get along with Wang Dong with a normal heart, so the relationship between the few people advanced by leaps and bounds. Now they have reached the level of eating together. Well, call Ning Tian and the others later, have a farewell dinner together, and then prepare for the holiday. After Huo Yuhao finished speaking, he left directly. After he went to Yan Shaiji's place, he had to go to the Soul Guidance Department to remind Jian Duoduo to prepare to take him to hunt souls tomorrow. Spiritual attribute soul beasts of 40,000 to 50,000 years old can only be obtained by going deep into the mixed zone. If he went alone, it would be inefficient and easy to encounter danger. After all, the Stardo Great Forest is still full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Well, hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the literal sense. Seeing Huo Yuhao go away, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao looked at each other and called Ning Tian and the others who had been prepared to go to the store. In fact, they knew the news that they would have an early holiday today better than Huo Yuhao, so they had already prepared the matters for the farewell dinner. But Huo Yuhao might not be so happy. Because, according to their plan, Huo Yuhao would be the one to be drafted. Several people went to the store and just met Tangya and others, and started a large purchase. On the other side, Huo Yuhao knocked on the door of Yan Shaiji's office, and then pushed the door open and walked in after someone answered. As soon as he entered the office, Huo Yuhao was surprised that Yan Shaiji was not the only one here. There was also a graceful woman in red next to him. With this dress and age, plus appearing in the office with Yan Shaiji, her identity is not difficult to guess. It was Ma Xiaotao, a student of the inner courtyard, the owner of the evil fire phoenix spirit, and one of the saints of the Holy Spirit Church in the original book. Din Yan, what do you want to talk to me about? Huo Yuhao just looked at Ma Xiaotao for a while, and said directly, without any hesitation. In the past few months, it was not the first time that Yan Shaiji had looked for Huo Yuhao, and he also gave Huo Yuhao some benefits from time to time. But Huo Yuhao was like a swamp, accepting all the benefits without hesitation, and he would do whatever you wanted him to do as long as it was not difficult. But if you want Huo Yuhao to do something, such as Yan Shaiji teaching him to practice, taking him to a mimicry area suitable for Huo Yuhao to practice, that is not necessary. Sometimes he would bring up his master Qian Duoduo and his master's wife Xian Liner. The former is fine, Yan Shaiji can still talk a few words, but the latter is really helpless. So, facing the stubborn Huo Yuhao, Yan Shaiji also summed up a set of plans, that is, just be straightforward. After all, people are grateful for what they have received, and they are soft-hearted. As long as it is a reasonable request, Huo Yuhao will not refuse. You will gather tomorrow morning, and Xiaotao will take you, and a team that also wants to obtain soul rings to upgrade, to go to the Xingda Great Forest to hunt souls. I will take you with your master, and Xian Lao will also go with you, but we will only show up when you encounter invincible danger, and you still have to rely on yourself to hunt souls. When Huo Yuhao heard the first part, he didn't react, but when he heard the second part, Huo Yuhao instinctively wanted to refuse. What a joke! He joined Shrek for a safer and faster growth, but you let Suanzi, the Supreme Elder of the Holy Spirit Church, take him to hunt souls? Isn't that like lighting a lamp in a toilet, looking for death? Dean Yan, this is not good. I have discussed with my master and we will set off early tomorrow morning. With my master here, there will be no danger. I won't bother you. After Huo Yuhao finished speaking, Yan Shaiji seemed to have been prepared to block Huo Yuhao's refusal. His smiling eyes looked like an old fox. I have discussed this matter with your master, and he accepted it. Huo Yuhao, who did not believe in evil, said goodbye to Yan Shaiji and went to the Soul Guidance Department, intending to find Qian Duo to ask why. This let Suanzi lead the team, then Huo Yuhao really felt that his life was over. Originally, a titled Douluo would not necessarily encounter danger. As soon as Xianzai appeared, 3 titled Douluo, all of whom were super Douluo, Huo Yuhao felt like he was sending a sheep into a tiger's mouth. Yan Shaiji watched Huo Yuhao walk out of the office and asked casually. Xiao Tao, how is your relationship with Yuhao going recently? Ma Xiao Tao curled her lips when she was asked, and there was some helplessness in her eyes. In the past few months, at Yan Shaiji's request, Huo Yuhao also helped Ma Xiao Tao relieve the evil fire, but Huo Yuhao always stopped at a shallow level on the grounds that the soul power gap was too large. Every time, Ma Xiao Tao felt that she was forced to stop halfway through venting, which was very unpleasant. And for the sake of the future, even if Ma Xiao Tao was anxious, she restrained herself. She also tried her best to build a good relationship with Huo Yuhao, but it was always useless. It's okay, there is still a lot of time, and you have already reached level 68, and it's not far from level 69. When you reach level 70, I will ask the old man to hunt souls for you personally. There is a bird called Bright Blue Luan in the south of Xingdu. If it can be your soul, there will be a great chance that your martial soul will evolve. Yan Shaiji comforted Ma Xiao Tao, but they both understood that unless her next soul ring can reach the 100,000 year level, or take fairy grass like the first generation of the 7 monsters 10,000 years ago. Otherwise, it all depends on Huo Yuhao. Whether it is the 100,000 year 7th ring that suits her or the fairy grass, it is difficult to obtain in this situation. The soul ring is because her body has not completely resolved the evil fire. If she absorbs the 100,000 year soul ring of the fire system, it will only burn herself in advance. The fairy grass is simply because it cannot be obtained. Here, Huo Yuhao of the soul guidance system is depressed, and he also listens to Qian Duo's explanation with a depressed face. Just now, he also knew why Qian Duo agreed to this outrageous request. Because Yan Shaiji has mastered the whereabouts of a soul beast that is very suitable for Huo Yuhao's 4th soul. A soul beast called the evil spirit spider. This evil spirit spider is not famous for its evil power. On the contrary, it is famous for its pure and huge mental power. The reason why it is named the evil spirit spider is just because it is black and looks very scary. After reaching the 10,000 year level, this evil spirit spider can create a mental power field. In this field, as long as it wants, it can create anything to attack the enemy. Combined with Huo Yuhao's mental detection, it is extremely practical. According to Yan Shaiji, the evil spirit spider he found should be over 50,000 years old, less than 60,000 years old. Whether it is the age, species, or the skills it produces, it is very suitable for Huo Yuhao. The whereabouts of this soul beast, plus the fact that there are many soul guide disciples in this soul hunting operation, and there is also a reasonable request to experiment with Huo Yuhao's soul effect. Qian Duo really couldn't think of how to refuse, so he agreed. As for Xianzai, it was because he was assigned by Mu Lao to protect Huo Yuhao. Yuhao, why do you look like you have a problem with Xian Lao? Qian Duo looked at Huo Yuhao's hesitation and was a little puzzled. Logically speaking, a normal soul master should be able to have a level 98 super Douluo like Xianzai to help hunt souls, so why did Huo Yuhao act so disgusted? Facing Qian Duo's confusion, could Huo Yuhao say that Xianzai was suspected of being a great elder of the Holy Spirit Church? Definitely not. So, I just heard that when Master Xian led a team to hunt souls in the Xingdu Great Forest, they were almost wiped out by a 100,000 year old soul beast. As Huo Yuhao spoke, Qian Duo also fell into silence. The whole office fell silent. It seemed a little outrageous. As a senior executive of Shrek, Qian Duo naturally knew about this incident that had shocked the entire Shrek. In fact, he knew more about it than Huo Yuhao. It was just that he didn't care at first, and only recalled it after Huo Yuhao mentioned it, and fell into deep thought. And when Huo Yuhao left the office, he also got a reply that made him feel a little more at ease. Because Duo said that he would go to talk to his master's wife, Xian Liner. Well, Duo likes this title very much. Every time he talked with Huo Yuhao privately, he used the master's wife to refer to Xian Liner. Let's get back to the topic. Duo originally thought that at most they would just wander around the mixed zone. He alone was enough to protect Huo Yuhao, not to mention Suanzi and Yan Shaiji. But after learning about Huo Yuhao's concerns and thinking about the rumor, Duo changed his mind. Because he also felt that it was a bit outrageous that a 100,000-year-old soul beast could almost wipe out more than a dozen inner courtyards under the nose of Suanzi, a level 98 Super Douluo. So after careful consideration, he decided to discuss with Xian Liner to see if they could go together to protect Huo Yuhao. Or find another elder to accompany him to ensure that everything is foolproof. After all, given Huo Yuhao's current importance, no amount of preparation would be too much for his safety. After getting a satisfactory answer, Huo Yuhao was still a little worried about Suanzi, but he also felt that the problem should not be serious. 1 level 98, 2 level 95, and there might be a super Douluo of at least level 95. If this lineup is still dangerous, then he might as well stay in the One Piece world and wait until his magic power is perfected before coming out to finish the job. Douluo world is so terrifying. After putting down his snacks a little, Huo Yuhao walked out of the Soul Guidance Department and headed towards the Sea God Lake. As for why it was the Sea God Lake, it was because Xiao Xiao suddenly contacted him and asked him to go to the Sea God Lake. Huo Yuhao didn't understand this either. He clearly said at the beginning that he wanted to invite people to have a meal outside, so what did he mean by going to the Sea God Lake? When he walked to the edge of Poseidon Lake, he saw that a barbecue stall had been set up here. There were a few shelves scattered around the side with a lot of ingredients. Looking at the amount on it, it was comparable to the amount he ate all day in the One Piece world. This didn't look like the amount for a group dinner. Huo Yuhao instinctively felt something was wrong, and he stood at a distance and took a look. Sure enough, he saw Tang Ye's figure inside, so it was clear why the matter turned out like this. Obviously, this was Tang Ye's suggestion. Huo Yuhao's pupil shrank, and he moved back to escape. Then he saw a snotty boy holding a folding fan in his hand blocking him. Hey, brother Yuhao, where are you going? Su Sanchi gently shook the folding fan in his hand, with a half-smile on his face. And behind Huo Yuhao, the people who had already made preparations and were waiting for Huo Yuhao to come, surrounded him in unison after seeing Huo Yuhao. Seeing that he could no longer avoid it, Huo Yuhao could only become this strong man. He had always been in the position of being exploited as a barbecue worker. In this way, he kept barbecuing at the Sea God Lake until the evening. It feels good to give yourself a break occasionally. Huo Yuhao looked at the people who had already started the bonfire and were ready to party all night. Just as he was feeling the rare quiet atmosphere of rest, an untimely shout interrupted his feelings. Yuhao, there is no more grilled fish, give me some more. Huo Yuhao, who was full of black lines, responded and added a handful of chili powder, trying to spiciness to death. Or several guys. Here I come, don't rush me. The next day, the morning sun fell, and Huo Yuhao withdrew from the state of cultivation. Yesterday, in order to have fun, he took a rare leave in the training camp of the pirate world. For this reason, Nami and others thought Huo Yuhao was sick and came to find Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao has always been a model of hard training. It is natural that he suddenly slacked off one day, which is incomprehensible. However, this is not an important matter. Walking out of the courtyard, Huo Yuhao walked towards Shrek Academy. Yesterday he had discussed with Duo that they would gather at the gate of Shrek Academy today, and then go to the Star-Do Great Forest to hunt souls together. As soon as he walked to the school gate, Huo Yuhao saw a group of people gathered at the school gate. Yan Shaiji looked at Duo, Xian Liner beside Duo, plus him and the hidden Xian Lao. These are 4 Super Douluo, how can such a big scene happen? 4 Super Douluo, Duo, do you want Shrek and Star-Do Great Forest to go to war? Facing Yan Shaiji's shocked look, Duo just said it's small, the pattern is small. Chapter 72. Duo chuckled. At this time, behind Yan Shaiji, an old woman who looked very similar to Xian Liner came over. Next to the old woman, a slovenly old man gnawing on a chicken leg stood out. Dean Yan, this time the soul hunter will go with you. The old lady spoke slowly, but no one would underestimate the weight contained in it. Just because she is a 97th level Super Douluo, one of Shrek's elders, and her martial spirit is the green shadow condor. Mr. Song, why are you here too? When he saw the person coming, Yan Shaoji's mouth twitched even more fiercely, and he never stopped cursing Duo in his heart. 3 level 95 Super Douluo, 1 at level 97, and 1 at level 98. These 5 Super Douluo are acting together. If you say that they are just hunting souls for a 40-level student, what the hell? Who believes it? Would those spirit beasts in the Star Do Forest believe it? Will people who know it believe it? Yan Shaoji didn't know whether they believed it or not, but he didn't believe it anyway. Now, even he was wondering if Duo was hiding some secrets and not telling him. At this time, other students came over one after another, and several people stopped communicating. As Shrek's top brass, they are very cold. Want to know the master's attitude? Even Mr. Xian, who had always been slovenly, became a little more serious. Although he was still so slovenly, at least he no longer looked drunk. Huo Yuhao also followed the crowd and walked into the student group. Because he had grown a lot recently and looked like a 5th-year student, he did not attract more attention. Well, except Yan Shaoji and the others. When Huo Yuhao first came over, they discovered that the look just now was also for Huo Yuhao to see. The reason is to let Huo Yuhao know that their status is very high. Okay, you kid, stop using cucumbers as fruit. Yan Shaoji's eyes stayed on Huo Yuhao for a moment, and then he motioned for Ma Xiaotao to step forward. Ma Xiaotao, wearing a fiery red war dress, stood in front of everyone. Her aura seemed to be calm and authoritative. Just standing there gave him the demeanor of an elite student. It was intimidating to all the 5th-year students around him. Most of them can only be regarded as mid-level among Shrek, and most of them cannot enter the inner courtyard. They were all overjoyed to get the opportunity to hunt for the unified soul of the college this time. After all, with their ability, it is not that easy to go to the Star Do Forest to hunt for the 4th ring that is of extreme age and suitable for them. For this reason, they also agreed to a small request from the college, that is, to cooperate with the college in conducting some experiments. Of course, this experiment will not be dangerous. Ma Xiaotao will serve as the captain of this soul hunting operation and go to the Star Forest to hunt for souls. We will guard the surroundings. We will only help you when we encounter invincible danger. After speaking, Yan Shaoji explained some more matters, and the group set off towards the direction of the Star Forest. It is worth mentioning that since Huo Yuhao handed over the energy storage technology, it has caused a great response in the college. Especially in the soul guidance system, because of this new type of energy, there has almost been a wave. Taking the lead of the college, we have produced a large number of tools that can save time and travel. For example, the tricycle under everyone's feet now was made based on the inspiration provided by Huo Yuhao. At the same time, some people have modified cars similar to Blue Star to have a more comfortable experience. Research on weapons is progressing rapidly, but these are not something ordinary students can participate in. Huo Yuhao knew a little bit about it, but he was currently focusing on improving the basics of soul guidance tools, and he didn't know much about more advanced soul guidance tools. When the group of people walked out of Shrek City, Huo Yuhao put away his motorcycle. Then a huge white RV appeared at the end of the queue. The RV is all white and made of a special alloy by Huo Yuhao. There are also Duo's handiwork on the joints. The chassis of the RV does not have wheels, but 4 floating holes. Circles of white light under these 4 floating holes made this huge RV hover in mid-air. Yan Shaoji and Duo, who had been paying attention to Huo Yuhao, naturally saw this RV at a glance. Yan Shaoji knew what this RV was for just by looking at it, with a bit of envy in his eyes. Old Jian, you are so dishonest. Your soul guidance department still has such good things that you haven't come up with. Yan Shaoji didn't need to think too much to know how comfortable it would be to sit in this RV. When you are not in a hurry, you can just put 2 beds inside, get some food, and see the scenery along the way, especially if you bring your wife and have a leisurely trip. Wouldn't it be nice? But what he didn't know was that Duo didn't really know about the existence of this RV. But for the sake of face, he certainly can't say that he doesn't know. It's average, there's still room for improvement. Duo said this, but he was already scolding in his heart. He said that this little bastard came to him a few days ago and built some soul guides that looked like they were linked to something. It was a little strange, but he was tinkering with these things. If you have such a good thing, don't you know how to show filial piety to your teacher? I'll beat this little bastard to death if he can't go back. Thinking of this, Duo's eyes were full of imagination. Obviously, he was imagining that he and Xian Liner would sit in this kind of RV when they went out in the future. What are you two doing here secretly? The two of them were whispering here, and Xian Liner, who was also paying attention to the situation at the edge of the team, turned around with some confusion. Compared with these two lazy guys, Xian Liner is already a very qualified teacher, always paying attention to the movements of the team. Well, although it's not far from the city, there is no danger. Now seeing these two guys looking back here secretly, as if they were plotting something, she frowned immediately. When she saw Huo Yuhao walk into the RV, her brows frowned even deeper. Why did Huo Yuhao start studying these things for enjoyment? Was he influenced by Yan Shaiji? Thinking of this, Xian Liner looked at Yan Shaiji with more and more unkindness. Being stared at by Xian Liner, Yan Shaiji's eyelids twitched, and he quickly changed the subject. Huo Yuhao is so young, but he only knows how to enjoy himself. This is not good. Let's go in and enjoy it. No, let's criticize it. As they said this, the three of them walked into Huo Yuhao's RV together. When they walked in, they found that in addition to Huo Yuhao, there were two old men inside, Xian Ziai and Song Lao. At this time, Xian Ziai was sitting alone on the sofa by the window on the left, drinking and looking at the scenery outside the window. There was a plate of peanuts on the table in front of him. He picked up one from time to time, looking very happy. Song Lao pulled Huo Yuhao and explained some knowledge of the soul guide system. At this time, the RV suddenly shook. Huo Yuhao felt the shaking of the RV and reminded Xiao Bai who was driving. Xiao Bai, if you can't drive, drive slower. Elder Song is old, don't drive too bumpy. As Huo Yuhao said this, Yan Shaiji and the other two turned their heads and saw the fox of the north, Xiao Bai, sitting in the driver's seat and whimpering a little aggrievedly. This novel scene made the eyes of the few people twitch, and their eyes looking at Huo Yuhao were not right. The eyes seemed to say, Huo Yuhao, you are a crazy martial arts practitioner with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and you are actually doing these tricks. 2 days later, a group of more than 10 people came to the border of the Xingda Great Forest. Huo Yuhao and others all got out of the RV. After 2 days of trekking, most of the students had a little fatigue on their faces, but after arriving at the destination, they were all shocked. The excitement of getting the soul ring soon made them forget their fatigue and turn to excitement. Huo Yuhao was no exception. Luckily, he took a week off in the pirate world. According to the time conversion, only 1 day has passed in the pirate world now, so there is no need to worry. After shrinking and storing the RV behind them, Yan Shaiji, Xian Liner, Jian Duo and others all disappeared. Obviously, they had come here, and the next soul hunting could only rely on themselves. Yan Shaiji and his team would only show up when Huo Yuhao and others encountered a danger that was difficult to solve. And with the strength of Huo Yuhao's team, mainly Ma Xiao Tao's strength, this danger would have to be a soul beast of 100,000 years. Ma Xiao Tao, standing at the front of the team, glanced at everyone. She had a preliminary understanding of this team long before. How to say it, the students who can be promoted to the 5th grade in the Shrek environment are the best among their peers. In the local area, they are also considered to be the level of little geniuses. However, their level can only be regarded as the middle level in Shrek. Among them, most of them are only the 40th level soul power in the 5th grade, and their martial souls are not particularly outstanding. Only 2 students from the martial soul department are here to hunt for the 5th soul ring, and their combat effectiveness is quite good. I'll lead the way in front. Li Wen, Wang Ming, you two stand on both sides to prevent any soul beasts from attacking. Yu Hao, you stay in the middle of the team and use spirit detection to observe. You only need to share with me. Wait until the battle starts before sharing fully. Ma Xiao Tao made arrangements quickly, and everyone followed the command and arranged the team. Huo Yuhao, who was standing in the middle of the crowd, blinked his eyes, and the soul rings under his body appeared, and his eyes turned into emerald green spirit eyes. At the same time, the surrounding area was 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 500 meters, and then stopped at 1000 meters. Every movement within 1000 meters was captured by Huo Yuhao and Ma Xiao Tao. And this was not Huo Yuhao's limit. 1000 meters, this distance just matched Huo Yuhao's soul power recovery speed, suitable for long-term use. Even though it was not the first time that Ma Xiao Tao felt the charm of spirit detection sharing, she still did not hide the amazement in her eyes. This kind of soul skill, which can be called a divine skill, is enough to change the situation on the battlefield. Every time Huo Yuhao used it, she would sigh, is this really a soul skill produced by a 10-year soul beast? After being amazed, Ma Xiaotao quickly entered the state of captain and led a team of more than a dozen people forward. As a student of Shrek Inner Academy, she knew the horror of the Stardo Great Forest. So, even if it was just the periphery, she was still alert. As the group slowly advanced, Yan Shaiji, who had been watching everyone's performance behind them, nodded with satisfaction. As for Ma Xiaotao, the captain, even Qian Duo, who had always been at odds with Yan Shaiji, could not find fault with her. It's a pity for Xiaotao. If it weren't for the influence of the evil fire, she would have been a 7-ring soul saint by now, right? And with her talent, Mu Lao would definitely take action personally to hunt for her the best soul beast of the best age. Qian Duo said with some regret. This best soul beast is undoubtedly a fire soul beast of the 100,000 year level. But with Ma Xiaotao's current situation, it is definitely not suitable for her to absorb a soul beast of the 100,000 year level. Yan Shaiji saw Qian Duo take the initiative to speak, and immediately climbed up along the pole. Yes, so this depends on Yuhao. With Yuhao here, Xiaotao's martial soul will evolve into the ultimate fire. Tisk, tisk, I dare not imagine how powerful our Shrek will be in the future. As soon as Yan Shaiji finished speaking, he was met with the same contempt of Qian Duo and Xian Liner. It's a good thing that your disciple didn't take after you in character. Even though he was affected by the evil fire, he is still a good kid, unlike his master, haha. The haha in Xian Liner's words was very sarcastic, and it was obviously meant to be meaningful, which made Yan Shaiji embarrassed and didn't know what to say. He could only change the topic immediately and guide the topic to Huo Yuhao and others who entered the Xingda Great Forest. Look, the soul beasts are coming. Listening to Yan Shaiji's words, the two looked over and saw the soul beasts that everyone was facing. There were more than a dozen wind baboons, the strongest of which had only cultivated for 30 years. Huo Yuhao looked at the group of wind baboons in front of him and felt that things were really different now. The wind baboon was indeed a soul beast that almost killed a god. Even though it had only cultivated for more than 10 years, it dared to show its teeth to Ma Xiaotao, who exuded the cultivation of a soul emperor. This made Huo Yuhao sigh that this baboon master was really brave. These wind baboons are really annoying. I have already revealed my aura, but they still come to cause trouble. Ma Xiaotao cursed angrily, and the flames on her body flashed away. A wind baboon in the group of wind baboons suddenly appeared on the body of a wind baboon. In just a moment, the wind baboon turned into charcoal and fell. The remaining wind baboons fled in all directions. This episode did not affect everyone, and they continued to move forward. In the mixed area of the Stardo Great Forest, a soul beast with golden hair was chasing a light bird with a terrifying aura. The strange thing is that this golden-haired soul beast has only 15,000 years of cultivation, while the aura of the light bird he is chasing is about 50,000 years. The light bird, as the target of the hunt, did not even dare to resist, but just ran away. The power outage. This chapter is coded with a mobile phone. There may be a lot of typos. If you see it, please tell me, I will correct it immediately when I see it. Chapter 73. Ma Xiaotao, who was walking in the front of the team, complained about these brainless soul beasts. Originally, their team would often be harassed by some more brutal soul beasts, but since Huo Yuhao has been using the second soul skill of the Spirit Eye Martial Soul to mimic a flame lion of about 1,000 years old, it has been much better. And this back and forth took 3 days, so Ma Xiaotao made this complaint. Of course, her complaint did not affect the team's speed of progress, and they were still heading deeper into the Stardo Great Forest. The plan of Ma Xiaotao and others on this trip was to help the disciples except Huo Yuhao's level 40 disciples obtain soul rings first in the outer periphery of the mixed area. Most of them only need soul beasts of about 3,000 years old, which happen to be concentrated in this area. As for the others, they all need soul beasts of about 10,000 years old, which need to go deep into the mixed area to meet, so they were arranged at the back. In the past few days, they have helped 5 students obtain souls. At the same time, they are about to enter the center of the mixed zone. Here, you can occasionally encounter soul beasts of 10,000 years, so the group is very careful. Just as the team was moving, Ma Xiaotao in front suddenly changed her expression. He turned his head calmly and looked at Huo Yuhao. After seeing him nod slightly, he secretly mobilized his soul power. Suddenly, a black tiger appeared in front of the team. Ma Xiaotao's soul rings appeared under her body, yellow, Purple, purple, black, black, among which the fifth black soul ring lit up, and a fiery red phoenix with a wingspan of only 1 meter rushed towards the black tiger. In an instant, the black tiger was wrapped in flames, and its originally majestic fur turned into charcoal. It can only be seen from the slight bulge of its chest that the black tiger is not dead yet. After defeating the nearly 4,000-year-old ghost tiger with one strike, Ma Xiaotao nodded with satisfaction. Long before the ghost tiger appeared, Ma Xiaotao had discovered it through Huo Yuhao's spiritual detection sharing. Just now, she turned back to ask if the ghost tiger was the target. Ma Xiaotao looked at the two soul masters in the team behind her who were suitable for this soul ring. 3,900-year-old ghost tiger, Yu Shan, Su Yuan, which of you two will absorb it? After discussing for a while, in the end, it was Su Yuan, who was also a tiger soul beast, who absorbed it. After making the decision, Huo Yuhao also stepped forward at the same time, and a huge blue magic circle lit up in front of him. Before him, Huo Yuhao had performed 4 soul rituals, so this time he seemed to be familiar with it, without any obstacles. On the unfolded magic circle, a mysterious pattern appeared. The pattern on it was extremely mysterious, and it also had a hint of black brilliance. If someone didn't know, they would think that this was some evil ritual created by the evil soul masters. In fact, the soul ritual that has been improved and strengthened by Alex and the power of luck is really not for good people. Because it has changed from the original principle of mutual consent to compulsory. Whether willing or not, as long as the soul beast loses the ability to resist, it can be forced to become a soul. But compared with the principle of mutual consent, the soul after forced needs to cultivate the feelings of both parties to unlock more functions. If you force the soul, you can only control the other party forcefully, and forget about helping in the battle. It can only be used as a large power bank. This way of cultivating feelings is very applicable to those under 10,000 years old, but it has limitations for those over 10,000 years old. Because soul beasts over 10,000 years old not only have higher wisdom, but also have the same strength of mental power as normal people, so the intimacy between the two parties is not so easy to cultivate. But now the soul system has not been fully developed, and the later soul tower has not been built, so it is good to be able to do this. At least, these low-level souls are still easy to coax. For example, a girl with a bird spirit developed feelings for a bird spirit after only 1 day. Now she can summon it to help fight freely, and the intimacy is almost the same as the soul ritual of mutual consent. 10 minutes later, as the huge magic circle disappeared, Huo Yuhao opened his eyes. The joy in his eyes could not be concealed. This time, he helped these classmates to perform the soul transformation ritual, and he gained a lot. Not only did he get a lot of soul data, but he also completed the missing parts of the soul ritual. The most important thing is that the core of his soul ritual has also been strengthened, which is what he cares about most. In other words, the reason why Huo Yuhao chose to expose the secret of the soul so early was largely because of this soul magic circle core. And today, this soul magic circle core has finally been completed. If nothing unexpected happens, all the souls transformed by his magic circle in the future will have part of their cultivation collected in this core after they start practicing, which can be used to help his soul practice. In this way, not only can his soul cultivate itself, but it can also use the energy of the core of the array to improve its cultivation, and then feed back to Huo Yuhao himself. With the energy absorbed by the core array, Huo Yuhao's cultivation speed will not only not slow down because of the extreme martial soul, but will be faster. But this is only part of the completion. How much can be converted, whether there is a limit to the number, the absorption speed of the soul, etc., all these still need time to test. At the same time, this ritual must also be perfected, because now it is difficult for others to learn this ritual without the help of Electrolux. This means that this soul ritual needs to be simplified. At this moment, Tianmeng Bingxi in Huo Yuhao's Sea of Consciousness suddenly said, "Yuhao, I sensed a spiritual soul beast that is very suitable for you. It should be the evil spider that your master mentioned. 5-10,000 years of cultivation." Tianmeng Iceworm's words made Huo Yuhao's eyes light up, and he immediately followed Tianmeng Iceworm's induction and extended his mental detection. It wasn't until the limit of more than 5,000 meters that I saw a huge spider with a black body and a terrifying shape. What makes Huo Yuhao a little confused is that this evil spider has been running away even though it has not been harmed. Moreover, judging from its actions that it does not even dare to resist, the enemy is probably a spirit beast that far exceeds its combat power. But this is a little strange. In this mixed zone, an evil spider with 50,000 years of cultivation should be an overlord-level existence. How could it be chased by a soul beast? Although he felt a little strange, Huo Yuhao still didn't want to give up the soul beast that suited him so well, so he decided to move on. Lao Deng, come out quickly, come to life. As soon as Huo Yuhao shouted, there was silence everywhere. The classmates and Ma Xiaotao looked at Huo Yuhao with strange expressions. I don't know why Huo Yuhao suddenly called Lao Deng or something, let alone who Huo Yuhao refers to as Lao Deng. But the next second, they knew. Just because Huo Yuhao was about to continue speaking after he had no response, a strong man appeared behind Huo Yuhao. You little bastard, save some face for me. Qian Duo covered Huo Yuhao's mouth and disappeared in front of everyone in an instant. Only the classmates who looked at each other were left. Continue to rest and wait for Su Yuan to wake up and continue looking for a suitable soul beast. Ma Xiaotao ordered without being surprised. The rest area returned to calm again. Huo Yuhao felt his eyes blur, and then he saw a bonfire burning somewhere in the forest, and the meat of some unknown soul beasts was roasting on the bonfire. Suanzi, Mr. Song, Yan Shaiji, Xian Liner, Qian Duo are all gathered around here, obviously having lunch. Seeing the arrival of Huo Yuhao and Qian Duo, Yan Shaiji's eyes lit up and he handed over a freshly baked soul beast wing. Yuhao, these are 10,000-year-old flame chicken wings. They are great tonic. You must try them. After Huo Yuhao politely refused, he revealed his findings. When they heard Huo Yuhao say that his maximum detection range was 5,000 meters, everyone's eyes looked strange. You know, with their mental strength, it is difficult to maintain normal detection of this range. But Huo Yuhao, a soul sect who has not yet obtained the fourth soul ring, can do this? Isn't this too perverted? Huo Yuhao saw the way everyone looked at him and knew that they had misunderstood, so he immediately explained. This is a straight line distance. I sacrificed the range in exchange for distance so that I can have a detection range of 5,000 meters. Normally it is about 3,000 meters. After explaining, Huo Yuhao expressed his guess again, but the normal distance of 3,000 meters was also very powerful. 3,000 meters is already very strong. You are now a soul sect. After you absorb the soul ring, you should be able to reach the normal 5,000 meters. Yan Shaiji sighed with emotion. After hearing that the soul beast chasing the evil spider might be a 100,000-year soul beast, Yan Shaiji and the others all smiled without much expression. But yes, it would be a joke if a possible 100,000-year-old soul beast made them, who were at best 95 level super Douluo, uneasy. Will a 100,000-year-old soul beast hunting a 50,000-year-old evil spider move from the core area to the periphery of the mixed area? Qian Duo was a little strange, but he didn't care. Whether it is or not, it has no effect on them. A 100,000-year-old soul beast can be destroyed with just one hand. While thinking about this, when Qian Duo was about to take Huo Yuhao to catch the soul spider, Yan Shaiji spoke first and said, Yuhao, wait here, I will help you catch the evil spider. It's a joke, this is my apprentice, so of course it's up to me. Haha, are you going? Let's see who is faster. After Yan Shaiji finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot. Qian Duo also did not dare to show weakness, and directly possessed his martial soul and rushed towards the direction pointed by Huo Yuhao. Seeing the two people walking away, everyone present shook their heads. They were speechless for the two people who had been tit for tat since they came out. At this moment, a chicken leg was sent to Huo Yuhao along with a ball of soft soul power. Child, let's have something to eat. We'll save it and prepare to fuse the soul ring later. Mr. Song's kind voice sounded in Huo Yuhao's ears. Looking at the big chicken legs that had floated in front of him, Huo Yuhao naturally stopped being polite and calmly found a place to sit down and prepared to eat. Just when everyone thought that Yan Shaiji and Qian Duo would be back soon, intense battle aftermath suddenly erupted in the distance. 3 astonishing momentums burst out, 2 of which were caused by Qian Duo and Yan Shaiji. The few of them looked at each other, and in the next second Suanzi and Mr. Song disappeared from the spot, along with Huo Yuhao. Xian Liner went to Ma Xiaotao. The situation is unclear now, so she plans to take the students to evacuate the Xingda Great Forest first. As for Huo Yuhao, he was taken by Old Song. A level 97 super Douluo, who is also a sensitive attack system. If he really wants to run, his speed is so fast that even Suanzi can't catch up. Therefore, it is safest for Huo Yuhao to follow Old Song. On the other side, Yan Shaiji and Qian Duoduo grabbed a soul beast in each hand, looking solemnly at a canine soul beast with 3 heads in front of them. The Red King, one of the fierce beasts in the Xingda Great Forest, has 310,000 years of cultivation. In terms of strength, the benchmark is a human level 96 titled Douluo. Well, this is a normal level 96 titled Douluo. If you compare it with a super soul master like Muen and Du Buletin Si, who have 300,000 year soul rings at the limit, even if it is level 35, it can easily defeat the Red King. But even so, the strength of the Red King should not be underestimated, and it is slightly stronger than Yan Shaiji or Qian Duoduo. Damn human, let go of the auspicious beast, otherwise, you will bear the wrath of my Xingda Great Forest. The 3 heads of the Red King spoke in unison, and their might was not much different from that of Qian Duoduo and Yan Shaiji combined. As a top level 31 soul beast bloodline, he was targeting a level 96 super Douluo, so he was naturally not afraid of Qian Duoduo and Yan Shaiji, and he was naturally quite confident. If it weren't for the golden soul beast in Yan Shaiji's hand that made the Red King wary, he would have been ready to teach these ignorant humans a lesson. You know, the Xingda Great Forest is the home ground of their soul beasts. Here, as long as he can hold on for a while, he can get the original book of other fierce beasts won. At the same time, he is also confident that he can stop Qian Duoduo and Yan Shaiji until other fierce beasts come to support, and then leave them here completely. The Red King's calculations were very good, but the next 2 figures appeared and shattered his plans. The 98 level Xianzai and the 97 level Song Lao appeared in front of the Red King. Among them, neither Xianzai nor Song Lao could be defeated by the Red King. In addition to Qian Duoduo and Yan Shaiji, the Red King had a bad feeling. Did these humans come here specifically to capture the auspicious beast? The Red King thought uneasily. But now, for the safety of the auspicious beast, he must not retreat at all, otherwise, even if he went back, Ditien would not let him go. Damn human, are you going to betray the covenant and go to war with the Xingda Great Forest? If this is your attitude, then let's go to war. Chapter 74. If you want to start a war, then start a war. Do you really think that I, Shrek, am afraid of you? Although Suanzi said so, judging from his face, he was still very cautious. Huo Yuhao, who had just arrived at the scene, did not pay attention to the verbal spat between the Red King and Suanzi, because if both parties were not ill, the battle would be almost impossible to fight. Shrek did not have the strength to crush the soul beast side, and the soul beast side was more likely to use the 3-eyed golden beast in Yan Shaiji's hands. Even if the 2 sides get sick and prepare to start a war, Dishan is unlikely to take action directly because he is worried about being discovered by the God Realm. At the same time, there is also an extreme Douluo like Mr. Mew in Shrek. With the help of the power of the Golden Tree, Mr. Mew's strength is only a sliver inferior to that of Ditien. Therefore, Huo Yuhao focused his attention on the golden-haired soul beast that Yan Shaiji held in his hand. This soul beast is 3 meters long and 8 feet tall at the shoulders. It is covered with a layer of golden hair. Its hair is smoother than any fur Huo Yuhao has seen in his 2 lifetimes combined. The overall shape is very much like a lion, but its 4 claws are like dragons, and there are golden patterns all over the body. The whole body looks like translucent crystal. This appearance is very extraordinary at first glance. This should be the imperial auspicious beast in Do Er that carries the luck of the soul beasts in the Star Do Forest, the 3-eyed golden eagle. At the same time, he is also the soul beast that will later transform into Wang Chuer. Now the 3-eyed golden beast was being held by Yan Shaiji, with its 3 eyes closed tightly, and it was obvious that he had fainted. Huo Yuhao looked at it, and the golden ball in the sea of consciousness kept beating. It had not been beating so violently for a long time since the power of luck surged. Now that he is beating so violently after seeing the 3-eyed golden eagle, it is very likely that this 3-eyed golden eagle has a power of luck that is not much weaker than his. Perhaps, this is my biggest gain from coming to the Star Do Forest to hunt for souls. Huo Yuhao thought to himself. A fierce quarrel also broke out in his sea of consciousness. Because everyone, including Tian Meng, knew the 3-eyed golden reaper. Compared with Suanzi, Qian Duoduo, and the others, they all had a better understanding of what the 3-eyed golden reaper meant to the Star Do Forest. That importance is even greater than that of Huo Yuhao and Shrek. If this really matters in their hands, the Star Do Forest will really go crazy. Electrolux looked at the 3-eyed Jin Ni thoughtfully. Now that his soul has recovered a lot, he can not only see that the 3-eyed golden beast has great luck, but he can also vaguely sense that something is wrong with the three-eyed golden beast. Yu Hao, the fate of this three-eyed golden cat seems to be related to you, and there is something wrong with her soul. You can get in touch with her, and there will definitely be great benefits. Even if there is danger, I will be there. Electrolux, who was in the sea of consciousness, said that he also wanted to know what was going on with the soul of the three-eyed golden beast. Huo Yuhao nodded and agreed. In other words, if Electrolux doesn't say anything about it, he will do it. On the other side, King Qi was also trying to negotiate with Suanzi and others. Humans, I have no intention of fighting with you. As long as you put down the soul beast behind you, I can let you go. Otherwise, the Red King said sternly, now that the three-eyed golden tiger was in Duoduo's hand, he did not dare to act rashly. Oh? Leave me here? Let's see if you have the ability. As he spoke, Suanzi burst into full force. The terrifying aura that was only a hair away from level 99 erupted. Under the pressure of Suanzi's momentum, the three-eyed golden beast in Yan Shayage's hand and the evil spider in Duoduo's hand both endured great pressure, with pain on their faces. Wait a minute, human being, the person behind you is holding the auspicious emperor beast of the Star Do Forest, and it is also the only one on the continent today. If she dies, all the spirit beasts in the Star Do Forest will go crazy. Seeing that Suanzi was about to take action if he disagreed, the Red King said quickly while constantly communicating with the ferocious beasts still in the ferocious beast area. But it will take time for them to come over. This time is enough to kill the three-eyed golden beast several times. If things really develop like this, even leaving all these humans behind will not help. This is why he is still communicating with Suanzi calmly. Everyone was shocked when they heard what the Red King said. As senior leaders of Shrek, they are not far from the Star Do Forest, so they all know a thing or two about the rumors about auspicious beasts, but they don't know much about it. They only know that such an existence exists, but they don't know what kind of soul beast it is. Now I am very curious when I see it with my own eyes. At this time, the three-eyed golden tiger also woke up. Looking at the surrounding environment, he subconsciously wanted to struggle. But Yan Shayaja caught him in his hand and he couldn't move at all. Don't move, I'll kill you if you move again. Duoduo threatened him from a distance, and just when he wanted to look at Yan Shayaja's face, he saw his disciple coming over. Yu Hao, what are you doing here? Go to Mr. Song's place quickly. Before Huo Yuhao could speak, the face of the three-eyed golden creature he held in his hand was full of humiliation. She was less than 100,000 years old and she was actually uttering human words. Damn human being, how dare you hurt me? I want you to die badly and have bad luck again and again. The clear voice sounded, making everyone present and the Red King who was confronting Suanzi have different expressions. Humans, what do you want to do to the auspicious beast? Do you Shrek really want to be destroyed? The Red King roared, and flames spewed out of the mouths of the three heads, but they did not move immediately. Obviously, they were still stalling for time. Seeing this, Huo Yuhao knew that he could not wait any longer, so as to avoid more troubles at night. He should contact the three-eyed golden lion as soon as possible and get the power of destiny first. Thinking of this, he stepped forward quickly and put his hand on the head of the three-eyed golden lion. A ball of golden light covered the two of them. Duoduo and Yan Shayaja could stop it, but looking at Huo Yuhao's expression, they also knew that although Huo Yuhao was sometimes disrespectful to him, he was actually a person who knew his limits. So, they did not stop Huo Yuhao. And the moment Huo Yuhao came into contact with the three-eyed golden lion, Huo Yuhao seemed to be watching a superspeed movie, visiting the life of the three-eyed golden lion like a passerby, and at the same time, there were clips like a revolving lantern. In these clips, a little girl lived in a full it is a world of clouds. The two videos together lasted tens of thousands of years, while only 1 second passed in the outside world. Everyone only saw a ball of golden light appear and then disappear. The scream of the three-eyed golden lion came, and golden light emerged from Huo Yuhao's body. Especially Huo Yuhao's eyes, which changed from emerald green to brilliant gold. Just now, Huo Yuhao connected his luck with the luck of the three-eyed golden lion. His luck power increased by 40,000 points, reaching the current 150,000 points. Most importantly, his spiritual attributes have been greatly improved. The main martial soul completed the second awakening autonomously. And compared with the normal second awakening, under the infusion of the destiny power of the three-eyed golden lion, the spiritual eyes after the second awakening have a little more destiny attribute. But now there is only a little sign, if you want to truly obtain the power of destiny, the spiritual eyes have to continue to evolve. Ah! Human, what did you do? The scream of the three-eyed golden lion sounded. Just now, she felt that all her secrets had been discovered by someone, and she seemed to have been deprived of something. But what surprised her was that although she was the one who was deprived, the feeling of the soul made her feel extremely relaxed, even free. Yes, it was freedom. Human, you are looking for death. Feeling the extremely unstable breath fluctuations of the auspicious beast, the angry roar of the Red King came. The three heads of the Red King rushed towards Duo with monstrous ferocity, and even ignored Suan's threats. Obviously, the unstable breath fluctuations of the three-eyed golden lion just now were the last straw that broke the camel's back, and made the Red King's patience reach its limit. Suanzi also frowned secretly. It was not because of the Red King's desperate behavior. He just simply felt it was troublesome. Now that the Red King was completely enraged, if the next one was not handled well, Shrek Academy would really go to war with the Stardew Great Forest. This is what he didn't want to see. Because, even with his small and almost negligible overall view, he could see the impact of this incident on Shrek. Because no matter whether they win or lose, Shrek will lose. If they win, they will get the benefits now, but what about later? The quality of soul beasts in the Stardew Great Forest has dropped sharply. How can their soul masters obtain high-quality soul rings? If they lose, it goes without saying that even if Shrek does not collapse, it will have to withdraw from the stage of history like the Tang sect without a strong man. Chi Wang, calm down, we didn't hurt the soul beast. When Xianzai waved his hand, a wall of earth rose up under his feet, blocking all the flames of the Red King, without revealing the terrifying might. With just this move, the gap between Xianzai and the Red King was obvious. After seeing that the three-eyed golden lion under Duo was not hurt, the Red King calmed down a little. Human, I will give you one last chance. If you leave now, it's still in time. Otherwise, let's go to war directly. You can try it. I will risk my life to keep a few of you alive. And, our Xingda Great Forest will definitely fight to the death with you, Shrek. The Red King threatened. Facing the Red King's threat, Xianzai frowned. The other party's tone really made him want to fight. Just then, he sensed a wave of mental fluctuations spreading towards him. And this mental fluctuation was very familiar to Xianzai, it was emitted by Huo Yuhao. He glanced at Huo Yuhao calmly, and when he heard Huo Yuhao say that he had gained a lot and wanted soul bones, Xianzai was stunned for a moment and looked at Huo Yuhao deeply. He said, why did the Red King suddenly go crazy? It turned out that this little guy had done something. Give me 10 soul bones of 100,000 years, and I will return the auspicious beast to you. Xianzai followed Huo Yuhao's words and stated his request, but he slightly exaggerated the request. When they heard Xianzai's request, the corners of everyone's mouth twitched. Obviously, the price scared them. You know, even if all the people present were added together, there were not 100,000-year soul bones, and Xianzai asked for 10. It would be a miracle if the Red King agreed. Huo Yuhao was also stunned. Did he remember it wrong? How did Huo Yuhao remember that he seemed to ask Xianzai for 300,000-year soul bones? How did it soar to 10? Sure enough, after hearing Xianzai's request, the Red King's expression became even more angry. Although in these years, there have been soul beasts in their Xingda Great Forest that died without surviving the 100,000-year catastrophe, soul beasts that died in soul beast battles, and soul beasts that died in other circumstances, all of which can leave soul bones. The accumulation of 100,000 years should have been a lot, but most of the energy was absorbed by these fierce beasts. Maybe there are still some stocks, but definitely not many, and 10 pieces are almost impossible. Human, if you want to start a war, just say it. Chi Wang said angrily, but Xianzai curled his lips. It's still Xingda Great Forest, you can't even take out 10 pieces of 100,000-year soul bones? Then 8 pieces will do. No, only 2 pieces. 7 pieces, this is the bottom line. 3 pieces, no more. 5 pieces, if there are not even 5 pieces, then just go to war. Following Xianzai's ultimatum, Chi Wang looked deeply at everyone and turned away without saying a word. He had to discuss with other fierce beasts. It's more accurate to say that this discussion is to delay time. Because when other fierce beasts arrive, especially Emperor Tian, both sides will switch their offense and defense. At that time, it's not a matter of whether these humans release the auspicious beasts. It's a matter of whether these humans can leave. After the Red King left, Yan Shaiji hesitated and walked forward, looking at Suanzi and the indifferent Song Lao, and asked with some confusion. Xian Lao, is it okay for us to wait here? Yan Shaiji really didn't understand. You know, this is the Xingda Great Forest. The 10 fierce beasts in the open alone occupy more than half of the Xingda Great Forest, not to mention the hidden fierce beasts in it. Is it really okay to stay here? Suanzi glanced at Yan Shaiji. Don't worry, I'm here. Yan Shaiji wanted to speak, but suddenly, he sensed a spiritual fluctuation, and then he understood what was going on and retreated without a look. Duo naturally sensed this aura, and was somewhat impressed by Huo Yuhao. This guy really took it seriously. It was just a soul hunting, but so many strong people came. While everyone was waiting, Huo Yuhao also entered the sea of consciousness. He would just wait and see what would happen next, and if it didn't work, he would hide back in the pirate world. With so much luck, he didn't believe that he would have any accidents. And Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness was also very lively. 2 blue-white figures, a white figure, a grey figure, and Huo Yuhao's soul body emitting golden light, a total of 5 soul bodies gathered together. And the center of their gathering was a round golden ball. The golden globe should have been a round sphere, but some parts were missing a few corners. Chapter 75. The hooded Tianmeng Eye Silkworm said with some doubt. At the beginning, before Huo Yuhao came into contact with the 3-eyed golden lion, the luck ball was still round and round, but when he came into contact with the 3-eyed golden lion and his luck sword, the luck ball became a little numb, and it was much worse than before. This kind of reverse change is confusing. Looking at the gaps in the golden ball, Huo Yuhao was somewhat enlightened. At this time, he understood what Alex meant by the luck being divided by someone last time. He also knew why sometimes when encountering some well-known tasks in the original book, the luck will be improved, and some are obviously the main characters in the original book, but the power of luck does not increase after contact. Now seeing the holes on the luck ball, he understood. These holes may represent his lost luck. So, where does Nami's luck come from? That was definitely not the luck he lost. It was most likely Nami's own luck. In other words, it was the luck of the pirate world. Just when he was about to ask Alex in detail, a voice suddenly came from the outside world. He quickly withdrew from the sea of consciousness, leaving only 4 people to check the luck golden ball. Let go of the auspicious beast, take all these soul bones. The Red King came running from a distance, and 5 soul bones of different appearances were thrown in front of Suanzi. After throwing the things out, the Red King's eyes became colder and fiercer, and at the same time, there was a little puzzlement. Just now, when he went to the core area to find Ditien, he originally wanted to find other fierce beasts to wipe out these damn humans together, but for some reason, Ditien stopped the fierce beast. He just let him come back with 5 soul bones, and it seemed that he wanted to settle the matter peacefully. So he was a little puzzled. These humans have already caused harm to the auspicious beasts and threatened their Xingda Great Forest. They are already on the way to death. Looking at the soul bones thrown by the Red King in his hand, Suanzi smacked his lips. These soul bones do have the aura of 100,000 years, but the energy is more or less missing. Normal absorption will not have much impact, after all, it is a 100,000 year soul bone. However, the energy after absorption is definitely not as much as that obtained by absorbing a normal 100,000 year soul bone, and its improvement in Soul Master's soul power is definitely less than that of normal soul bones of the same level. Your soul bones have no energy, these are not 5 soul bones, you have to add a few more to exchange for your Emperor Beast. As Xianzi said, the Red King's expression was angry. Before he spoke, a voice came from the distant Xingda Great Forest. Human, if you want to die, this king can fulfill your wish. A low voice burst out with a terrifying momentum. An illusory black dragon claw enveloped from mid-air, and the terrifying momentum it exuded moved Xianzi a little, and he took the 3-eyed golden lion that was originally held by Yan Shaiji. The big hand grabbed the mane behind the neck of the 3-eyed golden lion, and the threat was self-evident. Why is the beast god so angry? Suanzi, come back too. An old voice sounded, and the dragon claws released by Emperor Tian dissipated in an instant, as if they had never appeared. At this time, in the core of the Stardow Great Forest, in a lake full of life, a man in black clothes looked ahead with fear in his eyes. His eyes seemed to see the hidden humans through the endless Stardow Great Forest. Just now, although he did not use his full strength, he also used 60% of his strength. Its power can definitely kill the human who grabbed the auspicious beast in seconds, but the old man who looked old can easily take it. This strength is not much weaker than him. If the two sides really fight, he will definitely win, but there will be danger. Humph, put down the auspicious beast, and you can go. The emperor hesitated whether to leave all these humans behind, but finally gave up the idea. There is no point in killing him. It would be bad if it affects the master's plan. After Ditian and Mu Lao finished speaking, Xian Ziyai knew that staying any longer would not bring him any benefit. The group left the Xingda Great Forest immediately, leaving only the three-eyed golden lion and the Red King. The evil spider was caught by Duo and left together. However, at this time, no beast would care about this mere soul beast of tens of thousands of years. As the people of Shrek left, the three-eyed golden lion and the Red King walked back to the core area of the Xingda Great Forest with complicated thoughts. You little guy! You are so naughty! I told you a long time ago that the most dangerous thing for us soul beasts is the human soul master. If the soul master who came this time was not from Shrek Academy, you would be in great danger. It's so far away, we can't even rescue you in time. Don't leave the core circle easily in the future. Ditian's low voice sounded, and his tone unconsciously carried a little pampering. Over the years, he really treated the three-eyed golden lion as his own child. I understand, Ditian, you said that those humans are so young and their lifespans are not long, why are they so strong? The three-eyed golden lion's tone was a little frustrated. You know, at her age, both Moon En and Xian Ziyai are much younger than her, but their strength is much higher. On the other side, Huo Yuhao and his party also returned to Shrek Academy under the leadership of the elders. As for those who had not yet obtained the soul rings, Xian Liner led them to other soul beast gathering places to obtain soul rings. With this farce happening in the Star Do Forest, it is no longer appropriate to hunt for souls anymore, as it can easily lead to accidents. Huo Yuhao came to the Poseidon Pavilion again and shook his head. Duo had been flying with him just now. Because the speed was too fast, he was a little uncomfortable, and now his head was still a little dizzy. Okay, little bastard, hurry up and absorb the soul ring, and let us observe the birth of your soul up close. After safely returning to Poseidon Pavilion, Duo also let down his guard and did not forget the main purpose of his trip. Old Qian, why don't you let Yuhao take a rest first? Yan Shaiji on the side asked harmoniously, and Duo curled his lips. Don't underestimate this little bastard's physical fitness. He can't be ruined so easily. It just so happens that all the elders are here this time, and I asked you to help this little bastard. As Duo spoke, Huo Yuhao looked at the dozen or so people surrounding him and understood what Duo meant. Now, these people around him are obviously senior members of Shrek, and those with the lowest cultivation level are at the titled Douluo level. As long as Soul can gain their approval this time, there will be no resistance to the promotion of Soul in Shrek Academy. The support he can get is also evident. For example, the 500,000-year soul bones this time, as well as the more important collection of Shrek Academy. Duo, there's no need to rush. Let Yuhao recover first. Moon's voice sounded, but the golden light floating from his hand did not mean this. Because under this golden light, all the fatigue Huo Yuhao felt dissipated without any impact at all, and he could start absorbing the soul ring directly. After Huo Yuhao recovered, he first thanked the elders for their help in the Star Do Forest, and then began to absorb souls. Putting his hand on the head of the evil spider who was knocked unconscious by Duo, a huge grey magic circle enveloped Huo Yuhao and the evil spider. The complicated patterns on it make people feel dizzy at first glance. As the leader, Huo Yuhao closed his eyes tightly. The evil spider in front of him gradually turned into liquid and merged into the magic circle beneath him. At the same time, the spirit eye martial soul consciously used it. The three white, purple and purple soul rings lighted up at the same time, and the fourth black soul ring also transformed from illusion to reality simultaneously. Huo Yuhao's own aura was also constantly increasing. Level 41, 42 and then stuck at level 43 without going up again. The external soul rings were condensing smoothly, and Huo Yuhao also encountered troubles that were not considered troublesome in his consciousness. The last time he obtained the soul, Xiao Bai's own soul body was very peaceful. When he just touched Xiao Bai, the soul ritual was completed directly. But now this evil spider was very aggressive and kept trying to bite Huo Yuhao's soul, but it was held in Huo Yuhao's hand and unable to move. Yes, Hold it in your hand. The evil spider's body was much larger than Huo Yuhao's, but its soul was not as big as Huo Yuhao's palm, so it could easily be pinched in his hand and unable to move. Looking at this little spider, Huo Yuhao was in trouble. What should we do? Do soul beasts that have reached the 10,000 year level have to go through this step if they want to transform into souls? He wanted to discuss it with Electrolux, but this space didn't seem to be his sea of consciousness, and he couldn't contact other people at all. After thinking for a moment, Huo Yuhao crushed the soul body of the evil spider to death with one finger. Following Huo Yuhao's movements, the moment the evil spider's soul body shattered, the surrounding space suddenly shattered, and Huo Yuhao's consciousness returned to its original form. 4 circles of soul rings flashed under his body, and his cultivation level had been raised to level 43. Obviously, he had successfully absorbed the soul rings. But what exactly the 10,000-year-old soul has transformed into remains to be verified. Looking at the curious eyes around him, Huo Yuhao had no intention of showing off. He immediately activated his martial soul and summoned the soul of the 4th soul ring. A huge spider with a body length of 2 meters and a height of more than 1 meter appeared in the venue. The spider neighed after seeing Huo Yuhao and others, and huddled together in fear. Obviously, this was because he sensed that the auras of the people around him were far superior to his own, making them dare not move at all. At this moment, a powerful spiritual force was released. Just when the elders thought that the evil spider was out of control, they discovered that the target of the evil spider was not the other people present, but itself. The huge mental power created a dream, and in this dream, this evil spider was basking in the sun carefree in the star forest. This deceitful scene made Huo Yuhao's eyes twitch, feeling a little outrageous. The evil spider that looks so fierce is actually an ostrich-type soul beast? Duo looked at Huo Yuhao with a strange look on his face, and then looked at the motionless evil spider. He thought it was something wrong with the soul ritual, and quickly asked with concern, "What's wrong, you little bastard?" At the same time, this sentence is also a matter of concern to all elders. They also saw it when Huo Yuhao transformed into a 1,000-year soul several times before, and there was indeed something about it. But just like the difference between a normal soul master absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring and a 10,000-year soul ring, and the need to defeat the residual soul of the soul beast, they are worried that the 10,000-year soul will be more difficult to absorb than the 1,000-year soul. If the residual soul can't subdue Huo Yuhao, it is estimated that the other people in Shrek Academy will not be able to do it. And without the 10,000-year level, no matter how powerful the soul system is, it can only be considered average. Huo Yuhao shook his head, indicating that there is no problem. However, under his command, the evil spider left the dream created by itself and took 2 steps in full view of the crowd. Then as Huo Yuhao's 4th soul ring lit up, the majestic mental power was released, a ball of fire, a piece of ice ball, and a flash of lightning suddenly appeared and smashed on the ground below. This is the 4th soul skill given to him by the evil spider, which can consume mental power and create anything he has seen. But these things will dissipate, and the damage caused will not dissipate. It's the same as a 1,000-year soul, there is no difference. It's just that there are some things to pay attention to when absorbing it. After the experiment, Huo Yuhao took back the evil spider and said something to pay attention to. Absorbing a 10,000-year soul is different from a 1,000-year soul. A 10,000-year soul also requires the soul master to defeat the soul body of the soul before it can be subdued. But there is no problem of intimacy. Because after defeating it, the soul's intimacy is naturally close to the soul master, and it can be summoned directly to fight, which is good. Listening to Huo Yuhao's data, Xianzhi was a little surprised. Then if this soul is really as you said, even a 10,000-year level soul can improve the soul master's cultivation by several levels, right? I just don't know if you can normally transform a 100,000-year soul. After Xianzhi finished speaking, Yan Shaiji added a sentence. The improvement should be greater than you expected, Elder Xian, because according to what Yuhao said, soul spirits can cooperate with soul masters to cultivate together, which is growth potential. I just don't know if they can break through the bottleneck. If they can break through, can they feed back to the soul master? Yan Shaiji's question was very sharp, and this was something he had been wondering about for a long time. Yes, Dean Yan, my Ziobai has broken through to the cultivation level of more than 6,000 years, which has also promoted my own cultivation. At the same time, the power of soul skills has also been improved, but it is not clear whether it can break through the bottleneck. As Huo Yuhao said this, the elders around him immediately raised the level of soul spirits to another level. Next, Huo Yuhao will be trained as the next elder of Shrek. All resources required for cultivation will be borne by Shrek. At the same time, all high-level resources of Shrek will be used by Huo Yuhao. After thinking about it, Elder Mu spoke with unquestionable majesty.